Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Connected Investors Financial Independence SOFA Summit. And I'm so excited to be here with so many of you. When we first kicked this thing off, several thousand people signed up. And then every day, thousands and thousands and thousands more people signed up to attend this SOFA Summit. And we understand why. A lot of people, their back's against the wall right now. They're trying to figure out what's next. So we're going to bring you some amazing information at a very important time in the economy. And I want to commend you for spending 3 days with us. The agenda that we have laid out for you builds on itself. Every presentation builds on the previous presentation. And by the time you've been through these 3 days, you're going to have a clear and concise plan on how to profit during these trying times. And let me tell you something, we've all been affected here. We all have family members, we all have friends that have seen some real hardships during these times. So we're so excited to be able to provide you some solutions to not make this the moment that you look back on and you say, that's when my life kind of took a turn downward. But you look back at it and say, that's when I was able to make generational wealth and come up with a strategy to help others out of their hardship. That's what the Sofa Summit's all about. And we're bringing you some of the best people out of my network, out of my mastermind, out of the Connected Investors community to talk to you about what's really happening. Because it is confusing out there. When you're scrolling around online or on Facebook, there's all sorts of people saying things that they don't have any real right to even say. They're sharing things and headlines. They didn't even read the article. So we've brought the best economists here that spend hundreds of thousands of dollars looking at real data to provide you a clear path to cut through the clutter so you know exactly what to do in this economy right now. The first guest we're bringing on cuts through all of the clutter and gives you real facts on what's happening in the economy today, next month, the end of this year, going into next year and the following year. I'm really excited for you to see this presentation. If you have the ability to share this presentation, you're going to want to hit the share button right now. Because when I sat down with this individual and looked at his presentation, I was sharing it with my friends, my wife, anyone who wants to know what's really happening in the economy. You're going to want to make sure to go ahead and share it because this is going to be the presentation that sets the stage for the entire Sofa Summit. So I'm so excited for you to be here. You decided to attend the Sofa Summit. You're being proactive. You're going to use this time to move forward in life, to have a personal transformation, to become a better version of yourself. And you're going to learn from some of our guests that started in a trailer park, that now have net worths worth hundreds of millions of dollars. People that started with nothing in a rock band and own dozens and dozens of huge apartment complexes. And you're going to hear their stories. You're going to learn their secrets. You're going to be able to cheat off their success code and use it as your own. As a real estate investor in any economy, you have 3 riddles you're constantly solving. One is the people. And we help you solve that here at Connected Investors in many different ways. You can connect with real estate investors right on Connected Investors. You can find individuals who are actively flipping properties through PIN. And you can connect with all sorts of industry providers right inside our platform. There's also the private lending. Private lending is something that we jumped into 2 years ago. And we now facilitate $5 billion a month in private loan requests for real estate investors, making us the largest marketplace online for private money for real estate investors. You can visit CIX.com. That's the Connected Investors Exchange. Your money problem, your funding problem is solved right there. We're going to break down all of the different ways that you can creatively fund your deals, and you can fund your deals using private money or other people's money. And the third one is, where do I find the deals? Right? The properties. And throughout this presentation, throughout the Sofa Summit, we're going to show you exactly how to pinpoint the best deals in any market, how to contact the owners, how to get it under contract, and how to make money on it today, tomorrow, and in the future. And this Financial Independence Sofa Summit is brought to you by the latest version of PIN. It helps you find the best deals out there on the market right now, with all sorts of new ways to slice and dice the data. We've slayed the data beast and made it so easy for anyone to find deals now. We even have an easy mode for newbies and an advanced mode for the people that are out there that want to really dive deep into the data. So definitely pay attention when we bring up PIN 5. We're going to give you all sorts of ways to get access to it during the Sofa Summit at a huge discount because you need it for any strategy that you're currently using in today's market. All right, let's talk about the agenda for day 1 of the Financial Independence Sofa Summit. First up, we're bringing on an economist who's going to break down exactly what's happening in the market. This individual has been right nearly every time when it comes to timing the market. He's going to show you what he's doing and what you should do if you're a newbie just getting started, or if you already have millions of dollars in the bank, where to move your money and how to make the most money right now in this market. He's bringing a lot of research to you, and this is going to set the stage for the entire event. Directly after that, we're going to bring on someone who's going to show you wholesaling in this market post-COVID. Wholesaling and micro flipping are the fastest and easiest ways to make money as a real estate investor, and we're going to make sure you have everything you need to start wholesaling and micro flipping today. Right after that, we're going to bring on a good buddy of mine who's been in a few of my masterminds, who's going to show you how to use bots to automate your real estate investing business. You're going to be glued to the screen when you see this presentation. It blew me away. Then we're going to talk about how to start up, scale up, and step out of your real estate investing business so you can build your lifestyle, exactly what you want. It's amazing. This guy uses data, he uses our software, he uses several other tools. He's gonna break it all down for you. Directly after that, we're gonna go over some creative deal-making strategies. Things like subject twos, the things that made me a multimillionaire in my early 20s. In the last recession, we're gonna break that all down for you. So we have a very phenomenal agenda for you here today. You're gonna wanna go ahead and share this right now. Anyone you know that is thinking about real estate investing, get them on this event right now. So before we bring on these guests, what I wanna do is jump into a quick demo of PIN V5 so you understand what I'm talking about when I bring it up throughout the Sofa Summit. Let's go ahead and pull up the demo. So the first person we're bringing on to the Sofa Summit, I met him in my mastermind a handful of years together. And it's safe to say, it's a safe bet that his net worth is more than all the speakers we have coming here for the 3 days and all the attendees combined. This guy is no joke. He started in a trailer park, worked his way up through real estate. Now he speaks at Harvard, and he has some of the biggest accomplishments out of anyone in real estate that I know. So I wanted to bring him on first to give you the economic update. I'd like to introduce you to the one, the only Dave Steck. Dave, take it away.
My pleasure, Russ. I appreciate your friendship over the years, and I'm grateful to help you and the CI community. So without further ado, if it's okay with you, I'll launch into it. So what we're going to talk about today is the state of the union for real estate investors. We're going to cover a lot of economic and housing market update. And I'm going to start with a quote. Any idiot could have made money in real estate in the last 8 years. Good luck in the next year. So who do you think is responsible for that quote? Yeah, you may have guessed, it's me. And I really believe it. I founded a community called Access on the belief that we can't do what we think we were able to do over the last 8 years and be successful in the next 8 or even the next 1. So what I'm going to be talking about today is really everything I'd want to know if the roles were reversed and I were giving a presentation to you. So let's kick it off. Who is Dave Steck? Who am I? And what is Access? Well, let's start with who I am and where I live. I'm a Puerto Rican. You see, I live in Puerto Rico and I'm in my 6th year here in Puerto Rico. Yeah, I'm in lockdown, but that's the view every day off of my balcony. I love living on the nicest 1-mile stretch in the Caribbean. It's really cool. And what I really like about Puerto Rico is 2 things. First, my tax rate is between 0 and 4%. Yeah, you read that right. And second, when I have the opportunity to go out, I like to go day sailing to a private island with other insiders and talk about winning the money game. And I hope that's what you're trying to do yourself, because if you're not, then you're on the wrong call at the wrong time. Now, as I think Ross mentioned, and many of you already know, I do something called the State of the Union for real estate investors, and have for the last 15 years. On the right is me in 2005 speaking at Harvard, forecasting that the market was going to implode. And of course, I didn't get invited back for 3 years. And then finally, in 2008, I got invited back and announced that I was going all in Las Vegas. And as you can imagine, they thought I was nuts again. And so I didn't get invited back. And then in 2011, I did, forecasted that the market was at or near the bottom. And sure enough, it was. And boy, did we have a great run over the last decade. So I want you to have a great run over the next decade. You see, in 2019, as recently as last year, I forecasted a recession. There were a number of things that could have potentially been tipping points that pushed us over the edge. And you can see them all listed here. Who would have guessed in the first quarter of this year, we would have had the oil issues in terms of the price wars that happened, and oil dropping from $50+ a barrel to under $20 a barrel and not being able to give it away. And who would have ever imagined COVID-19? So even though I forecasted right, things happen differently sometimes. We all know that. The whole key is understanding that there are tipping points that are about to happen and making a move in advance, like we did in 2019, where we went to all cash. You see, we thought that the US economy was already a house of cards. Why? Pretty simple. There was a record high stock market, a record high level of junk bonds, of unicorn values, that is, privately held companies that grow to over $1 billion in value. It was record high auto debt and student loans, record high real estate prices, and non-bank mortgages. I think the key words here are record and high. You see, anytime anything is at a historical high, there's more downside risk than upside potential, and you got to be careful. And if you're not, you potentially run the risk that many people found themselves subject to back in 2007 through 2009. I got out of the market in 2005 and was completely out by 2006. I got in the market in 2009 through 11 and was completely out of the market in 2018 and 19. So market timing is really important, and timing is the most important word in life, let alone investing. On January 1st of this year, I launched a group called an insider group. Why did I want a group of insiders? Simple. I wanted to capitalize on what's coming next. So we called it access. We wanted access to greater opportunities, access to more money, access to you name it. At the end of the day, our thesis is pretty simple. We believe that we can do more together than we ever could alone. Simple. No brain science there, or rocket science, I guess. Bottom line is, when Ross asked me to tell you and to share what I tell my insiders myself, I thought to myself, if the roles were reversed and I were you, what are the key things I would want to know based on what is happening now and what I understand to be happening next? And what do you do about it? In other words, how do you make the economy your economy in the next 12 to 18 months? Let's face it, every day there's a wealth transfer. During very tumultuous times like we're going through now and will over the next year or two, there's even more wealth that gets transferred. All I want to do is be on the right end of it. And that's what I think you ought to want yourself. You see, the bottom line is your desired outcome, it should be simply to do one thing: win the money game. And what's the money game all about? It's really simple. This is literally a triangle that I drew for my sons 30 or 25 years ago in order to help them understand the money game. So I sat down and I drew the triangle and I drew 3 bubbles, and it hasn't changed. The money game will never change. Only the strategies that you implement at different points in the market cycle will make you money or not. So the first is to generate cash, otherwise known as income. We all know what that is, and we know it comes in 3 forms: passive, active, or recurring. We also know that we want to accumulate wealth. What are those? basically assets that both throw off income and go up in value. And lastly, we need to keep it. If we don't keep it, what's the point of even making it? Think about that for a minute. And you can lose it in so many different ways, some through tax and some in many other ways, like not doing the right thing or not knowing what's coming next. You see, the world closed for business and really for normal life due to COVID-19. Think about that. 4 months ago, if you and I were on a call, we'd be having a way different conversation than we're having right now. The US turned into ghost towns. Imagine Saturday in Las Vegas. Imagine Friday night in Manhattan. Imagine Washington, D.C. Imagine Chinatown in San Francisco on a Saturday. Imagine the beaches of California on a Saturday. The US literally went from booming to ghost towns in a matter of weeks. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, if the roles were reversed, here's what I'd want to talk about. Number one, I'd really appreciate an economic update, and you're going to get one. Number two, love to have a housing market update. Number three, I'd love to know what your family is doing, and I would think you'd want to know what my family is doing to capitalize on what's coming in the next 12 to 18 months. And then I want to know how we might work together or not. And I think the operative word here is might, because most of us won't work together, and that's okay. I've come to realize that not all of us think alike, and not all of us are motivated, and not all of us are qualified. But for those who are, there's always an opportunity to do more together than you could ever do on your own. So we'll see how it goes. Let's start with that economic update. I want to first thank our research data and sources. We have a lot of different sources that we either pay privately or subscribe to publicly, and we spend a fortune on research. What we learn are things that in some cases you know, but not with the level of clarity that we do. So for example, by the end of May, there were 55 million people, or 38% of the labor force, that had filed for unemployment. Unemployment rates range quite a bit. And if you look at it by state, you'd see that some states are impacted more than others. At the end of May, we were at an unemployment rate of 13.3, up from 3.5 at the end of February. So we literally added 10 points of unemployment, which has never happened in the history of our economy. And when you look at it by state, you can see that some states are harder hit than others. In terms of employment, I believe it'll bounce back next year, but after a disastrous this year. I believe that almost 20 million people will no longer be in the workforce at the end of the year, and roughly half of them will never return because they don't want to work. They've had so much fun, they can't take it anymore. Sound familiar? The number of households that are reporting lost income is nearing 50%. Think about that. If I'd asked you 4 months ago, could you ever imagine 50% of US households seeing a decline in income? You would have looked at me like I had two heads. And yet the lost income hasn't even peaked. It's continuing to lose. And lost income is skewed, as we probably know, mostly to lower income earners. But not everyone is left behind. Even those who are making 6 figures or 7 figures a year are being impacted, depending upon what they did to enter the year. You see, there are 2 points worth making here. The first one is really important, and the second one is more important. The higher your income, the least likely you are to have lost income. It's really ironic, but the top 1% of income earners in the US tend to be shielded from the kind of income loss that the rest of the folks are. And the broader your passive recurring residual income base, the less impact there is if your active income is impacted. So in the case of our family, our business has been booming and none of us have been impacted at all because we set ourselves up for a recession last year. And regardless of what tipped it in the first place, the important thing is that we had such a broad base of recurring passive residual income that it's allowed our business to boom. Meanwhile, the number of Americans exhibiting signs of depression has actually doubled in 3 months. And the timeline for federal assistance has doubled as well. You may recall the CARES Act. Well, there's a new act coming up called the HEROES Act. And of course, it's having difficulty getting passed by everyone. But if you look at the top there, you'll see the gradual exit of shelter in place that began in the second quarter. And as you've no doubt seen in the news, a number of areas of the country that have exited shelter in place are re-entering shelter in place because of spikes in the virus. So at the end of the day, what is the Fed looking to do? Everything they possibly can. They are throwing everything at this. So if you look at the line, the black line, you'll see that the first payment protection program was to end at the end of the second quarter. The newly proposed one under the HEROES Act would take us into the fourth quarter and through it for 2020. In other words, it would basically extend payment protection through the end of the year. Another stimulus package. Remember those $1,200 or $2,400 checks or ACHs that you got into your account? The plan is for that to happen again. How about unemployment? Well, it would be extended into the first quarter of 2021. Student loans, which were deferred until the end of the third quarter, would be extended an additional year into the third quarter. Mortgage forbearance, another $75 billion in assistance for that. And rent forbearance would get another $100 billion to extend rent forbearance into the first half, in fact, to the first half of 2021. This is not only unprecedented, it's amazing. Think about that. Think about how much money is being handed over. And the funny part is it's not all being used. But at the end of the day, here's what I know to be true. There's something that I learned in economics from a guy who was a Nobel laureate when I was in graduate school. And he talked about moral hazard. Moral hazard's this notion that at some point, when people are given something for too long, they expect it, they become entitled, and it's very difficult to change their habit. I concern myself with that. I don't know if you're concerned about it, but I am. This notion of moral hazard. Consumer spending is still down, but it has rebounded. New businesses are springing up, and not surprisingly, it's not happening in the West or the Northeast, which are in decline. It's happening in the South and the Midwest because of affordability. And there's trouble ahead for companies in a lot of different sectors. You see, unlike the past, many different industry sectors are being impacted by COVID. And what's really easy to forget is just how many companies were already struggling before the pandemic. So what COVID did, is basically became the kiss of death for companies that were structurally impaired already. Now, as real estate investors, whether you know it or not, we've already become very familiar with deflation because the housing industry is cyclical. This could be the next cycle. And I can tell you from experience, having studied the 3 previous cycles and forecasted the last downturn, that this means that every housing cycle we experience will have a deflationary spiral. What do I mean by that? Well, at the top, you have falling demand, which creates business losses, and then falling prices where businesses try to keep up by making a profit. Finally, they have to go through a layoff and wage reductions. Then they start to go into default on their debt, which leads to bankruptcies, falling tax revenue for the counties and the cities and the Fed, an increased real estate tax burden, and then it keeps spiraling. This is where we're in right now. Typically, industries experience the deflationary cycle at different times, but that's not the case this time. It's happening to nearly every sector at the same time. Fortunately, housing hasn't been impacted yet. And then there's the risk of inflation to go with it. So if you look at an example of these two forces at work, basically, if you look at the single family rental space, you can see that inflation, that is price increase, is about 3.4% based on year over year through March, which was the end or the early part of COVID, but it really didn't have an impact at that point because people were already renting their properties, so that's what it was. Then there's deflation. Deflation is a reduction in operating costs. So in this particular case, there's a 7.2% difference between those two things, which is great for us as landlords. Well, in the last 50 years, there's only been one period of deflation. Get ready for the next. We're starting it, we're already in it, and most people don't talk about it. After deflation, often inflation happens. Right now, we're feeling pretty good about ourselves because interest rates are so low. Well, how are they even calculated? Well, I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to teach you or do a graduate course on economics. Let me just say that there's a 10-year risk-free real treasury rate, tips yield, other things. When added to that, there's a bond market expected inflation rate, and then there's a risk premium, just like you might have if you were loaning money to a borrower based on the time the money's out, how good the borrower is, and so forth. Well, that mortgage rate, as it was when I put this chart together, was about 3.24%, and it's a little down from there. But all that would have to happen is that the bond market expects higher interest rates or higher inflation rather, and that would impact the part of the formula that would drive an increase in mortgage rates. You see, the Great Recession stimulus didn't get into circulation. So when we went through the stimulus in the Great Recession, which was 2007 through 2009, it didn't find its way to consumers. Fast forward to 2020, and the stimulus went directly to the consumer because the Fed learned their lesson the first time around. So all this money went into circulation to the consumers, and it boosted what's called their M2, which is a calculation of the money supply. So you would think everything is great and that people are just spending it, right? Actually, no. It's kind of created this artificial economy where there's this 10% increase in disposable personal income due to government stimulus. But people are reluctant to spend the money because they don't know how long it's going to last and they don't know how bad this economy is going to be. So it turns out that personal consumption is decreased 14%. So there's literally a 14% spread. So when we look at how, quote, good our economy is, which it isn't, it's actually overstated by this artificial economy. So final thoughts about inflation and deflation, because I'm not trying to teach a course in it, but I think it's important. And a lot of people ask me about inflation and deflation and hyperinflation. And what I'm going to tell you is deflation will continue through 2020 and it's going to get worse. The Fed will do its best to fight it and prices will eventually bottom. Over the long term, there will then be inflation. It'll be slightly higher than normal in my view, but it will still be within the bounds of normal. And the Fed generally targets what they call their sweet spot at 2%. So something higher than that will likely happen. What we hope is that it doesn't get to, say, 4%, where all of a sudden a lot of other bad things happen, including an impact on the housing market. Right now, both your revenue and your expenses are likely to decline for the remainder of the year. Many companies and consumers with debt will be forced into bankruptcy. So bankruptcy attorneys are going to start getting rich this year and next year. Home sales will fare better than rentals, but development's going to become increasingly more difficult and the value of land is going to decline. Small, quick flips will outperform larger teardown projects. This is not the time to get into big projects. Deflation will end, and it'll take time for policy to impact price, otherwise known as inflation. So once it does end, just be careful of inflation. It will hurt home sales because interest rates will go up, but it will help rentals if more people are renting and landlords can raise rents as wages rise. Got it? Well, here's another thing I want you to get, and that is that Big Brother has created some new rules. And this comes back to that notion that I mentioned about moral hazard. Think about real estate for a minute. Imagine the government being able to nullify rental and mortgage contracts. So if you have a rental agreement or if you have a mortgage on a home, They can nullify, they can mandate forbearance, and they can or are modifying and restructuring mortgages or requiring lenders to. Think about businesses and consumers. Imagine issuing decrees for businesses about when they can open and under what rules, restricting consumer movement to approved areas, paying employers payroll, paying consumers to remain home and do nothing and actually make more money by staying at home than they would if they were working, which is what's happening at some income brackets, lending directly to businesses and local governments. And think about the broader economy, running up a massive national debt. The increase to the Fed's balance sheet is enormous. Buying securities to prop up the stock market, to keep debt from defaulting, and to lower interest rates. The Fed is throwing everything that they can at this to make sure that we don't go from a recession to a depression. I think what's important to know is that as a result of this, we don't have a free market anymore. It's not the old supply and demand and price thing, and it's naive to think that it's anything other than that. As business owners and investors, it behooves us to acknowledge this because you can't afford to run your business or make investments thinking that the Fed's going to stay out of it or even honor its own rules. So I'm not trying to diss on the Fed, and I believe they had to do much of what's been done. But as we continue down this path, we run the risk of moral hazard. And if you're a landlord, you may be feeling the pinch soon, because when stimulus expires, that could be an issue. Same thing if you own a home. And if you're benefiting from forbearance now, at some point, it's going to stop. And remember, forbearance does not mean forgiveness. It just means kicking the can down the road a little further. Okay, now let's talk about housing market. Pending sales are down, but they're rebounding. So if you look at the most recent 2 or 3 weeks, you can see that business from a pending sales standpoint, that is more properties going in escrow, has increased after having taken quite the hit in March and April. Active listings, though, are trending down. Furthermore, sellers are pulling homes off the market. So as a result of those things, resale supply is at the lowest level it's been in over 2 decades. Think about that. 20 years. Resale supply is at the lowest point. And that goes for new home supply as well. Listing median price as a result has been trending up when otherwise you wouldn't think that it would. It's 10% year over year. And median sale price, not the same as average listing price, is trending up since the onset of COVID and is up a marginal 3% year over year. But it is amazing that sales price continues to go up slightly. And the reason is that there's very little supply. Purchase mortgages, which are a leading indicator of the health of the economy, at least from a housing market standpoint, really did a V-shaped recovery and now are up 18% year over year. Sales that are normally made in April, in other words, those typical spring sales seasons, are now becoming more of a early summer sales season where they're getting pushed to May and June. Google searches, which are a simple way of saying predictive analytics, Google has the ability with their search engine to be able to predict what's going on in the future. And right now, new homes continue positive. Why? Because anyone who's interested in a new home, that is a different home, is more interested in a new home because they view it as COVID-free, whereas a resale home may be viewed differently. So Google searches for new home varies considerably by MSA, but they're all up. Jacksonville at 2% and Salt Lake at 113%. So you can imagine that there are certain markets that are going to benefit from sort of a recovery based on things having been soft. Google searches for existing homes, not new homes now, are up 18% year over year. And again, they're up in all major markets, but not as much as new home sales. Google searches for rental homes are finally in positive territory after having been in negative territory the entire year. Now, they were really in negative territory after COVID started happening mid-March. So at the end of the day, it's rebounded to the point where we've seen our first positive week. Google searches for rental homes is a mixed bag, however. If it's only up 1%, that means there are some losers, and that means there are some winners, and you can see them here. I'm going through this quickly because we've got a lot to cover. This is a 2-hour presentation that I'm fitting into less than an hour, so forgive me for moving quickly, but I think you're following. I know you're all experienced people and tracking well. Rent rates are either flat or down in a majority of cities. Affordability is up. Remember, affordability is a function of 3 things: sales price, interest rates, and income. Income is a really scary thing right now because some people have it, some people don't. So it's a mixed bag in terms of income. Interest rates are down, sales price is barely up. So as a result, the combination of those things, affordability is better than it's been for quite some time. And it's largely driven by mortgage rates. They're at an all-time low and likely to go lower before they go up. 1 in 4 Americans lives in an undersupplied market, and being able to identify these markets is what's important to our family because we're trying to make better informed investment decisions. We're not about doing webinars. I was invited to do this by Ross. What we're all about is trying to make money at any point in the market cycle. The money game never changes, but the strategies always do. So as a buy and hold investor, you'd want to be buying in an undersupplied area right now where there's low vacancy. In multifamily, not doing as well as anyone would like it to be. Multifamily construction was at its highest in 33 years. And the current month, when you look at it on a seasonally adjusted basis, is much higher than when you go back and look at 2009 through 2011 during the Great Recession. Permits are expected to fall, but not as much as they actually should. You see, there's so much money pent up on the sidelines, and it has to go somewhere. So there's going to be a flight to safety, and multifamily is going to benefit, even though, as you'll hear me say, rent rates are going to go down. Because Google searches for apartments, while they're nearly even year over year right now, have been down considerably. If you look at the each of the MSAs, or the metropolitan statistical areas, of which there are 405, the large markets, the larger metro areas, the bigger the MSA, the more they're being impacted. That's important for you to know because there's migration happening. So how will my family capitalize in the next 12 to 18 months? Well, I kind of put together what I'd call our 10 things that we're going to be doing that you can cheat off us if this is of value to you. The first thing is that we're focusing on short-term residential real estate. Why? Well, look at the 10 different subsectors that we evaluated here. Factories and plants, well, we know what's happening in slaughterhouses and other factories and plants in terms of COVID. Warehouses, they're great as long as you've got an Amazon that's flowing their product through you. Shopping malls. Have you been to one lately? Are you planning on going anytime soon? How about retail? When's the last time you went to a movie, or are you dining out as often? Yeah, we'd all like to get back out there, but are we feeling comfortable with doing so? How about office? WeWork was one of the darlings last year from an IPO standpoint, and they're falling apart. Facebook and Twitter and Stripe and a lot of other companies are announcing indefinite work from home. People have learned for 3.5 months now how to work from home. Hotels, when's the last time you stayed in one? Self-storage could be an opportunity there, but if people stop paying their rent payments or their mortgage payments, are they going to be able to afford their self-storage payments? How about multifamily? We already talked about it. It's overbuilt. It's going to be the most impacted population segment within residential because think about it. You can't, honor any social distancing when your neighbor is right next door and the air circulating in your complex goes from one apartment to the next. There's a preference for detached right now. And who would have thunk Airbnb? Airbnb was going to go IPO this year, and they've now not only had to stall their IPO, but laid off 25% of their staff. And when's the last time you stayed in one? Look at the change in 3 or 4 months. By contrast, we believe single-family residential real estate is the subsector with the best risk-adjusted reward in the next 3 to 5 years, and within it, we believe short-term investing is best, flipping, wholesaling, and lending. There will be an opportunity for buy and hold, but not right now. Number 2, we're going to seize those rental opportunities because we know that there's a concern growing about making rent payments. And this is a concern that exists today without stimulus or with stimulus. So people are getting stimulus. They're still concerned because they don't know when it's going to run out and they don't know when they'll be called back to work or if they will. Single family rent rates as a result are expected to decline this year, in our opinion, and then bounce back. So we want to take advantage of that. How about seizing distressed and foreclosure opportunities? You see, 5% of people can't pay their next mortgage payment, and 3% have already deferred through forbearance. And that's, again, with stimulus. What happens when stimulus stops? I'm anticipating there'll be a fair number of foreclosures going into next year. Single-family permits will drop. Again, these are all forecasts this year, and then fall another 11% in 2021. So we're going to see a drop in single-family permits and single-family prices, but they will rise a little bit this year for the reasons I mentioned, supply, but we're anticipating that they're going to fall next year. And why are all these things important? What I always tell everyone is, look, my forecasts are always wrong because they're forecasts, which means they're estimates, they're not actuals. So at the end of the day, I'm always wrong. The question is, by how much and in which direction? And thankfully, we've always been right in the right direction and only been off by a little. So I'm sure I'm going to be wrong, but not on an order of magnitude that it's going to affect our decision making. So number 4, we're going to capitalize as eviction moratoriums expires and vacancies rise. The Fed can't continue to do this forever. They can't continue to require that landlords not accept rent from their tenants. So as that starts to expire, and it has, and as vacancy rise, and it will, we think there's an opportunity to capitalize. We also believe that there's a way for us to capitalize on domestic migration trends because we've done it before. During the last market cycle, as you heard me say, I went all in Las Vegas, and I would buy homes that at one point were $287,000 at the peak for about $60,000 to $70,000, when at that time the median price was $100,000. So we were buying them at a discount at that time, and then they took off and doubled in less than 2 years. When you can capitalize on domestic migration trends and economic collapse, you can make an awful lot of money. To me, I couldn't care less about cash flow. Cash flow is the glue that holds the deal together long enough for me to make a lot of money with appreciation. And there are 3 types of appreciation. Instant appreciation, where you buy it for less than it's currently worth. Forced appreciation, where you increase its value in the case of a rehab. And market appreciation, where you do that in the right markets and predict what's coming next. So we're going to benefit from domestic migration as people leave. And people are going to leave partly for affordability and partly in terms of impacted sectors. Look, we all know leisure and hospitality is getting impacted significantly. We know retail's being impacted significantly. In other words, if we can look at every market and determine how impacted they are based on each of the different sectors, it allows us to make better informed decisions. We think that there will be a number of markets hard hit. These are the 10 that we're identifying right now. And it's no surprise because anytime we invest a fair amount of money in real estate, we usually do it at or near the bottom of a market or when we see a market getting hit the worst. There are 4 states that get hit the worst: California, Arizona, Nevada, and Florida. And so those are our ideal markets because we buy in at the bottom and get out at the top. So we've been out. We don't own one stick or brick right now because we don't believe that this is the time to own real estate. Doesn't mean you should stop doing what you're doing. And if you like it, good for you. If you do it for cash flow, then better for you. Cash flow is great, but we have way too many ways to make cash flow. We're really focusing on other things. Number 6, we want to capitalize on supply imbalances. You see, there are certain markets that have an undersupply of inventory and some who have an oversupply. Shouldn't surprise you which ones those are, and you can kind of see it here on the map. When you look at the 48 continental states and even Hawaii and Alaska and here where I am in Puerto Rico, there's always an imbalance of some sort, and I love being able to capitalize on it. I also, and we as a family, will invest where the numbers make sense. Our whole philosophy is that we live where we want and we invest only where the numbers make sense. So we don't just invest in our backyard, and I have nothing invested in Puerto Rico. We have nothing right now invested in California. And as a result, it turns out that our family lives in Georgia, California, and Puerto Rico. And yet we invest where the market makes sense. So there are growing markets like Tampa, there are maturing markets, there are declining markets, there are markets that are falling, there are markets that are bottoming out, and then there are markets that are recovering. Well, how many are bottoming out and how many are recovering? I'll tell you how many. None. We're not at or near any bottom right now, and we're not near any kind of a recovery. Number 8, we want to build an insider community. We want to build a community of fewer bettors like you to do fewer bigger things through fewer deeper relationships. That's literally been our corporate mantra, as Ross and others know, for the last over a decade. We do fewer bigger things with fewer better people through fewer deeper relationships. We are not a community of the masses of asses. We don't have any desire to do that. We really want to work with people who are already successful and be more successful together. So housing takes an average of 2.7 times longer to reach the trough than the economy at large. So it leaves clues. And because we spend so much money on research to figure this out, we're able to identify the 5 things that are really important. The most important, when. The second, where. The what, the how, and the who are the other 5, or the other 3 of the 5 that are really critically important. Number 9, this has been our single biggest play and one of the biggest accumulators of wealth for our family. We're going to keep the pedal to the metal on private lending. We like to write a check and get a bigger one back. In fact, we like to put the pedal to the metal because if you look at the perfect wants in any business, if you look at all of them and compare one against another, a private lender is equal to or better in terms of the effort to return ratio. So if you're interested in this, last year we had a number of people ask us to do a workshop on how to be a successful private lender. So we created one. We planned on doing it one time, and we're now doing it our 5th time next month. So anyway, we do a 2.5-day live workshop that teaches all the necessary fundamentals to become a successful private lender on residential real estate. And we teach it to our insiders. We teach it to serious, not just curious people who really want to get to where they're trying to go quicker. And number 10, we're always going to win the money game. The question is, do we do it ourselves or do we do it with others? Think about it. It's a lot more fun to make money, do good, and have fun together. So when we're generating cash and accumulating wealth and keeping it, here's our plan. And you're welcome to cheat off us. We use private lending, especially at this point in the market cycle, to be able to generate as much cash or income as we can. And in terms of accumulating wealth, otherwise known as assets, we love private lending. It's accumulated an awful lot of wealth. You know, my youngest son built a $1 billion company with his other 3 founding partners. At the end of the day, we really like real estate as a way to invest and accumulate appreciation. And we also invest in technology companies. So how cool is that? If you knew some of the technology companies we invest with in real estate and private lending, you'll say, you know what? I've heard of those guys. How cool is that? And then lastly, we want to keep as much of both as we can. So we do so much of our family's investing through our Roth self-directed IRAs. And we, in my case, live in Puerto Rico, where I generate a 0% individual tax and a 4% corp tax, as opposed to the over 50% tax that I was paying when I was living in San Diego. So that allows me to live a lifestyle like that where every single day I generate passive recurring rental or interest income, depending upon where we are in the market cycle, and regardless of our active income. We're able to leverage what we believe in 2021 will be an opportunity for us to get some instant, some forced, and some market appreciation after it corrects. We're going to be able to keep it, optimize our effort to return, and do everything from a backpack. I've made 15 international trips prior to COVID in a 16-month period, and our business was flourishing. And I always joke that you can always find me at one of my 31,000 offices around the world called Starbucks. All I need is a laptop and a cell phone, and I'm good to go. So if what we're doing, if what I've shared with you, if our philosophies truly resonate, there's nothing to buy. You know, I'm not looking for you to buy a book or a tape or a workshop that's hermetically sealed and sent to you digitally. That's not what we do. I'm not on TV. I don't play anybody who's on TV. At the end of the day, we are serious investors. So if what we do truly resonates with you and you're serious, not just curious, I would do this. Just go to connectedinvestors.com/access. It will direct you to a personal message from me where you'll scroll down and you'll fill out some basic information, and then you're going to complete and click it. Now, you can see that I'm not going to beg you to do this, and I'm not looking for people who are just curious to do it. You've really got to be serious about winning the money game. And if you are, there's an opportunity for all of us to work together. And if you're not, it's okay. At the end of the day, I'm not begging anyone to do anything, and our family has done so well, we don't have to walk around with the tin cup begging you to do anything or giving us a little money. At the end of the day, you need to do fewer bigger things with fewer better people and have fewer deeper relationships and be on that catamaran talking about winning the money game instead of wherever you are wondering what's coming next. So be decisive, take action. Opportunity is on the way. Be the victor, not the victim, especially during unprecedented times. What am I? I'm a market timer. That's where I make most of my money. Yeah, I'm an investor, a private lender. Yeah, I've managed funds. Yes, my sons have managed funds. But at the end of the day, we've mightily capitalized both during and after the 2008 crash. At that time, it was unprecedented. We're going to do the same thing again. And if you are serious about making the economy your economy, then you're probably like-minded. And if you're not, you're not. So start doing. Invest in yourself. Build relationships. Don't allow an unprecedented phase of your life to beat you. And I really mean that. If you don't get anything else out of this presentation other than that, don't allow yourself to lose. It's not okay. And there's a quote that I really, really love by Winston Churchill when in 1944, he was right in the throes of World War II and things didn't look good. And he said, never let a good crisis go to waste. Well, we've had a hell of a crisis over the last 3.5 months, and it's not going anywhere. And you're probably already seeing that. And whenever you watch this, if you do happen to catch the replay, if there is a replay, and I don't know if Ross is recording it, I can tell you this, that this crisis is going to have impact through 2020, through 2021, and our economy is not going to get back to 2019 levels at least until 2022, maybe 2023. So this is the opportunity for you to capitalize. This is the opportunity for you to not let a good crisis go to waste. So I want to thank you. This is the end or the beginning, depending upon how you view it, but you get to choose. So if you're interested and if you're serious, not just curious, go to connectedinvestors.com/access, and I'll see you there.
All right, Dave, thank you so very much. That was one of the most refreshing sessions of the market that I've seen in a really long time. Before we do the Q&A here, I just want to make sure that everyone can hear me. So give me a little hello if you can hear me. And we're going to go ahead and jump into the Q&A session. Guys, remember to go ahead and share this information with everyone, okay? super important to go ahead and get this information in the hands of people that definitely need to see it. So again, if you can hear me, just go ahead and chat over that you can hear me. Dave, I'm going to give him a second just to take a sip of water, and we're going to go ahead and unmute him. He really brought it here. So Dave, let's see if we got you. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me, Ross?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks again for breaking things down the way you did.
My pleasure. It's always a pleasure to help those that are serious, not just curious.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the beginning of the slide, you kind of gave a small screenshot just of all of the places you compile all of this data to find the signals, to find amidst all the noise that's out there. I think what a lot of real estate investors are struggling with is, there's so many people that are just spouting off information that they don't know anything about. And it's great that you do all the research like that. And it's probably why you've been so successful.
Yeah, research is our competitive differentiation. If we didn't do research, we wouldn't be nearly as successful as we are. We don't view it as nice. We view it as necessary. It allows us to make better informed decisions. And honestly, it probably won't come across the right way, but we don't do it for anyone other than us. The good news is we do it in order to make better informed investment decisions ourselves. We've done very well. And because we've already created it, we can share it with others like you and those that you impact as well. So our hope is that it makes a positive difference in everyone's life, and that they don't become victims this time around. They become victors, because the next 12 months is going to be an interesting time.
Yeah, it sure is. And the slide that you shared that showed all the different types of properties to invest in, and the way you're able to kind of break that down and just help people figure out what is the right path in real estate right now. Because in your presentation, you owe a lot of your success to your inside information, to your network, and to the fact that you're in real estate, which is the millionaire maker as far as industries go, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and you've heard me say this before, but if you're doing inside trading in the stock market, that's a quick way to go to the Gray Bar Motel, otherwise known as jail. But in order to get filthy, stinking rich in real estate, you really need an insider network. You need to have other people's information and other people's money and other people's access that you otherwise wouldn't have on your own. And so it really is critical for those who are serious to really have a better network. My mantra: we do fewer bigger things with fewer better people through fewer deeper relationships. It isn't going to serve anyone on this call, and it certainly hasn't served my family, to try to cater or network or build the masses of asses group. We really try to focus on the fewer better people. And that is really what everyone needs to realize, is that you just need to find the fewer betters. You don't need to have the more worsers, and you don't have to have the masses. You really just need to have the few people who understand the market, who really segmented it well, and know how not just to come up with a new idea, but to execute on that idea. The magic is in the execution. So anyway, there you go.
No, that makes sense. And I'm looking through some of the questions here. We got some really good ones. One from Cameron, and he's talking about, is it safe to take on the risk of flipping right now, or lending to flippers? How is your thought when it comes to doing the big flips out there?
Sure. Well, Cameron, you already heard me talk about sort of the 10 subsectors that we analyzed in order to try to figure out where we wanted to place our bets in the next 12 months. And there are really two decisions we're trying to make. Number one is, where do we want to place our bets? And for us, it's about single family homes. And then, how do we want to place our bets? And our bets are placed on short-term things. Wholesaling is short-term. Flipping is generally short-term. I'd like to think 6 months or less. Lending on either flipping or wholesaling is going to take that same amount of period. So the shorter you're in the deal, the less risk you assume. The smarter you are on the asset class or the subsector that you invest in, like single family homes, the better you're going to do. So what we try to do is combine two things. We want to be short-term right now, not long-term. When we were at or near the bottom of the market, when it bottomed in January of 2012, we were happy to go long-term on anything, medium-term, even short-term, and do all three of those things. Right now, we're not looking to long-term because there's too much uncertainty. We're focused on short-term, and we're focused on an asset class that has multiple exit strategies. You know, we cash flow a home, we could flip a home, we could wholesale a home, we can do a lot of different things. Whereas compare it to having an office building, you got one option. You've got an investor who would potentially buy. In single family, you have investors who purchase and homeowners who purchase. And so when you're really trying to de-risk your portfolio in your life, it's all about having better options. Success in life is about having great options. When you have one option, you're leveraged by somebody else. When you have multiple options, multiple exits, multiple strategies, then you're in the driver's seat. You get to choose.
That makes a lot of sense. And a little bit of clarification here. Let's see. Thanks for the information. You mentioned that it's better to fix and flip versus buying and holding right now. That's because of the uncertainty of income for tenants, or just the long-term play?
Well, it's twofold. One, what is going to happen when all these moratoriums wear off around forbearance on mortgages and moratoriums relative to eviction? What's going to happen when all the Fed support wears off? Well, I am concerned about what the impact could be on rents, both rent rates and rental price. So that is a consideration. The other thing is we're going to go into next year where we're going to see a lot of bankruptcies start happening, and we're going to see foreclosures start popping up. And so it's not just about risk, it's about opportunity. It's not just about reward. You know, it's everything combined. And so as I look to 2021, I see opportunities to buy better. I see opportunities to potentially get a property that I might want to hold at a lower rate, because it better be a lower rate, because I'm anticipating that rent rates are going to soften. So it's for all those reasons that I'm making a decision not to be a buy and holder right now. We've held a lot of properties in the course of our life, and we got out of those in 2018 and 19, anticipating something in 2020 that looked like a recession, not like we've seen. You know, I didn't forecast COVID, but the point is that I think moving into next year, there are going to be better opportunities to buy, and we need to be sensitive to the fact that rents may be impacted, both in terms of vacancy as well as rent rates.
That's great information. And Dave, you know, the network is it easy for them to be able to liquidate on that so they can get that check?
Well, you know, I talked a little bit about kind of the false economy that we're going through because of all the federal support and stimulus and all that sort of thing. So once that all wears off, it's going to be interesting. But look, the smart money is fleeing to safety. And where do they see safety? They see it in rentals, not office, not other areas like, you know, hotels or industrial, that sort of thing. They like multifamily and they like single family. Single family they like better than multifamily, but they can't deploy as much money as quickly. And as a result, multifamily will get buoyed, but not because it should. Single families, on the other hand, I think will be the #1 flight to safety. And so that's where we're placing our bets for the reasons I mentioned. The only difference is, do you go short term or do you go long term? We don't think we can all buy as right as we'd like right now. So what we're doing is we're positioning for next year on a buy and hold, or into the next year, depending upon how long it plays. But this year we're just staying short term, staying safe, staying more in cash than
Got you. Okay.
we've been.
That's starting to make sense. So through the end of this year, you're doing a lot of quick flips, and then you're planning on next year, once the market's a little more predictable, to get in there and scoop up and do a lot of buy and holds then.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense. Sean asked the question, how long do we have until the foreclosure wave hits?
Hard to say. We're anticipating next year, but look at what's happening. I mean, the Fed is as I said before, there's no longer a free market. A free market is something that I was taught when I was trained in economics by Nobel laureates, around supply and demand and price and all those things that you've all heard of and learned about yourself. We don't have a free market right now. Look at supply. Supply is being impacted by what the Fed's doing. Demand is being impacted by COVID and what the Fed's doing. Price is being impacted by those things. In other words, it's not the typical supply and demand and price-free economy. It's affected. I said infected. That was a Freudian slip. It's affected by what other people are doing, not what you and I on this call are doing. And so it's going to be very difficult to see because you don't know whether the Senate and the House are going to pass the HEROES Act. One side does it, but then the other side of the aisle doesn't. So we just don't know what we don't know right now. We just have to wait and see. That's why I want to stay short term.
That makes a lot of sense. A great question here. Do you recommend any price points for fix and flips? Is there a price point that we should stay away from?
Well, I'll tell you what I believe. For the last year plus, we've been staying away from the things that typically take the first downturn in any market, the contraction. One is luxury. So we've stayed away from luxury. So we don't like price points that are above median price in their respective markets. The second thing that we generally don't like when the market takes a turn south is condos. So think about it this way. When single family homes start out at the bottom of a market, they go up in price. They get to a certain price where they start becoming unaffordable. And what happens? Well, condos come on the scenes. And so now condos become popular. And when they start going up in price, then condo conversions start happening. When you're at the top of a market, the reverse happens. And the things that are impacted first are the things that happened last, sort of thing. So condos are not something that I would personally be a fan of right now, because when you do have to carry them or hold them, now you've got homeowner association, other fees, and they're generally dropping in price. Think Miami back when the implosion happened in 2008 through 10. And the other thing, of course, is luxury, because it will get hit. It's already getting hit big time. So that's what I would stay away from. I would stay at medium price or less for a given zip code or market.
That's great advice. And we had another individual ask the question, what about low income and Section 8 style housing?
I don't think that I'm really equipped to respond to that as well as I'd like, because it's not an area that we do research. All I do know is that Section 8, low income, that kind of an area, often is influenced by what the government is willing to do. So if the government is willing to throw a lot of money at it, great. If they're not, or they contract for any reason, not great. And why do I say that? Because I'm not a fan of doing a lot that relates to what the government controls. I would rather control my own destiny than have somebody else control it for me. And that's the risk when you're in Section 8 or in any other kind of low-income housing environment where your tenants and their rents are paid by the government. So just be sensitive to that.
Yeah, I like the way that you think there, Dave, because you have so much research on the markets that even if something seems safe, it's still a little bit of a bet. You're saying, hey, Section 8's good if it's good, but if the government changes course, then it's not good. So
it's good until it's not.
Yeah, exactly. I'm seeing a lot of great question here. Do you expect the real estate markets to hit the lows of 2011 or maybe lower?
The answer is no. I don't expect the kind of collapse based on what I know today that we had in the past, because the same sort of ridiculous financing is not in place now. We literally came into this recession in the best shape we could have been. We had low interest rates, we've got low supply, we don't have exotic financing. So we literally came into this recession the best we could have come into it. That's why housing has not been impacted yet, because all of the dynamics that would lead to a collapse in a housing market didn't exist. The only thing that COVID did is create all kinds of chaos around it. So there could have been a correction, and we certainly expected it. But if you go back to 2007 and you look at May of 2007 in California as an example, by February of 2009, 21 months later, price dropped 59%. That's not going to happen again. So the kinds of opportunities that happened back when, as you know, Ross, when I was, buying real estate like a drunken sailor in 2010 and 11, that opportunity isn't going to exist at that same level. But there will be opportunities that exist. And that's why we believe that when foreclosures happen, it's important that we have access to those opportunities ourselves. So hopefully that's.
Here's a question that I think is right in line with your world, because you made a lot of your money in Las Vegas, didn't you, Dave?
I went all in. Yeah. No pun intended.
Yeah. So you don't think Las Vegas will hit the lows of 2008 to 2012, like when you were there buying everything you possibly could? No.
And I'll just give you a little bit of a history lesson for those who don't know. At the peak of the market in Las Vegas in 2006 and 7, the median price of a home was $287,000. When it bottomed out in 2011, at the end of 2011, and keep in mind, we're talking about 4 or 5 years. When it bottomed out right at $100,000. When it was bottoming out at 100,000 retail, down from 287,000, which is about a 65% price drop, we were buying properties at the auction for 60 to 65,000, putting 10 to 15 in, and basically having an all-in cost that I recall being about 76,000. Now they're back to 287 or thereabouts. And so, I always tell folks, cash flow is great, but I couldn't care less about cash flow. Cash flow to me is the glue that holds a deal together long enough where we can make a boatload of money on appreciation, whether it's market appreciation, forced appreciation, or instant appreciation. So when you can buy a property that used to sell for 287 for 76, and then flip it again for 287, it's crazy. And we've got situations like that. So timing is the most important word in real estate. I happen to think it's the most important word in life too, but it really is important. And in Las Vegas, I love Las Vegas. It made me so much money on my family. It's just a wonderful market, but it's also one of 4 states, Nevada, Arizona, California, and Florida, that go way up and go way down. And the other 46 states don't do much. So those are the 4 states that we like to invest in, because we're able to take volatility and turn it into opportunity. So that's a long answer to a short question. Sorry.
No, I just, you've been in my inner circle, we've been in the same inner circles for a long time. And, I was sitting next to you when you were buying everything in Vegas, and people were looking at you like you were a little bit crazy. And then every time we'd get together, it just kept going up, 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 up and away. And it's all about that market timing. One thing I do want to point to, Dave, is you had a whole slide of what to stay away from. And it was all commercial based properties for the most part. Do you envision kind of a commercial collapse here happening? And is that where the big collapse is going to happen? And then as far as the local banks that provide a lot of the financing for those commercial properties, is that where you see the big problem being? It seems like residential real estate is pretty, it's looking like it's going to stabilize and there'll be some dips and some opportunities, but commercial seems to be the scary spot right now.
Well, I'll pick up on what you said before you asked that question, and that is, I do the opposite of what other people do. I'm a full-on contrarian. And it's okay to be contrarian, and it's okay to brag about it, but it's better to be right. So to be contrarian and be right is a wonderful thing. And fortunately, we've been able to do that. I don't say that I'm perfect, because we never are. And as I always tell people, forecasts are always wrong. The only question is by how much and in which direction. And so we've been right in the right direction and wrong by a little, and we can live with that. So that's our desired outcome. So when it then relates to your question is, where's the risk and where's the reward? Well, do you think that the reward right now is in buying the shopping mall that's vacant right now? Do you think it's in the office buildings where people have learned for the last 3.5 months that they can work from home? Do you think it's in, hotels or Airbnbs? And I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying that we're at this point in the market cycle more conservative than we would be at or near the bottom of a market. Sure, there's an opportunity for office or for shopping malls or for retail, but it's going to require a major repositioning. And major repositionings require major reconditioning. Not the property, conditioning consumer psychology. So what is it that you're going to repurpose the mall into? What is it you're going to repurpose the retail into? What are you going to repurpose office into? I mean, you look at Facebook and Twitter and all the others, they're all going to work at home now. Holy crap. I mean, that's going to change the entire landscape of certain areas. So there are 3 types of real estate, just for those of you who aren't familiar. There's sort of industrial, there's commercial, and then there's residential. Residential is both multifamily as well as single family. And I look at, most of us don't understand industrial. Those that understand commercial are finding that those were areas that really had promise 4 months ago that we're now scratching our head about. So unless you've got a solution for how to reposition commercial or industrial assets, I think the safest play right now is in residential. I don't think it's in multi, personally, because it was overbuilt and over permitted going into this whole thing. But there is going to be a lot of money chasing multifamily. But cap rates are at or near their bottom, so people forget that they can go the other way too. Whereas on residential, the chances of that happening with multiple exit strategies for investors and homeowners generally play in your favor. So that's why we're in single family. That's why we're doing short term. And we'll see what the market gives us, because it's not about what you want. It's all about what the market gives you.
Yeah. Yeah. So I heard a few things there. You broke it down in a very exactly as everyone needed to hear it. But Dave, kind of what I heard there is commercial. Yeah, it's going to be dropping like crazy. But even if you buy it, what the heck are you going to do with it? So if you have some sort of a plan for it, perhaps. But it sounds like commercials really in for it. And most of the investors on the line here, I would say, are residential, fix and flip, wholesale investors, building up rental portfolios as well. You did a great job kind of touching on that. And I think the most common question that we've received is, is there going to be a replay of this? Where can I get the slides? Guys, just make sure you're a member of connectedinvestors.com and share this, and we'll make sure to get you the replays of the entire SOFA Summit. This way you can go through this information again, because the information, Dave, that you've given is very detailed, and people want to look back over those slides and really digest the information that you've shared here. Dave, throughout your presentation, you talked about just being the bank and how you, with the position that you're in, with your cash position, and how you like to pick different markets around the United States, you love being a private lender. And for individuals that, one of the questions I got is, hey, that sounds interesting. Do I need to have a lot of my own personal money to be a private lender and attend your workshop where you break it down? Can you just kind of touch on that, Dave?
Sure. And before I do, I'm gonna because of what you said just prior to that, I'll answer that one, and that is that someone was asking about getting this information and watching a replay, and you're handling all that, Ross. But the thing I would tell everyone is the market is shifting a lot right now, more than it has in the past at any one point in time. So literally with our insiders, we've been doing weekly webinars, which are painful for us because we literally have to create a 60 to 90 minute webinar every week that's brand new from scratch. And you know what that's like, Ross. Oh my God. But we're doing it because it's so chaotic. We didn't go into this year planning to, but things are shifting so much and so quickly. And, it's just a crazy time. So just keep in mind, for everyone listening, what you're hearing is as of today, July 7th. Guess what? It's going to be different on August 7th. And so it's really important to understand that this isn't timeless. It's timely information brought to you by Ross and by extension from me. Now, getting back to the question relative to Just Be the Bank. Look, we've been flippers and we love flipping. We've been wholesalers, love wholesaling. We all know that there's a certain scale issue that you have. I remember we did 74 flips in less than 2 years, and we crushed it. And it almost crushed us in the process. And I remember when I was at a mastermind, and one guy, Mike from Boston, asked me to loan him some money, and I did. And that became the first loan that we did in 2011. And now we've done thousands of loans. And I couldn't do that in flipping or wholesaling. So last year, someone who recently had an exit from their business asked us, what would you recommend since you've done about everything in real estate? And I said, private lending. Why? Because the effort to return ratio is so good. You guys heard me talk about it. Instead of the 6 Fs, you've only got the 1 F, and you wire money and get a bigger one back. So what we did is we put together a workshop. And it doesn't mean that you should stop doing what you're doing. And look, Ross has got tools that will allow you to crush it in wholesaling or in flipping. And I want you to do what you want to do with the rest of your life, because I don't need your money. I'm not walking around with a tin cup begging for money, and I'm not selling a hermetically sealed course that you'll never use. I don't care about that shit. What I really want you to do is be successful. And the way to be successful is to find something that you're good at that allows you to scale it and create a business that you and your family can provide a legacy. So we got into private lending in 2011. My youngest son my youngest son ended up launching, as you well know, Ross, a private lending or hard money lending company. It became the biggest in America, valued at $1 billion. I couldn't have done that in flipping. He couldn't have done that in flipping. And so that's why we like lending. But doesn't mean you have to. Do you have to have money? Sure, it helps. But other people have raised funds and borrowed other people's money. Remember, you're always trying to leverage other people's money, other people's time, or other people's effort. If you can do those 3 things, you're going to do really well. And so I hope that was a long but comprehensive answer.
Yeah, great, Dave. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's at connectedinvestors.com/access. Dave, we're about to move into our next segment here at the Sofa Summit. Before we do, are there any last words you want to share with everyone?
Look, I guess if the roles were reversed and I were you, what would I want someone like me or someone like you to tell me? And I think maybe it's not obvious to you listening, but we're experiencing a global reset. This is a pretty significant event. You've heard unprecedented, but it's more than that. It's like the reset button is being hit. Wealth is being transferred. You see, wealth gets transferred every day, but now lots of it's about to get transferred. You can be the victor or the victim. You're going to choose. You can either, kind of sit around and let the economy happen to you or make it your economy. The bottom line is seize the moment. The when is now. The when is never in the future, and it's never in the past. It's always in the now. So just get serious, and I mean dead serious. And just imagine if you did it together. Imagine if you did it with Ross. Maybe Ross and I do something with you. Just imagine if you could make money, do good, and have fun every day together, and you can cheat off each other. That's where life starts becoming fun. It's where you can accumulate more income and more wealth and keep more. And you can sail with Ross and me and maybe some of our other insiders to that private island and here in Puerto Rico. I'd love to see you here. Yeah,
I'll tell you, one thing I'm really jealous about is your tax rate out there. My gosh, Dave, it's not about how much you make, it's about how much you keep. And we'll be touching on some of that throughout the presentation. But if you can move to Puerto Rico, that seems like the best way to keep all the money you're making as you're out there flipping properties.
And it's not like I had to move to Siberia to do it.
Yeah. Well, you've been winning the money game for a long time, Dave, and I really appreciate you sharing all these insights with us. So we look forward to having you back in the future.
And appreciate you, Ross, and by extension, everyone who's listening. Take care.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks again, Dave. All right, everyone. As you can see, we have our next segment coming up, and it's about quick flipping post-COVID, which I'm really excited about because it ties right into some of the things that Dave was talking about. And we're bringing on some really, really talented people that are in the trenches every day out there flipping all through this craziness. And they're going to show you exactly how they do it, the tools they use, the strategies they're using in this market, and how they're making more today than they've ever made before. So we're going to transition over to the next portion of the SOFA Summit here. And we have a lot of really great things coming down the pipeline. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I'll talk to you in the next Q&A.
We decided to build a Pinpoint Profit because we had to solve one problem: deal flow. There's so much money flooding into real estate right now, but real estate investors can't find the deals they need to profit. If you can find deals, it's almost hard not to make money in today's world. So we poured everything we could, pulled all this data together, all of these resources that were never available before to the average real estate investor, and put them into one easy to use package.
When designing Pinpoint Profits, it was super important for me to create a super frictionless user interface. The reason being is because the back end is so technologically advanced that we didn't want the front end to be confusing.
Well, we hear time and time again from our members the most difficult thing that they struggle with is how to find deals. So one of the things that we want to be able to do with, from a technology standpoint, is be able to bring a product to our member base that allows them the opportunity to not only find good quality, solid investment deals, but also give them the tools and the data and the opportunity to be able to seek those out and be able to get access to them maybe before their competitors.
We set out a very specific set of requirements, and it's going to look like this. And as we got into it and found all the types of data that are available, and by the way, there's data available everywhere, but it comes in all different formats, all different chunks, at all different costs, and trying to get it all into one place is it's quite a task.
There's nothing else like this available in the world. You're going to see how easy it is to pinpoint the best deals and connect directly with the sellers through text, email, or even Facebook. I really look forward to showing this to you. All right, well, that was an amazing presentation by a gentleman who I met in one of my masterminds, who has really helped me through so many different things in my life. And you'll see the way he obsesses and loves buying all of this big data and figuring out how to make sense of it and invest and make a lot of money as a result. But if you read between the lines of what Dave said there, yes, he moves his money from flipping real estate to renting real estate to private lending, right? Depending on what the market is doing. The key to his success, number one, is real estate. And you're here right now. We all know that real estate is the millionaire maker. 90% of millionaires make their money in real estate. That's why I decided to get into real estate. I just wanted to play the odds. Number two was his network. You heard him constantly talk about his insider group, his network. The people that surround him are so important. And we've all heard that the people that you hang out with the most, your income is the average of the people you hang out with most. And also his insider information. He could not do what he did if he didn't have access to that type of insider information. So what if you were part of a small group of real estate investors that shared all the insider information they had, that helped each other break through those barriers, stop making excuses, and start actually executing? Connected Investors was founded to connect investors. Back in 2005, I started Connected Investors just to meet more real estate investors, because I realized that the more people that I was connected with in this space, the more money I made. But what I've realized as I matured over time is it's not about the quantity of people, it's about the quality of people. And that's why, for the very first time, we're going to be opening up the Connected Investors Mastermind, where we bring together people like these economists, the top marketers, myself, and other very successful real estate investors all around the nation. And we all get together and we help each other make more money in this market. There's no better way to learn than learning from the experience of others. So we're going to be talking more about the Connected Investors Mastermind in a while, but the mastermind concept came to me when I first got into trying to figure out how to make money. I wasn't even a real estate investor yet. I was literally completely broke. My job title was a dumpster diver. That's right. I would drive from dumpster to dumpster and pick out scrap padding. I'd bring it back to a hot warehouse in Wilmington, North Carolina, which is so humid. I would recycle that and bundle it up and load it into a truck. And that was my life. And then I said, something's got to change. I got to become a better version of myself. I got to get out of my own way. I went to Barnes & Noble. I started reading a lot of books on success. And that's how I found real estate. But the book that got me to find real estate was actually a book by Napoleon Hill called Think and Grow Rich. I got my book right here. Here it is. Look at this book. Chewed up, beat up. I've read this book once or twice a year since I've been on my journey of being an entrepreneur. And this has played a really important role. But now that I'm looking back, because I've read this book as someone who is broke, and I've read this book as someone who had millions of dollars in the bank. And looking at this book now, there are two things that really stuck out to me. Two things that Napoleon Hill said that just echo in my head. The first thing that stuck out to me, because I really wanted this to be true so bad. Napoleon Hill said, when riches come, they come so fast and in such great quantity, you wonder where they've been hiding all along. And I read that completely broke, thinking, I can't wait to kind of get there. But once you have the systems in place, you have the network in place, you're in the right industry at the right time, like real estate during COVID, it builds on itself, and it compounds, and all of a sudden, you just can't stop the money from coming in. And another thing that stuck with me is in this book, he doesn't give any guarantees, right? He doesn't say, do this and you will 100% be successful. But he says one thing. He said, being a part of a mastermind will 100% safeguard against failure. When he said that, I circled it, I highlighted it, I went back to that over and over again. Because I said, all right, Ross, if I want to be successful, Napoleon Hill, who, I really look up to his teachings. All the other success books are basically based off this book, in my opinion, said that is the one thing. So I went all in to the mastermind principle. And you've heard me talk about my mastermind buddies already. So you heard Dave talking about his network. And I can give a lot of the success that I've had to my network as well. But let's talk about the other thing that Dave talked about, which is insider information. Right? You'll see he uses information that's publicly available and information that he purchases to make financial decisions. He's not guesstimating. He knows where to go and he knows why. But real estate investing information has always been so fragmented. It's never really been consolidated and organized in one spot. And the reason for that, the reason real estate investing has been so inefficient for so long is because people profit off those inefficiencies. And they're called brokers. Anytime you have to talk to a broker, it's because something is broke. It's just that easy. We solved brokers for hard and private money loans with CIX.com. You don't need a broker. There's no one in the middle raising the cost of capital. You go to CIX.com, you press a few buttons, you get direct access to capital. And we've been pushing so hard to solve the broker problem when it comes to investment properties. Now, the Board of Realtors is the second largest lobbyist in the country. That's insane. Why would a bunch of real estate agents spend $65 or so million a year lobbying? They're scared. They know they're just one tech company away from losing their stronghold. Everyone's poking holes in their armor. They're constantly fighting with Zillow because they know they have information that no one else has, and they're able to profit off that to the tune of 6% on every property. So Connected Investors is not going to fight the Board of Realtors when it comes to retail properties. But what we're doing on the investment property side is similar to what we've done on the funding side. We're connecting you directly with the sources without a realtor getting in the way. And that's why many people call PIN the pre-MLS. It's all of the deals before they're available to the general public. And in the latest version of PIN, with all the access to data that you get that's updated in real time, the contact info, the sources, advanced and easy mode, you cannot compete with someone who has access to that type of data. So imagine if you had the trifecta here, right? You're in real estate, that's great. You're part of a mastermind alliance and you have this insider information. That's what you need to really accelerate your success and almost guarantee success out of this market right here. Now, we've made a lot of big updates to our PIN software and the Connected Investors platform as a whole. One of the big things we've recently done is we've created a page for literally every single property in the United States. There's 137 million connected investors pages out there that are basically profiling every property out there. Kind of like Zillow. Zillow shows retail buyers what they want to see. Connected Investors shows real estate investors what they want to see. That's just one of the many advancements that we have rolling out with PIN 5. Again, it's people, it's access to properties, and it's private lending that's going to make you successful as a real estate investor. And that's what the Connected Investors ecosystem brings together. So up next, I'm going to introduce you to someone who's actually on our team. He was actually one of my first mentors when I first started investing in real estate. When we wanted to bring on the head of client success, I thought, who better than the person that helped make me successful? We brought this individual on to help train people how to use PIN and how to use the Connected Investors ecosystem to profit. And he's going to be interviewing someone who has been massively successful using PIN and as a wholesaler and as a micro flipper. So let's go ahead and bring out the one and only Doug Manners. Doug, thanks for jumping on.
Ross, yeah, I love helping our PIN members use our software to see success. The gentleman I'm about to interview, I didn't have to coach him at all. He already up and running using PIN as a turbocharger for his business. He also recently took over Ross's position as the host of the Connected Investors podcast. And he's a member of our Inner Circle Mastermind group. Prior to his career in real estate, he worked in the Air Force. He worked as a sales executive. All of that changed when his company downsized. And that's when he decided to take his destiny into his own hands. I would describe our guest to be, a dedicated entrepreneur. I'd like to introduce you to Sean Young. Sean, thanks for joining us here at the SOFA Summit.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me. Great introduction, by the way.
Hey, and all appropriate. Well, Sean, again, thanks for joining us here at the SOFA Summit. We're glad that you're here. Sean was a wholesaler prior to, having PIN. He's now a micro flipper. And let me just explain real quick the difference between micro flipping and wholesaling. When you wholesale, you have to search for properties. You've got to search for buyers. You connect with them, and then you make a fee, an assignment fee, so to speak. But guess what? With micro flipping, you don't have to search. You don't search. You use data to select properties and to select buyers, and then connect them through an end-to-end platform that allows you to liquidate those properties fast. It's repeatable, it scales, and that's what makes micro flipping so phenomenal. It's just much faster. Microing very fast in how you can do these deals because you're not spending hours and hours and hours. So, Sean, I'm excited to talk with you a little bit today.
Absolutely.
And again, for those who may not know, I think Ross introduced, my name's Doug Manners. I'm here at Connected Investors. I love to help all our members get going and get started with PIN. I'm an experienced investor as well, but Sean is an expert in micro flipping. Let me tell you, I'm so excited to spend some time with him today and really pick his brain, ask him some questions. So, Sean, the first question I really want to ask you, and thinking about this in terms of micro flipping, having access to all this data now, how does having access to this data, how has that changed your business, Sean?
Well, Doug, first of all, data, like they say, data is king. And, so having access to good data is even more important. And so with the PIN software, what I found is that I get great data, and it's accurate. Of course, there's some markets that are going to be unique around the country where data may be a little harder to obtain than others, but that'll be just based on the county records, what's available. It's not going to be based on the PIN software ability to pull that data. So having access to data allows you to actually see what you're getting into before you get into it. You're not just shooting at the wall, so to speak. And, it's a different phrase that they use where they say you throw something against the wall and hope that something sticks. You're not having to use that approach. You can actually be more targeted because the data is allowing you to have that targeted capacity.
Well, I love that. Absolutely. It just makes life easier. No doubt about that, and faster. That's what it's all about, is making money and making money quickly. So I love that, Sean. That's exciting. Well, Sean, I know you've had so much success as a wholesaler. You've been involved with hundreds of transactions. I mean, and that's exciting to hear. That's why I'm excited to spend some time with you. But I know you recently wrote a book on wholesaling, and I'm really excited to hear about that. Tell us a little bit about your book about wholesaling. What's the name of it? What all is involved in that, and what made you decide to write a book?
Sure. I actually I have a copy of the book here. It's It's called Adventures in Wholesaling. Let me show you how. And it is available on, Amazon, Barnes and Nobles. It's available at your local book outlets. And what made me want to write that book, or what inspired me to write that book, is that I see a lot of people that are out here that want to get involved with wholesaling, but they feel like they just can't because of economic challenges, or they feel like they might not have the money to get a coach, and they might want a coach. They might understand the importance of a coach, but economically they just can't do it. So what I wanted to provide was an entranceway, so to speak, a very basic gateway for folks to be able to get involved in our industry, get a step-by-step handbook from steps and tactics and techniques that I've learned from my coaches and mentors. I mean, I didn't invent anything in this book, guys or gals out there. I just actually put things together that were shown to me, and I put them together in a fashion that I felt would be very quickly to absorb. The book is not a long read. It doesn't, you're not going to have to be spending a week's reading this book. You'll be able to get through it very quickly and start implementing some of the practices that are in the book. And chapter 1 starts off with your mindset. So guys, we start off with mindset and we end off with closing the deal in chapter 14. So it's awesome to be able to share information with people that can be life-changing.
Oh, that's fantastic. That is fantastic. I'm so excited about that. I know that when you start thinking about wholesaling, it's awesome to be able to learn from someone. I love the title, Adventures in Wholesale. That means these are sharing what you learn. I heard somebody say one time, learn from your mistakes, but that's not the best. You learn from others' mistakes, right? You learn from other things that other people have done. It sounds like that's what you put together in this wholesaling. Adventures in Wholesaling is the ability for somebody to take this book and read it and understand what it takes to be successful and not make some of the mistakes that maybe you had made by trial and error, but also how you access your mentors and your coaches and what that meant to you. So that's exciting. Hey, let me do this. I know with Connected Investor members, a lot of times I hear from brand new real estate investors, someone that wants to get started micro flipping, wants to get started wholesaling. They come to me and they say, okay, Doug, what do I need to do to get started? So, Sean, what are 3 things that you would recommend to somebody who's brand new to wholesaling, to flipping properties? What 3 things would you recommend to them to do if they want to get started? What would you say?
Step number 1, guys, is I would want you to, like I say, get your mind right. Understand that this is a new challenge for you. It's a new endeavor for you. And, you want to make sure that you're prepared to take on this new idea called wholesaling that you've never been involved with before. And it will take a different mindset because it's something different for you. So step 1 would be just prepare yourself to absorb and be open to what you're going to learn when you're dealing with wholesaling. Step number 2 is, I would say, choose your market and choose your market wisely. Choose it, based upon data that you have. Choose it based upon your availability to close deals in that market, whether it's having additional boots on the ground or just having understanding of that market because maybe you used to live there. That would be the step number 2, is determining your market. Step number 3 is being willing to go out there and fail your way forward. Guys, don't think that there's a secret sauce out here. Do not think that there's a secret mentor or a secret guru that's going to propel you guys forward. What's going to propel you forward is yourself. It's going to be you taking action. You will be surprised at how the universe will meet you halfway once you get on that journey. There's certain things that you just don't know until you know, and things will be revealed to you as you start that journey. So don't worry about step 8 when you're on step 1. Just try to get to step 2. You'll get to step 8.
Sean, I've heard somebody use the term paralysis of analysis. And sometimes it's best not to sit there and analyze things to death. Am I right about that?
You are 100% right. Not in this industry. That doesn't work in this industry because it's all about speed of implementation. That's why micro flipping is such a huge game changer, because it's speed of implementation. He or she who can, get to that deal the fastest, identify the opportunity the fastest, figure out those numbers on what that deal is worth, and be able to find an end buyer for it. I mean, that's what's going to separate those who are successful and those who aren't, is the speed of implementation. Remember that phrase, guys.
I love that. Speed counts, I tell you, no doubt about it. And that data piece is huge. because that allows you really to wholesale, microflip anywhere in the country, having access to data. So I love that. What do you think about in terms of someone? Let's flip the script a little bit and let's talk about not the brand new person, but let's talk about the person that has been involved as maybe a wholesaler. They want to get into microflip and they want to move faster. They want to scale their business up. They just want to take things to another level. Maybe they've been doing a deal or a month or something like that, or maybe even 2 deals a month, and they want to jump up and do 5, 6, 8, 10 deals a month. When you think about scaling your business like that, what would you recommend to those individuals that already have a success but want to take it to another level? What things would you recommend to them?
Sure. Well, Doug, scaling it should definitely be on everyone's mind when you start a business. You want to definitely understand how you can scale your business and be thinking about that from the very beginning. And the ways that you can do that is, starts taking good notes on what you are doing right now, starting off in your current business, so that you can be able to transfer that information to someone else and replace yourself. So let me give you an example of what I mean by that. If you are in one market, get a mastery of that market, master your market, master one method or 2 methods of marketing in that particular market. Once you've got that down to a science, hire a virtual assistant, or we call them VAs, but it stands for virtual assistant. Hire a virtual assistant to come in and take over some of the tasks that you're doing, such as maybe pulling that data, such as maybe, pulling the list, getting the list together, separating lists into different, whatever those like $5 or $6 an hour tasks are. You want to try to pull yourself away from those as quickly as possible, but you have to be able to teach whoever's going to replace you to do that effectively. You got to kind of think whoever's going to replace you, they're only going to be as probably maybe 80 to 90% as effective as you are, even if they're super, super good at it. So even if you're not that good at it, you understand how you want it to work. So they're only going to operate at about 80 to 90% of what your ideal is, no matter what. So just be prepared for those things. But the next thing that I would say to do is, if you're going to move into another market, is understand what it costs in your current market. What are your KPIs? What are your key performance indicators? How many calls does it take to get a lead? How many leads does it take to get to a hot lead? How many of those hot leads, how many offers do you have to make per day to get to one deal? How many deals per month are you wanting to get? How much is each buyer worth to you? Are your buyers, do you have 100 buyers and they all want to buy 100 deals this month? You understand your buyers, understanding your KPIs, and understanding the costs of operating in your current market are going to be key factors that you have to master in order to move into another market.
Wow, that's great advice. That's a gold mine of information you just shared right there for those experienced wholesalers, micro flippers out there that want to scale up. You heard it from the source. Sean speaks with authority because he's done this. He knows what it takes to be successful. So that's cool. So gold mine right there. Appreciate you sharing that. A couple other questions I just have for you, just to kind of think about, with Connected Investors, I hear from a lot of our members many times, especially new investors, but also those who are experienced, is that how do I know how much to charge for an assignment fee? What is the determining factor? Should I charge a dollar amount? Should I charge a percent? Do I base it on, how much the final, the end buyer can make? Do I, is it some market condition? And I get that question a lot. But tell us a little bit about some of the criteria and what you look for assignment fees. Because I know if you're like me, you probably assign properties for many different dollar amounts. But tell us kind of what you put into that, how you decide what on each deal, what you want for an assignment fee.
Well, Doug, that's a great question. And when I first got started, I just had a baseline. I said, I want to make at least $10,000 per assignment fee. And I was really green. I really didn't know much or know why I wanted to get 10,000. I just know that that's what, my mentors and other folks out there said you should shoot for. So I used that and it worked out pretty good for me because I didn't know any better. So I sort of forced myself to make sure that I got that deal at the price with my seller that it needed to be in order for me to receive a $10,000 assignment fee. Now, as I got more, seasoned with doing this, as Doug said, of course, you're not just going to only take 10,000 or you're walking away. There's going to be deals based upon the dollar amount of the property. Let's say you're getting a property under contract for $7,000. All right. And, you can turn around the ARV on that property. Let's say it's $40,000, but it needs a significant amount of work, but you feel like you can make a pretty good spread, at least, $5,000, let's say. So now, you go put that out there, market that property for $12,000 that you got for $7,000. You make a spread. You feel like your buyer is getting a good deal because they're going to be able to make money. Your seller got exactly what you guys negotiated, what they needed, what they wanted. So everyone feels good in the situation. Those are factors that I use to determine my assignment fees. I want it to be a win-win for everyone. I want everyone to walk away from this transaction feeling like they've won, or like feeling like they've got exactly what they were looking for out of this transaction. So I know my answer is kind of a little vague, but I don't want anyone to really be so stringent around your assignment fees that you aren't flexible enough to understand that situations sometimes determine that. Have a baseline, but understand that situations will sometimes determine your assignment fee.
Yeah, that's a great point, Sean. Your buyers will tell you, won't they? If you put a property out there and you've got 4 or 5 buyers coming back going, man, there's no way I can pay that for it. You'll know real quick you probably put that $20,000 assignment fee when it should have been 10 or 5. Am I right?
You are 100% right. And guys, that's a rule of thumb. What Doug just said is also a golden nugget, guys. So remember that when you start marketing your property, if you haven't gotten hits, a good amount of bites on that in about 4 or 5 days, go back and reevaluate those numbers. Go back to you don't have it for the right dollar amount, or people would be hitting on it. Or like Doug said, they're going to hit on it and tell you, hey, you know what, Sean, that property I'm willing to pay, $12,000 for it, but I just can't pay 20. Now, you got to go back to that, to your seller and explain why. Not only why, because you just want more money, but your sellers are going to give you valuable data and information. They're going to say, Sean, I went by and the foundation is cracked. I saw there's a tree fell into the roof. I saw that, the HVAC system was missing. They're going to give you some good information that you can go back to your seller to help with your negotiating to lower that price. So, those are key things to remember as well, guys.
That's really good advice. Definitely something that you want to consider when you're thinking, your buyers can help you with that. Just as Sean mentioned that. I think one of the things I want to mention, Sean, is, sometimes we have individuals who are in a position where they are maybe like myself. They still have maybe done some wholesale, but maybe they're a fix and flipper. Maybe they're not even a wholesaler. And they're going fix and flip, so maybe like I am, or buying holes like I've done. Let's talk about that for a second, because what would you recommend to them? Because I guarantee you there's fix and flippers and buy and hold individuals, investors that maybe listen to us right now who are not wholesaling. Are they missing an awesome opportunity to monetize on the deals that they're passing on? Talk to us a little bit about that.
So Doug, just to be clear that I'm sure that I'm clear on that question, we're asking, are the flippers missing out on opportunities by passing up on the wholesaling experience? So
that's right.
100% you are. You're missing out on that assignment fee that me and Doug were just talking about. That could be part of your profit. That could be part of your bottom line that you're shooting for. So it does not hurt to understand how to get this, how to use data to your abilities. If you're not, you're going to pay for it one way or another. You're either going to pay through assignment fees, or you'll pay through educating yourself and getting the tools that will allow you to put yourself in the driver's seat, so that you can control, all these numbers and everything on your flips and on your holds. You can see the same things that we're seeing. You'll understand the same things that we're understanding, and you'll be in the driver's seat from the beginning versus using someone like myself to help put you there.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing, with having access to data is so huge, because now you're going to see deals. Maybe you're just slammed with fix and flip properties, but you come across another great deal and you just can't handle it. Why just pass on it? Now you have access to this data. Jump in and, like you said, raise your bottom line. Go wholesale a couple of deals that you're not going to fix and flip, or you buy and hold investors. Maybe they don't quite fit your criteria, your cap rate, or whatever the case may be. why not go ahead and monetize on those? So I agree with you, Sean. I think it's a great opportunity. Don't miss out on that if you are a fix and flip or buy and hold investor. You know, wholesaling, micro flipping is where it's at to help monetize that and make even a higher profit margin. All right, real quick, Sean, I want to kind of get on a very specific topic now. Let's talk a little bit about, you know, MLS listed properties, multiple listing service properties that are listed for, you know, maybe with a realtor or something like that. You know, just real quick, how do you go about assigning those? Because many realtor contracts in most states, they don't allow for assigning. So is there a way around that, or a technique or trick that you use to maybe be able to work and still assign those deals?
Okay, first thing, as far as the way that I run my business, I usually try to stay away from MLS deals, or I try to stay away from deals that are under contract with the realtor, because you have to honor that agreement and that contract. The only time that those deals become attractive to me is when I see that house is set on the market for, you know, 90 plus days and 6 months. You know, those are motivated realtors just as well as motivated sellers, because they have really nothing to lose in this process. So what I mean by that is that's when you can come in and present an idea and say, hey, listen, I know you hadn't, you know, moved this property, but if I could bring a buyer to the table, can we negotiate a flat rate of X, Y, or Z? And trust me, they're going to want to move this property. They're going to want to get it, you know, taken, you know, they're going to want to move this property off of their, you know, out of their books, so to speak. So they will be willing to work with you. Those are the only times that I have worked with a realtor. It is under those circumstances. Any other times, I have found that it was more of a challenge than it was worth the reward. So I just kind of avoid that.
You know, and that's great advice, because I do get that question a lot from some of our CI members and other individuals, that sometimes it's better just to avoid those. Because you have access to data, you don't need those. You can go with the unlisted properties. You don't have to go with properties that are listed. So you can get around that, having to deal with a realtor and that type of thing in those situations. Those realtors, you know, typically are not going to be on board with assigning that contract to someone else and so forth. So that's
they might not even understand what you're talking about. If you even say those type of terms that we're used to in our wholesaling realm, they'll probably look at you like you're a Martian, because they're not going to really maybe understand what you're even referring to. So yes, it can be a challenge. So I usually just try to avoid them unless there's a significant reason why that deal makes sense to you know, spend my energy or wheels on it.
Yeah, that's great advice. No doubt about it. Most realtors simply don't understand real estate investing. There are some, I don't mean all, but certainly most just don't get it. And so just understand that sometimes when you're dealing with the realtor, they may know nothing about investing, because they're all about, you know, marks, listing and selling retail and finding buyers for retail properties and not for investment grade properties. So that's good advice. So let's talk a little bit specifics now on one thing that I hear a lot from individuals is, I don't want to be stuck with the property. Okay. You hear that a lot. And I kind of chuckle when I say that, because I know, like, you know, exactly what that means, as far as there's no way to get stuck with a property if you do it appropriately. If you do it properly, there's really no way to get stuck, quote unquote, stuck with the property. But tell us a little bit about some of the things that you do, such as contingencies that you put into your offer to purchase to keep you from getting, quote unquote, stuck with a property. Tell us a little bit about that.
You know, guys and gals out there that are listening, you know, that let me just say one thing. That's a great thing about the PIN software, as well as that there's agreements that are available for you for each state. So any state that you're in, you know, you can utilize these agreements. I would, of course, suggest, you know, speaking with a closing attorney in your state just to verify, make sure everything is good. But there's basic contingencies that you want to have in place, such as an inspection period. What is an inspection period, you might ask? This is the time frame that you have the ability to look in and see what's going. It's just as it says, you inspect the property. You can use that time period to do whatever you want. You can send buyers in there at that time, whatever it is that you're trying to do. That's your time to basically have a cushion to see exactly, to do your due diligence, to dive deep into that property, start sending buyers by there to make sure that it's going to work for you. I try to get the longest amount of time as I can on on my inspection periods. You know, some people out there say, you know, try to get 7 days, but this is, you know, I'll tell you guys honestly, I shoot for 30 days. and I shoot for a 45-day closing. Of course, the closings may happen a lot faster, but when you under-promise and over-deliver, no one's ever angry about that. But if you over-promise and under-deliver, you've always got an answer to that, and that removes you from the position of authority and the position of someone who's there to really guide everyone through the process the proper way. So if you put these contingencies in place, because they're only just forward-thinking contingencies, these are things that you have to consider. Well, what if this happens, or what if I get out there and the house has fire damage, but I couldn't see any of that until I got sent someone inside. Those are just the main reasons why you want to have contingencies in place, guys. I don't want to draw that out too much, but it is super important to have those in place. That's your protection. That's how you don't get stuck, as Doug just said a minute ago. You'll never get stuck if you have these contingencies in place.
And Sean, you're exactly right about that inspection period. So in some states, it might be called an examination period. Some states, it might be called a due diligence period. And this is becoming a very common practice, even in retail real estate. Now, many realtors, this is very common practice to have a due diligence period or inspection period, which is a period of time for that buyer to examine the property, and then they can get out of that contract for any reason or no reason. And so you're exactly right. That is a key point here. And I love your idea of extending that due diligence period out as much as 4 weeks, because that way you can get your buyers in there, your quote unquote buyers, whatever the case may be, your inspectors, your contractor, whatever you need to get in there. You can have that time to do that, but also have time to be able to flip that property to another investor and they actually close. So that, just to kind of summarize wholesaling, Sean, am I right in saying basically you're putting a property under contract and then with the seller, and then you're literally assigning that offer to purchase contract to the buyer and collecting an assignment fee? Is that generally how you operate in terms of wholesaling?
100% right. We are just moving paper around, my friend. That's literally what it is. And there, that's such a huge factor. Is a lot of people think that it's so much more than that, and it's really not. We have an A to B assignment, A to B agreement, which is our purchase agreement with the seller and yourself. And then we have the assignment agreement, which we call the B to C. That's between you and your seller. That's it. Then you get those two signed, you get it off to your closing attorney, and they handle the rest of the process. They will instruct you on what to do. You don't have to be an expert after that point. So that's what it takes.
Beautiful. And we're going to talk a little bit more detail about getting paid in just a minute. But that, yeah, I love the way that you keep it very simple, Sean. That's why you've been so successful. You keep it simple. You obviously know what to talk about in terms of getting the job done. And when you think about, these contracts, people get scared to hear the word contract, but honestly, it's there really to protect you. It's helping you. And as you mentioned, there's software such as Contract Genie and things that are out there that walks you right through it, even prompts you to put in contingencies. So it makes life very, very easy, to go about doing that. Now let's talk a little bit about, let's flip it the other way. Let's talk about, instead of working with sellers, let's talk about working with buyers. How do you find your buyers? How do you build a buyer's list? What do you do to find those individuals that want to buy your deals?
Well, folks, there's multiple ways that you can go about building your buyer's list. Some people will say if you get a good deal on your hands and you market that property, you'll find buyers. And that method is true, and that's true to an extent. But this is kind of how I want you guys to think about that. Let's say you're working at a sandwich shop, and people walk up and you say, here's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You're not letting people really kind of say what they're looking for. But then they're all wanting ham and cheese sandwiches. I mean, you're the best at making peanut butter and jelly, and that's what you're shoving down their throat. But you hadn't really listened to what the market is asking for. So that's how you find your buyers, is by looking at what's going on in the market, using data to see what the cash transactions are in a particular zip code, county, city, however wide your scope is. Those are the things that you want to look into to understand what's going on from a buying perspective.
Yeah, when you think about buyers, I've heard someone say, get the property under contract, and the buyers will come out of the woodwork. If it's a good deal, buyers is an easy problem to solve. Am I right about that?
Indeed. I mean, that's a great thing. If you have a smoking deal, you're going to move that deal, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But if you got a deal that's kind of, don't really know, and you have no buyers to bounce that off of, you're just, waiting for someone to come to you, that it could be a challenge for you. So I don't want to set you guys up for the wrong expectation. This is what I would say. Please try to, and listen, these are just techniques and tactics that you can utilize with a shoestring budget. So don't give yourself any excuse to not get out there and get it done. So this is what I'm going to say, guys. With the buyers list, you can put out what we call ghost ads on Facebook, Craigslist, in a particular neighborhood or area where you're looking to do business, and say, listen, I've got a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, investor special, got to move it quick. Now, you actually don't have a property, but, and you're not going to be doing this forever. You're only going to do this to get you a few buyers under your belt, guys, because, once you get the ball moving, the ball will keep moving. So I'm just telling you guys, I gave you that free technique because that's a way that you can get buyers under your belt. So you can start asking your buyers, what do they want? They'll tell you, Sean, I'm looking for 3-bedroom, 2 baths. Sean, I'm looking for only fire damage. Anything you bring me fire damage, I'll buy them all day. That's when you start being able to actually go out and fish for your buyers. Fish for exactly.
I love that. Online marketplace where you can maybe list a property out there for sale, or maybe a forum where you could post in a forum. Buyers will come out of the woodwork. So I always kind of chuckle when I say that. If it's a good deal, you're going to have no trouble moving it. But you're right. As a beginner, okay, you worry about these things. But once you've been involved in wholesale market flipping for a little while, you already have buyers. I love your advice about knowing what your buyer wants. What does your buyer want? If you know what they want, then as you're looking at deals, you're identifying your buyer along with that deal. You already know they're going to buy it. It makes sense. And so that's a great technique to make sure you understand your buyers. Ask them exactly what they're looking for. Are they a buy and hold investor? Maybe they're just looking for something that has a nice cap rate, that has a nice cash flow. Are they a fix and flipper? Do they need to have a certain profit margin? Whatever the case may be. And your idea, make sure, if they want a ham sandwich, give them a ham sandwich. Don't try to force peanut butter on it, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love that. All right. So, let's think about that. Now, we've talked about sellers. We've talked about buyers and getting started. I love how your mindset's got to be right. But really, it all boils down to, why are you doing this in the first place? It can be very rewarding helping people. It's a satisfied feeling when, like you said at the beginning, Sean, when everybody's a winner, it feels good. When the seller's a winner, the buyer's a winner, you're winning as well by making a profit, making that assignment fee. It all feels good. So tell us a little bit about how you make sure that you get paid for your assignment deals. What are the things that you do or have in place, and how do you structure that to make sure that you're collecting that check or that assignment fee?
Great question, Doug. Well, the main thing that I do is I don't try to, but I say 95% of my deals, I have the closing attorney. I bring everyone through my closing attorney, so that my closing attorney, who does most of my deals, understands exactly what we're trying to accomplish and how to accomplish it, so that if there's anything kind of off a little bit anywhere, she can take care of that for me without me having to worry about that. But it's really important that you structure your agreements to have earnest money requirements. And what is earnest money? Earnest money is similar to like a deposit that your buyer would pay to show that they're really serious about wanting to move on this agreement. And I have all of my earnest monies are non-refundable. So it states it right there in the agreement. The earnest money deposit is non-refundable. So that helps you not spin your wheels and waste your time by getting a buyer that says, you know what, Sean, I want to buy this property. Then they come to the closing day and they say, I changed my mind. They can do that, so why can't they? You can't force them to buy it. So you've got to have something in place to protect your time and energy, which is that earnest money agreement in case that does fall through.
Yeah, I love that. Definitely, you want to have them have some skin in the game, because you're right. They could just stop at the last minute and say, I don't want to move forward, and it separates out really the serious investors from the ones that aren't serious. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of it too. Would you agree?
You're right, Doug. Yeah, I agree 100%. Now, and that didn't mean to cut you off, but that is so important. If you ask for an earnest money, and the players who are serious out here, that won't be a problem. They'll easily wire to your attorney $2,500, $5,000 earnest money with not a question. Now, if they're kind of funny about it, that's when you'll figure it out right now. you'll figure out what's going on right now.
Yeah, it's better to know now than know 2 weeks down the road where you could have it sold to somebody else.
And when you're thinking you're about to close, yes.
No doubt about that. So, you have an assignment contract, and in that assignment contract, it actually states the fee right inside that assignment. And so when that's submitted over to, as a wholesaler, you can have your own attorney that you just say, hey, you have to close with my attorney. I know some wholesalers who lets the buyer choose the attorney. Either way you slice it, you want to make sure that all those documents are going over. And an attorney that understands, investing, they get it. They understand where the checks go, who gets paid. And generally you get paid at the time of closing, and that property settles or is recorded. In North Carolina, you will record, that particular property. Then, typically who pays you at that point? Is it generally your case that your attorney writes you a check for your assignment fee after closing? Is that right?
That's correct. Your attorney can write you a check. You can come pick it up, or you can have it wired to you for a small fee. Especially for your deals that are virtual, you're definitely going to want to just get into the habit of just understand that you're going to have to pay a small fee to have that wired to your account. And absolutely, it's the best way to make money.
That's exciting. Yeah. That's, to kind of make those chunks of income over and over and over again, week over week, month over month. That gets exciting. You know what it's like to have those checks really come in. It's good stuff. And, and the beauty of it is that, again, not to take anything away from fix and flippers or, necessarily, but man, you're collecting checks in a situation where you're not really having to do anything to the property. Like you said, you're only moving paper. You're not fixing anything. You're not doing anything like that. And so there's really virtually no risk if you get right down to it. And there's all, total upside to it for sure. No doubt about that. So that's exciting. But that's what we're talking about when we think about wholesaling, when we think about, the number of deals that you've done, Sean. I mean, I know you've done I don't know exactly, but into the hundreds, I'm sure. But tell us a little bit, what do you think your life would have been like if you had, never lost your job, never gotten involved in real estate? What would your life would have been like versus the way it is now?
Well, guys and gals, I think I'd definitely still be working as a sales executive. I have a competitive spirit and a competitive nature about myself. So that somewhat satisfied me to an extent. But it's like, again, you don't know what you don't know. I never tasted the freedom of wholesaling and the power that, creating your own. You guys, when you make a wholesaling deal, it's almost like creating money out of thin air. It's like kind of that feeling. There's work involved, and there's, keys that are being pulled together, but it's literally like you are creating money out of thin air. You are in the driver's seat of your opportunity. If I was still at my job, I'd probably be, still doing, great at sales, but I wouldn't have a feeling of total fulfillment. I'd still be feeling like, man, I'm missing out on something. What's the next step? Is it to become a supervisor? Is it to become a manager? Like what would it have been for me? And I'm not knocking that for anyone who that is for, but I discovered that wasn't for me. And now that I'm here, I couldn't see myself doing anything else. And that's why I'm so passionate about helping others on the same road. If you're looking for, a way here, I'm always here to help you. And that's what Connected Investors community is all about. It's a community of folks who are trying to help each other.
I love that. Yeah, that sense of community is there. And, that is so cool to hear, in terms of, how your life has changed. It takes the cap literally off of your income because there's no limit on how many wholesale deals you can go do. And you could do this part-time. Maybe you're working a full-time job right now. Maybe you don't want to work for 40 years and retire on, 2/3 of what you can't live on now. I mean, I hear that a lot from members. I mean, here's a chance where you could take the lid off your income. You can start out part-time, move to full-time if you choose to. And that's kind of the beauty of wholesale. It opens up a whole world of possibilities for you financially, for your future, for your family's future, creating these win-win situations. I mean, this is something you can literally have as a legacy. You can teach to your family. It's something they can continue doing. Am I right, Sean, about that?
Absolutely, Doug. You're hitting the nail right on the head. I mean, this is key, guys. It's an opportunity to create a business for yourself. Sure, when you first get started, it's going to be a job for you that you own. That it's because there's work involved. You're going to have to delegate your work as time goes off to make it a true business that you can truly pull yourself away from and go into other opportunities so that you can become a podcast host or write a book or something. It allows you to move into other spaces once you do get your business going and get automations and delegations in place. So I want to chime in on that as well. That's definitely something that you should strive for, or that that I strive for, is making this a true business for me so that I can expand into other areas and scale myself.
Yeah, I love that. I've heard someone say work smarter, not harder. But I think you can work hard and work smart and really put yourself in a nice position for the future. No doubt about that. That's exactly what you've done, Sean. And I thank you so much for talking with us today. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic over to Ross for the Q&A portion of this podcast. So again, thanks for joining.
Awesome, Doug. Thank you for having me.
All right. Hey, it's Ross. I'm back. Sean, that was absolutely amazing. I'm really excited to see all the comments and all the questions. So Sean, before we kind of jump into the Q&A section, I just want to give everyone the opportunity here to go ahead and ask questions. We wanted to bring Sean on in the beginning of the SOFA Summit because wholesaling is the gateway into real estate, and real estate is financial freedom. So wholesaling is kind of the gateway into financial freedom. And Sean, are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
And I loved what you said about wholesaling being like creating money out of thin air. That was really powerful. And like you, I remember my first wholesale deal where I'm like, wow, I can't believe I turned that house into all of this cash. And all I did is make a few phone calls and just deal with one simple contract. And it was life-changing for me as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm looking here at some of the comments. We have Lou. He said he's gotten a contract signed with the seller for $10 and a case of beer. So I think beer would count as consideration.
Indeed.
For something there. So that's good information there. Now I want you guys to go ahead and throw your information in the box in the chat right here. This is a live Q&A, and we have some people that are asking about your book. Do you mind sharing the name of that again?
Absolutely. Absolutely, guys. The name of the book is called Adventures in Wholesaling. Let me show you how. So Perfect. It's available on Amazon, available on Barnes and Nobles. It's out there, guys. Pick it up. It's a quick read, helps you get your mind right and get you ready to get going in wholesaling. Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. And I see the questions are kind of rolling in here real quick. Actually, Sean, I'm going to address the first one here, and I'll let you kind of jump in on it. So what's the actual difference between micro flipping and wholesaling? This is really important. Micro flipping is essentially the evolution of wholesaling using data. So when you're wholesaling, you have to search for buyers. You have to search for properties, and everything is very fragmented. Think about the stock exchange back in like the 50s. With micro flipping, you are selecting properties using data, and you're selecting buyers using data. So it's just completely and totally different because it's an end-to-end system to both find the buyer and the seller all in one, and it's only possible with data and a platform similar to to PIN, especially PIN 5 with all the new advancements to connecting you directly with buyers. So I just wanted to go ahead and kind of bring that up for you guys. And I'm looking here through some of the comments. So is there anything, while I'm going through some of these questions here, organizing them, is there anything you feel like you need to let people know after? Is there anything Doug didn't ask you that people really need to? Doug asked a lot of great questions, and the main thing that I want you guys to be able to take away from the interview session is that you have to take action. It's all about taking action. You can't sit on the sidelines watching the game. You got to figure out some way to get into the game. You might start off as a water boy or water gal, but you've got to move into the game. Start playing the game. Get some reps out there. That's the only way you're going to learn. It won't happen by just thinking it. You have to get some reps in.
Yeah, exactly. And here's a question. Are your assignment fees different in micro flipping versus wholesaling? Sean, you want to take this one?
Sure. No, they're not. They could. Any deal is based upon the deal itself. And the micro flipping is just the advantage that you have because of the data and the ability to get a large amount of deals and information all at once. Wholesaling is you do that with wholesaling as well. It's just you go about it in the traditional wholesaling way is a much longer path to get that.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of people are asking about how much earnest money to put down when you're doing a wholesale or a micro flip, a quick flip. Do you want to touch on that a little bit?
Definitely. Good question, guys. The earnest money is the money that your cash buyer is actually going to put down to show that they are serious about doing the deal with you. So a good reference point for you would be, I'd say $2,500 to $5,000. A serious buyer would have no problem at all putting that money down. So that will definitely eliminate, tire kickers from those who are serious. So that's a good starting point. That's the point of having the earnest money.
Perfect.
And that's non-refundable. My apologies on not answering that piece of it. It's non-refundable, guys.
Okay. So that's when you're getting the earnest money from a buyer. What about when you're putting earnest money down to the seller?
When I'm putting earnest money down to the seller, guys, I on my agreements, they have a $10 earnest money. I put down $10 to make the agreement true. And I give that $10 to my attorney. She places it in escrow, and we wait for the deal to move through. If the deal, for whatever reason, does not work out past the session, in the agreement, you have contingencies that allow you to inspect the property. So if the inspection period passes and for some reason I have not been able to sell that property to a cash buyer or assign my agreement to a cash buyer, then that's when that earnest money would come in play. But you put that money up front with your attorney, and your attorney holds that. So you never give that to the seller, excuse me.
And if something goes wrong, you're out that $10, aren't you, Sean?
You are out of a whole $10. I mean, it's going to crush you, but you're out of $10.
I remember this one time in my early wholesale days. I went down to I drove a town over, Jacksonville, North Carolina, and I picked up 3 deeds that day. And by the time I got to the last one, when I first started, guys, I was broke. I didn't have any money. So I was trying to make sure I had consideration. So the seller accidentally dropped $1 that I picked up and gave the seller for consideration in the contract. I say that just to let you guys know that you don't have to worry about it all that much if you're talking with the right seller and you've built some rapport with them on that side. They're not going to say, oh, you're only giving me $10 earnest money, because you're solving a bigger problem for them.
Exactly.
The $1, they don't even care about that. The $10, they don't care about that. You're solving a property problem for your seller, and then you're solving an investment problem for your buyer. And that's why they're willing to put down $2,500, $5,000. They don't care. They need to move some money. They want to park it in real estate. You heard Dave Steck, the economist, talk just about all the money on the sidelines. So they're not worrying about a few $1,000. Now, this one from Brenda right here. She says she's a little nervous about talking to sellers, not saying the right thing or coming up with the right answers. How do you overcome these types of, I'm going to call them fears?
They are that. They're just that. They are fears. Brenda, the way that you overcome that is through repetition, through just, getting your feet wet, so to speak. You got to just get out there and get some practice done. Practice with family or friends. Get inside of the Connected Investor PIN platform. There are scripts. There are tools that are available for you. Get some of those. Practice them. Make them become part of who you are, so that you're not having to read it while you're speaking with a seller, but you want to definitely know what pieces you have to pull out of that seller. And practice is the only way that you're going to overcome that fear and feel comfortable.
Yep. That's, I remember, Sean, because for me, when I first started, I was so young. I was, 19 or 20 years old, and I was sitting down talking to people who were 50 or 60 years old, needing to sell their property. And what I did is I pretended I had a partner named Dr. Elliott. Elliott was my middle name. So what that did is, when I pretended to have a partner, it allowed me to feel okay with not knowing all the answers. I would say something, actually, Doug would always bring this up. He would say, "Is that important to you? I'll make sure to get that answered and get that back to you." You know, if they're throwing a lot of questions, it's okay to pretend that you're just the information gatherer at times. And that's how I that's how I got around that excuse in my head. Because at the time I didn't have the scripts. I didn't know anything. All I knew is I needed to make money in real estate. So that was kind of how I got over that. And I'm not saying that's going to work for everyone, but it definitely worked for me.
That's definitely important. You don't want to fib or fluff the information either. Just be honest and say, hey, that's a great question. You know, like Ross said, let me speak with my partner that handles that area a little bit more than I do, and I'll get back with you. I'll definitely get that answer for you. But don't try to just make things up, because you'll be held to what you're saying. And
yes, that is still my middle name. Thank you. I love it. Good stuff. You talked a little bit about something I want to bring up. You call them ghost ads.
Yes.
To go out there and look for buyers. And I used to call them bait properties. So it seems like whatever you call it, there's this common practice of putting things, chumming up the water to find individuals that are interested in buying real estate. And that's worked well for you in your markets, Sean?
It definitely did when I first got started, only because when you're first getting started, you're a little apprehensive about certain things, and you start to learn more, and you learn more, and you're hearing that you need a buyer's list, and you start going in all type of different directions. So what I did is, once I got a deal under my belt, and like they said, if you got a deal, it'll move itself. And my first deal moved itself, very quickly within like 3 or 4 days. It took me 8 days to get the deal, and then I moved it very quickly. So if you have a deal, it will move. But if you don't have a deal and you don't have anything, but you're wanting to get started and you want to have a little comfort zone by having some buyers in your database, ghost ads are the way to go. And what they are basically is just you putting out a little ad in a Craigslist or on Facebook Marketplace that says you have a property available, where that property is located. You're not getting too detailed. It's pretty vague, but it's enough to drum up excitement so that buyers who are in that area that are actually active will reach out to you and say, hey, can I get some more information? And when they call you, you're going to say, unfortunately, ma'am or sir, that property, we just put that under contract today. But if it falls through, I'll definitely let you know. But what else are you looking for? Are you looking for these type of properties? And is it in this type of area? That's where you start developing your rapport with your buyers to add them to your buyers list so that you can start targeting what they're asking for.
Yeah. And whenever I did it, I was very vague. I would just talk about investment properties. I wouldn't say that I personally had a property. So there's different ways to kind of word that to get people to kind of come out of the woodworks in a way that makes you comfortable. And actually, while I was doing that, when I would be driving for dollars, because there was no software like PIN back then, I actually had to get in the car, gas it up, drive around, and just look for properties that looked vacant. I would put signs in the yards that said investment property for sale with my phone number on it. And then every now and then the owner would call me up and I'd say, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you called me. I've been trying to get in touch with you. And cash buyers would call me like crazy. And I would be building a list for that specific property. So if the homeowner came back to mow the grass, 4 months later and called me up because my sign was in the yard, I already had a huge list of people that were trying to buy that property. And I was able to put together a lot of deals that way with just kind of a simple little bandit sign. But what we're really talking about here, guys, is just kind of some of the grassroots ways that Sean and I really had to kind of hustle things up in a pre-micro flipping, pre-data world where we had to actually drive around for dollars and do all that stuff. So
yeah, place ghost ads and all that stuff. Exactly. That's totally unnecessary now.
Yeah, exactly. So just because I see a lot of questions coming here. So what we're inside of PIN and PIN 5, what you're able to do is you're able to search for all of the landlords, all of the flippers in any area, and you can see the properties that they've bought. So you can see that they bought a 3-2 in this area, right? You can see that they're buying a lot of rental properties. So that's the difference between micro flipping and wholesaling. What Sean and I just talked about was a lot about the old ways to wholesale is you had to kind of do all these things to find people, which you can still do, but Now you can actually just sort through the buyers and see who is buying. And if they're buying, they're actively buying, and you can bring them the same type of property that they're already buying. You can see, hey, they purchased this property 3 months ago, right around the corner as a rental property. They're probably going to want another one. So it kind of points you in that direction in a much easier way that allows you to do it from your phone in a COVID-19 world.
Absolutely.
So, all right. I'm seeing what I'm seeing here, Sean, is a lot of people using words like hesitation and freeze and apprehension. It seems like there's a lot of people on the line here that have started, but just right when it's time to kind of jump and do something, they're just, they kind of fall back into their old habits. And that's why I wanted Doug to ask you the question, what would your life have been like if you never jumped? So, is there anything you want to touch on as far as that goes?
Guys, I am seeing a lot of those questions as well. Like, folks saying, hey, I've got through this process. I've got the deal. I've got, the house under contract, but I'm afraid to keep it moving because what if my buyer bails out on me? Or, what if I'm not able to move this? Guys, I'm here to tell you that you're going to have deals that are going to fall through. And that's just going to be the nature of business. But you got to have, positive self-talk on a daily basis, guys, because these are just negative thoughts that are creeping in that are, placing this doubt in your mind. Guys, anyone can do this. If I could do it, you can do it. Like Ross said, he started when he was 18 or 19, guys. Like there's not a special skill set other than knowing how to communicate that, to do this business. Don't beat yourself down. Get out there, try it. You're going to fail sometimes, but fail your way forward. That's the key.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sean, I just want to let everyone know, day 3, I have a very special session. If you guys have the agenda, it's, I think, second to the last. I bring on someone from my inner circle and one of my coaches that kind of help talk through some of that, because no matter where you are at any level, whether you're, running a $20 million business or, you got less than 20 bucks in the bank, it's amazing how consistent the problems are and consistent the mind games that you play with yourself are, whether you're, at square -10 or at square 10. I've been completely broke, and I've been very successful. And, the inner game is always the same. Just having money doesn't solve a lot of the, the problems, a lot of the doubts that you have in there. That's why you hear so many successful people constantly working on that and making sure that they got their mental game in check, because that's what it is. Whether you're an athlete, an entrepreneur, it's you against yourself, really, at the end of the day. Wouldn't you say, Sean?
Always. It's always you against yourself. You are your biggest critic, your worst critic, your biggest enemy. So get out of your own way. But you have to be focused on positive self-talk, because it's natural for, folks to kind of find the comfort zone. It's natural for the human body to want to, keep itself comfortable. But guys, you find your greatness on the other side of discomfort, fighting through discomfort, doing things that you didn't think you could do before. It's going to be a huge confidence booster, guys. When you do your first deal is going to be life-changing, because it's going to show you that you've been able to do something that you didn't think you could do. You had nothing involved with it before, and now you are here making money, making it happen. It's nothing like it.
Yeah, absolutely. And everyone, if you look at the screen there, you can see that if you text SOFA to 910-778-7600, we'll send you the event updates, some freebies, and give you the opportunity to get the recordings of this. Because if you missed the earlier session with The Economist, or you want to watch that again, you definitely want to make sure you can access those. So make sure to text SOFA to 910-778-7600. Over the next few days during the SOFA Summit, you'll get a lot of text messages just about what's happening during the event. I just want to be completely upfront with you. But then after that, you might get a notification here or there about the Exactly How podcast, which actually, Sean, is something that you've taken over for me personally at Connected Investors. So anywhere that you listen to podcasts or YouTube, you can just look for Connected Investors Exactly How. And I see so many great questions about wholesaling. So I just want to say there's a few ways that we're going to be providing you throughout the SOFA Summit to get all of those questions answered. I'm going to touch on a few of them. Make sure you're a member of connectedinvestors.com and you participate in the forums. right? That's a great way to kind of get out there. And especially during the SOFA Summit, we're watching those really closely. We're having a lot of the experts, people that are part of my inner circle, people that are part of my mastermind, like Sean, in there, engaging and getting those questions answered. Also, the Exactly How podcast, we go over new strategies each and every week and kind of dive deep into each step of each strategy, so you can really consume that. And then, of course, if you have access to PIN, you get a full micro flipping course with all the contracts, everything that you need to be up and running. Plus, you get all the data, all the buyers, all the sellers, and make sure to stay with us throughout the day, because I'll be showing you the ins and outs of PIN and PIN 5 as well. So, Sean, thanks so very much for jumping on the line with us.
Absolutely, Ross. Thank you for having me. It has been a pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely. So everyone, we have a great agenda for you throughout the day. And if you text SOFA to the number right there, you also get a copy of the agenda. But coming up next is something I am really excited about. It takes things to a whole new level, and I'm really excited for you guys to kind of see what we have right around the corner here. But we got a full day. Also, a little later in the day, we bring on a wholesaler who has completely and totally, he built up his house flipping and wholesaling business. He automated it, stepped out, and now just works a handful of hours every now and then. And he lives an amazing lifestyle. So it's for like the high-end, big wholesalers, big fix and flippers. We have a really great guest that's coming on that's going to show you exactly how he's running his business, right now, and then some fantastic step-by-step instructions on very creative deal making in this economy. So guys, definitely stay tuned. We're going to play a short video and we'll be right back.
Hey Alexa, open up Connected Investors and find me a flip.
Alexa, find me a flip. Make that 2 flips. Hey Alexa, open Connected Investors. Find me more flips.
Next up at the SOFA Summit here, we have a gentleman who I met in my mastermind a while ago, and me and this guy just get along so well because we're about innovation and doing things that have never been done before. This individual has grown several companies, made the Inc. 500, and has just basically changed real estate investing lead flow forever. You're going to love this presentation. Make sure to pay attention. I'd like to introduce you to the one, the only, Matt Lights. Matt, take it away.
All right. Thanks, Ross. Fired up to be here at the SOFA Summit. This is really right up your guys' alley if you want to learn how to do deals and do it from home. What I'm about to teach you is how to grow your real estate business using automated chatbots, no pocket protector needed. Who is this for? What's in it for you? If you're an experienced investor, I'm going to show you how to scale your business and do less work because it's all about systems and letting systems work for you. If you're a brand new investor, actually, I've got literally 0 people in the entire country are using the method that I'm going to teach at the very end of this, which is how you can do deals with no leads, no properties, and without spending a dime in marketing. So I'm excited to unveil that here for the first time on the SOFA Summit. Here's what I'm going to teach you on my end. I'm going to teach you what bots are and how to capitalize. We're going to go behind the scenes of some of the top bots in the world. I'm going to teach you how to build both a buyer's and a seller's list because you need both to get deals done. We're going to show you how to automate the most money part of the deal. And in my opinion, the hardest part that probably scares most real estate investors, especially newbies, the most. We're going to show you how to get buyers competing for your deals, how to create predictability in your deal flow. And that word predictability is a very key word. And ultimately, by the time this is done, I'm going to show you guys how to save thousands of hours of work. So if you guys are liking that, leave a comment, let us know what you think, because that's my side of the deal. Your side of the deal is you basically need to do two things. Number one is you got to decide if you want this automation to work for your business. If you look at this and you're like, you know, this isn't my thing, no worries at all, but I'm going to make sure that I'm teaching you from beginning to end so you can come up with that decision whether you want this type of automation. And then ultimately at the end, you can decide whether you want to get help from me and my team. So I am going to give you an offer, the opportunity to save a whole lot of stress and time. If you're not into it, doesn't matter. But what matters is during our time together, I'm going to teach as much as I possibly can to make sure you got a notebook, okay? Before I teach you about bots, I'm going to talk about the misconceptions of bots. Number one, you do not need to be a techie. In fact, I hate technology. Ross knows this about me. I acquired a company called boardgames.com because I like people more than I like technology. Just know this, not only do you not need to know a thing about coding, building bots is actually a lot of fun. And you can do it with zero tech skills whatsoever using a program called ManyChat. You might have heard of this already. It's spelled MANY chat.com. Just up front, they are a client of ours. So we use their product to build our bots, but then they also hire us to do consulting work for them. So just to be up front, but they are without a doubt the #1 bot platform in the world, and it's very easy for anybody to use. The number two misconception is that bots are not to replace humans. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, get a bot and it's going to do deals and checks are going to show up. I hate all that guru BS as much as you do. Bots are not to replace humans. What they do is they filter out unwanted conversations. They take care of a lot of the stuff that you can't take care of. So, for example, let's just say you're somebody who has a job. You can't answer the phone and take all of those, you know, kind of looky-loos, people who waste your time. It gets rid of those conversations, but what it does is it creates more of the money conversations. I'm never going to tell you that you can replace a good old-fashioned conversation, but what I'm going to show you is how that conversation can be made much, much easier because of a bot. And the third and final misconception, this is not artificial intelligence. This is not some Terminator 2 crazy stuff. When we use the term AI at Bot Builders, what that means is awesome interaction. So I would make a note of this, something called conversational marketing. If you haven't heard this term yet, you will, because this is the next phase. If you think about where marketing has gone, all the way from billboards to yellow pages to then email was the big breakthrough, but email is one directional. As you're going to see, bots are conversational. So you're going to see how that works here in just a second. So for those of you that know bots, we're going to do some really cool stuff. But for those of you who don't, what is a bot? Just imagine if a website funnel and an email marketer met on Facebook and had a love child. All right. That's sort of the best fun description that I found for it. But I say that because most people know what a website funnel is. You know, just imagine a website where they come, they give you their information, their phone number, their email address, and then they go through an experience. We all know that, right? We all know what an email marketer is. So imagine that those two marketing tools met on Facebook and created an entirely new kind of experience. And for those of you that might be thinking, well, is Facebook, you know, even relevant? I heard that Snapchat's the future. This is one of the most important things I could drive home. Even if we don't work together, just know this: you have very limited time. You need to focus your time where the deals are. And I don't think I even needed to go into explanation here. By far, Facebook still just eats the competition for lunch. So if you have limited time, which you do, focus where the deals are, and the deals and the people are on Facebook, okay? Specifically, where a chatbot lives is on Facebook Messenger. And there's now well over 1.5 billion people actively on a monthly basis using Facebook Messenger. And between Messenger and the messaging apps, over 80% of Americans are using Messenger apps regularly at this point. There's 5 times more messenger apps sent than text messages. Just let that sit in. And it's not just, people texting back and forth for fun. Over a 12-month span, business messages sent on Messenger grew by 4x, 4 times over a 12-month span. And even in its early infancy with businesses, over half of people surveyed prefer to do business with Messenger over the telephone. And I'm just gonna go ahead and throw that out there. And I don't consider myself to be a real estate expert. I flipped some houses back in the day, and it's where I really made my first significant money. But I know one of the biggest struggles for a lot of people is that inability to be able to answer the phone, or that nerves about the phone. And, if you're at work, you can't be doing deals. So what this gives you is the chance to not only be able to generate leads, and I'll show you in a minute, negotiate deals while you're doing something else, while you're sleeping, while you're working, while you're with your family. But at the same time, it's also in a way that people now prefer to do business. And we talk about Facebook because that's where things are right now. But what my promise for you on this webinar is not catching up, right? You've played enough catch up, is getting ahead of what's next. So imagine having a bot today and having that bot then go to Instagram, go to WhatsApp, go to iMessage, which is your iPhone, and then something that you might not have heard of. I learned about this from the partnership director at Google, something called RCS, which if you know what text message is, it's called SMS. RCS is the new form of SMS. It's coming soon to every phone in the entire world. And what that means is now you'll have the ability to communicate with your prospects and your customers and your clients now through this automated, beautiful interface, kind of like you see here in the picture. So the key is build it now while it's focused on one platform, and as new platforms open up, you're actually in front of a trend instead of playing catch up and being behind it. So here's what I've learned about automation. Number one is you don't need to be smart if you're early. It's like, don't we all wish we would have bought domains, when they're new? And it's like, how many things have we sat by and missed? The next thing is that automation beats manual labor every single time. And I'm not saying that, to be lazy. I'm saying that because if you really stop and think about it, it's not just that we don't want to work and we want to, I'm not going to say you're going to be sipping pina coladas or anything like that, but manual labor is inconsistent, and it's either you or you're hiring somebody. And that is about as big a headache as it possibly comes. But when you use automation, what happens is you get reliability, consistency, predictability. And this right here, I'm a big Mark Cuban fan. He said it plain and simple: automation is going to cause unemployment. And while most people look at that as a fearful thing, I'm sitting here going, man, who wants a stupid job anyway? So the last thing that I've learned about automation is that it's always a good investment. And Ross can speak to this. We both built 8-figure businesses by implementing automation and putting it to work for us. This is what you got to realize is in your business, no matter, I don't care if you're doing 1,000 deals a year or you still haven't done your first, you've only got 2 major resources to work with. You've got your time and you've got your money. All right. And if I were to ask this question, and you guys can leave a comment if you'd like, I probably don't even have to ask which of these is a more important resource. Almost everybody is going to answer time, right? And what's unique about automation is that when you invest into automation, yes, it can make you money, but it also can give you time. It's the only thing that I know of, if you think about it, an investment in automation can pay you back both in money and in time. So we've been able to build through our various companies, and we've done a lot of business with Ross over the years, an automated machine that's allowed us to create millions with predictability. And that word is key, is predictability. If you're somebody who's just running, trying to do a deal, you do a couple deals and then you fall on your face, it's because you got to quit focusing on the dollars and focus on the machine that prints the dollars. All right, that's what you've got to do, is build the machine so that way you can get something that can create money with consistency. And guys, this isn't all about money with any stretch, because I told you that this isn't about just money. It's also about time. This is my reason. This is my motivation. My son, Noah, and daughter, Vivian. I showed the picture on the right for a few reasons. that is our company mascot, Bob the Bot Builder. This picture was taken when Noah was having some really big challenges, and what we came to learn is that he, one of the things that was really an issue is that he was having some severe problems with his ears, and he was just having, you know, a really rough time in the hospital. And Bob, the Bot Builder, took him from crying to having a big smile on his face. So I just like to say that, you know, if a bot can cheer up a sick kid in the hospital, I think a bot can pretty much do anything. So this is a major note that I want you guys to take. And this might be that moment where you go, Matt, duh, right? But if you're not doing deals with consistency, write this down, okay? This is the automation freedom formula. Leads times conversion equals money. And once you've got that mastered, and if you're thinking to yourself, well, duh, yeah, I get it, right? Well, just think about it. If that's all you need to do to finally get some freedom in your life, don't you think you should invest whatever time, money, and resources it takes to achieve this? But the problem is that most people look at this equation backwards, right? You guys can probably tell what's wrong with this approach. Like everybody's focusing on leads. And yes, bots can help you generate leads. That's what most people think about them for. But the reason that I love bots is for conversion, because a lot of people on this call, the reality of it is I could give you 1,000 leads tomorrow and you might not know what the heck to do with them, right? So a bot not only can generate you the leads, but it can help convert that lead and turn it into somebody that pays. And this is what I need you to understand, is that it, for me in flipping houses, and you know, again, don't take this might be outdated, I don't know, but it was one small tweak that changed everything. And we paid thousands of dollars to go to this weekend seminar down in Florida. And at that seminar, I remember the one thing that I took away, because it only takes one tweak sometimes to change everything, is that one change to the messaging can change everything. So if you look at this was the same kind of sign that we put up forever, but as soon as we added 24-hour pre-recorded message, what happened is our phone calls skyrocketed, right? And you might be thinking, well, why is that? Well, that is because people don't like to talk to people, especially about their problems with their house. It's like, who in the world wants to go, oh yeah, hey, random stranger, let me tell you about all the problems that I'm having, and I'm plugging my laptop in here, all the problems that I'm having with my house. I'd love to share all that stuff with you. That would be great, right? And when you give them an opportunity to be able to get all of that info done without having to talk to a person, now they're like, okay, cool, this is something I want to check out. And as you can imagine, that's what's going to lead into bots. So the problem is, if you think about automation, it's been the same for 10 years. It's a website funnel, a squeeze page to email marketing, and then some people do text and some people do voice. The reality of it is, if you think about it, are these things trending up or down? And I probably don't have to tell you that email open rates have been tanking for years. They're half of what they used to be. And what most people don't realize, and we only know this because we've generated millions of leads online, is that opt-in rates online have also gone down because people are just sick of the same old thing. So let's look at, from your prospect's perspective, this is a super simple example of how a bot works. So imagine that somebody send in a message to Widget Enterprises and say, hey, Jenny, would you like to test drive our widget? And Jenny says, sure. All right, and the bot says, great, would either of these times work? Tuesday at 1 o'clock or Tuesday at 3 o'clock? And Jenny says, Tuesday at 1 o'clock. Thanks, and what's the best number to reach you at? And for those of us that are on the call that were alive during the 80s, we already know Jenny's number, right? 8675309. That's the funny thing, is half the people on the call probably don't even know what I'm talking about, and that's the best joke I got. Sorry, folks. Got it. And what's the best email? Is it still Jenny@JennyCustomer.com? So how did the bot know Jenny's number? Well, because Facebook knows Jenny's number. So therefore, the bot knows Jenny's number, and instead of having to type it in, one click, boom, that's it. Thanks, Jenny. Expect a call. Take care. So think about how easy this transaction was. right? Jenny didn't have to pick up a phone or email back and forth. All right. What happened is she got an appointment. Everything was easy peasy. It took about 5 seconds. All right. Widget Enterprises in this case got an appointment, a phone number, and an email. And it was all the simplest transaction in the world. And that's really what bots are all about, is making things easier on everybody. So in regards to, that's great, Matt, how do I get leads into my bot? The way that it works is, if you think about a traditional website, people go to a website, they type in information into a lead form. That's that. When it comes to a chat bot, there's all sorts of ways people can get into your bot. They can click a button, they can click a link, right? That link could be in an email or a text, or it can be anywhere. They could click on a Facebook ad. They could actually leave a comment on one of your Facebook posts, and the bot will reply back to them and say, hey, I noticed your whatever, right? They could, if they send you a message on Facebook, they go into your bot. Right? You can add a live chat to your website, and instead of having to have a human there, your bot can do it for you. You can create landing pages. You can have pop-ups and sliders. I mean, really, there's little scan codes. There are a dozen different ways. Unlike a website, you can get people into your bot. But remember this, in this day and age, it's all about multi-channel marketing. If you're hitting people in one way, you're going to lose to your competitors. Guarantee it. And with a bot, it allows you to do Messenger, right, which is where the bot lives, email, as you saw, which is one-click collection, and phone. And actually, phone is one-click collection as well. So with one click, right, they get into Messenger. One more click email, one more click phone. And needless to say, it makes it a lot easier to build a list than a traditional opt-in form. Okay, so how have we done with this? This was our first year of growth. Since then, we've gone on to build some of the biggest and best bots in the world. One of our current clients is a guy named Grant Cardone, who's also in the real estate space. And you know, it's been very good to us. So the thing that people ask, well, okay, well, what's the difference between Messenger and email? So as you saw, unlike email, Messenger creates an interactive two-way experience. They have messages sent from Messenger have a way higher open rate. They also have a way higher click-through rate. And the kicker is they also have a higher conversion rate. Now, I say all this, if you are a spammer and you're not willing to follow the rules, and then please don't get on the platform, right? Just don't do it. It's not like email where you can send 3 emails a day. You know, you're playing on, you know, Facebook's sandbox. But when you have higher open rates, higher click-through rates, and higher conversion rates, needless to say, that's a good thing. But I don't want to make it about Messenger versus email, because really the two go together like peanut butter and jelly, all right? If you're somebody who has struggled to build an email list, I don't have to tell you the importance of an email list. What happens is Messenger, having a Messenger bot, finally allows you to do it by having that one-click opt-in. Now, all of a sudden, you can finally build an effective email list, and the two actually work together perfectly. So what's the conversion numbers? This is our Bob. You guys saw him earlier. Of the people that go into what I call our money flow, our initial flow, 72% of them give us their email address. All right. My guess is that the opt-in rate is not nearly that high on your website. Which, by the way, if you have a website, great, we can add your bot to it. If you don't, it doesn't matter. You don't need a website to do this. Okay. So let's stop for a minute now and get away from the presentation and actually look at this thing and see how this works, okay? So what you saw earlier with the Jenny example was the front end of a bot from a user perspective. Now what you're seeing is the back end. So this is the tool I told you about, ManyChat, and this is what a bot flow looks like, okay? So a two-way communication with a bot is called a flow, all right? And why do they call it a flow? Well, when you stop and look at it from afar, because it's just a flow of information, right? So let's just kind of zoom in here. This flow that I'm showing you is kind of a special one. This is the very first flow we ever built for my company, boardgames.com. And in this, you know, what we found was, it was, you know, first of all, as you can see, 97% of people opened and 62% of people clicked. If you get 10% of people to click on an email, you're doing great. If you get 20% of people to open an email, you're doing great. So right out of the gates, obviously this is our first, so there's not huge numbers. We can tell that this is a little bit cooler than email. But just to kind of run through this, all this is, and the reason I show you this is so you guys understand how this works and you understand that you can do it. The way that this works is that you simply go all these little boxes. If you can edit, now I'm going to say this. Anybody can do this, but if you're somebody who struggles with basic email, then like this might not be your thing. You don't need to be technical in the slightest bit, but you do got to be able to do basic stuff. So just going through the flow, hey, R2D22 here, and just going through. And then this typing delay is basically the equivalent of if you're sending somebody a message and you see those little dots. And you'll see here, it just asks a question, and then it gives 2 buttons. And then depending on what button they click, it's going to add a tag. Okay, now this is the important thing to understand. The way that chatbots work is not only do they create a custom experience, but they also give you data as to what people like and what they don't like. So in this experience, they love Monopoly or they don't love Monopoly. And it just goes on to basically, you know, give them some text. And just to kind of give you guys an example, right, of how simple this is. And I don't want to say bots are easy. I never like to say anything is easy. But in terms of actually using the tool, I want you to understand how simple it is. So all I did is click on a box. And you'll see here, for example, it says first name. Bots know your user's first name. You don't have to ask for it. It's automatically populated. So if, for example, right, now if you're doing this from scratch, you have to add the boxes, and you do that by coming here, right, and you click send message. But if you were to start with one of our bots, basically what you'd be doing is customizing. And to do that, you just click on a little box and you say, you know, we're a lot alike. First name, cool, right? And that basically is what it takes to customize a box. Right, and if you don't like this, you know, this is again, this message sends, then it waits a couple seconds, then it puts a little typing delay. If you don't like this, you just delete it. Right, you see these buttons. I'll show you how easy it is to add a button. All right, I'll say another button. Right, and then we can connect this button. I'm going to zoom out here a little bit so you guys can see what's going on. All right, I can connect this button to anything that I want. Let's say I want them to go to this message or this message. All this is, guys, is creating boxes and connecting arrows and typing in boxes. Now, this is, I wanted to show you the most simple possible version of how this works, okay? Anybody can do this. That's the important thing, as long as you're not scared off by like Microsoft Word or something like that. Now, just because it's simple doesn't mean that it can't get, you know, much more advanced. So I'm going to show you, for example, here. All right, this is to show you a more advanced version. This is the one that we built for real estate investors. So this is the bot that actually acquires properties, negotiates deals, and sends you leads on a silver platter. Okay, so while I showed you a very simple example, and we're going to demo this in just a second, it's not to say that this can't get much more complicated, because we've integrated different tools. I mean, this took weeks and weeks of my life to build. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do a quick demonstration of this here. Let's go ahead and click preview. I know you guys are here to do some deals, right? Let me make this bigger. Cool. All right. Welcome to the house flipping bot. For this demo, we'll pretend your name is Pat and your company is Acme Properties. All right, here we go. Start demo. Acme Properties buys houses quickly and easily. No need for repairs, realtor fees, hassles, or headaches. Most importantly, you get paid cash. Right? And these animated GIFs that are called are put in here for humor, to lighten it up, right? Because you know how people are. They always got their guard up when it comes to selling their property. All right, let's get to it. Put in your zip code, and I'm just going to put in here, this is my parents' zip code. I'll actually show you the house that I grew up in as a kid. Great news! Pat from Acme Properties is currently buying houses in Willard, Ohio. Woo! What's the chances, right? What is the street address? Only the house number and street, please. Okay, so we're going to say 1004 South Main Street. Okay, just to confirm, that is correct. Got it. And let me ask you, Matthew, how quickly would you like to sell? Here's one of the important things, because no matter what, you have to like take value from this, because it's not just this new technology, it's how do you frame a conversation. So this question, as you guys know, is one that people will often lie about. They'll always say, oh, no hurry at all. But what's awesome is with a bot, people now are much more honest because they don't feel that threat of like, oh, I got to try to act like I'm cool and I'm not in a hurry, right? Great, because Pat can buy super fast. In fact, if you work out a win-win deal, Pat can buy as fast as yesterday. This is done with super advanced technology, even more advanced than me. The time machine. All right. Some more humor, buttering him up, getting him ready. Let me ask you, Matthew, how would you rate your overall condition of your house? Again, a question that people normally lie about. They're going to be more honest with the bot because there's no threat. No sweat. The great thing about working with Acme Properties, they worry about all the details. Just curious, when we say it needs some work, how much are we talking? Total disaster. All right, last question before I do a little research. If you were to sell the property as is, no repairs, do you have any idea how much you would get for it? Now, here's what is important to understand. If you remember looking at that interconnected web, we want to be smart about only giving people the experience that if they don't know what their house is worth, we don't need to talk numbers, right? But if they think they know what it is, which most people do, right? This little smirky guy here, we want to get that out front and what the bot's going to great. I'd love to get a feel of what you're realistically hoping for. Keep in mind, you'd be saving 6% on realtor fees and lots of other expenses by selling to Pat instead of an agent. And not to worry, this is not binding, just trying to get an idea if it's worth Pat's time or not. In round numbers, knowing this needs to be a win-win, how much were you thinking? I would be making notes on this right now, okay? I've been paid a lot of money for my copywriting, for my script writing, and how you pre-frame a conversation is everything. We didn't just say, how much do you want for your house? We said, great, I'd like to get a feel of what you were realistically hoping for, right? Come off your cloud, what you were hoping to get for your house. Keep in mind, you'll be saving 6% on realtor fees, cha-ching, subtract 6%, and lots of other expenses by selling to Pat instead of, and now replace Pat with your name, right? The bot will automatically insert your name. And not to worry, this is not binding, no stress, right? Just throw out a number, just trying to get an idea if it's worth your time or not, right? Meaning don't come with some whack number, because if you do, it's not worth the time and you're gonna lose out. So in round numbers, knowing this needs to be a win-win, right? Hey, you're a real estate investor. This is the real thing. This isn't some pie in the sky. Everybody's gonna win. Right? Meaning we do deals so there's no losers in this situation. How much were you thinking? All right. I'm just going to say, thanks, Matthew. Before I begin my preliminary research and forward this to Pat, I'd like to confirm the correct contact information. One-click email, right? Which is awesome. Got it. What's the best phone number to reach you at? All right. And again, if they have a phone number in Facebook, I didn't want my phone number to be out there, but it will also be one click. All right. So I'm just going to put in this. Okay. Great. Thanks, Matt. I'm starting my basic analysis now, but it looks like you want to get an expert's opinion on this. At first glance, you're hoping for 150,000, but basic internet show a value of 89,000. Maybe you have a little wiggle room to make this a win for Pat too. Right? You got a little wiggle room in there? Right? So what did we just do? Look at that, right? We're going to need to get an expert's analysis on this one. Okay? So making you, so even if you aren't an expert yet, you're being made to look like an expert here. Right? No, there's no podunk little company that's going to have something like this. So the bot is giving you higher authority here. And at first glance, it looks like you're hoping for 150,000, but basic internet. And what this is doing is just going and pulling details. And it doesn't matter. All that matters is if they were to give a number that was below that, we wouldn't come back and say this, right? The bot is going to negotiate depending on what the number that they throw out. So they threw out a number that was too high. So we come with a little humor like, ha, ha, ha. Hopefully there's a little wiggle room. 150,000 is a little high for Pat, especially if it needs some work. Keep in mind, I'm just a robot. All right. I'd love for this deal to work out. So the robot's playing the scapegoat. All right. So we're going to say edit my estimate. And I'm going to come back. Probably a good idea. I want to make sure Pat takes this serious, as there's a lot of people who want to sell their house right now. How much were you thinking? Ballpark, round numbers only. All right. So you just had the first price drop done by a robot for you, collected the leads, made you look like an expert, and negotiated the deal. Before I let you go, is there anything else you'd like to share? All right, cool. Let's just say, you know, inherited property. Got it. Thanks so much, Matthew. You'll hear from Pat soon. Boom. All right, just think about what just happened there. The likelihood of them contacting you because they know that they don't have to talk to a human is way, just like the example that I showed you on the sign, way higher. They come in, they're going to be more honest because they're not threatened. They're going to give you their information because they have one click with the email and with phone. And ultimately what happens is you not only get a lead, you get a lead that's pre-negotiated where you have looked like an expert. And in most cases, the bot has even got them to drop their price for the first time. And they know that this thing has got to be a win-win deal. So that is, you know,
Matt,
Ross, you told me to
Matt,
bring it for your
Can I jump in real quick, man? I have been, my eyes have just been like wide open watching this happen. I want to like rebuild my entire business after seeing this right here. So anyone who's brand new, who's just getting started, right? Think about all of those people that have spent all of this time doing all of the things that are about to be obsolete. You come in, you're fresh, you have something like this, you can run circles around people. And for those of you who are on this call, you're the type of person who, you know, reinvents yourself constantly. So you just saw the future of commerce and being the person to have this in your market. You know, bots buy houses. I mean, you can have all sorts of fun with this. And more importantly, you can make a lot of money with it. So I'm blown away, man. I took down tons of notes from that. And just, Matt said this, but I just want to reiterate it. The copy, what's being said, the playfulness, the correct use of emojis. If you're over the age of 40, you probably don't know how to use emojis correctly. Right? So it just, you know, emojis are like the new body language. These images are like new ways to communicate. And this is just, like Matt said, their guard is down. You're talking to them the right way. And you have a pre-negotiated lead for you that's easy to kind of get through. So whenever you see this type of stuff all over the Connected Investors website, you know exactly where it came from. Thanks for showing this. This is just this is what the Sofa Summit's all about. Bringing people like you on that can kind of show the future.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited to be here. And the end result is this, right? Is you've got a lead in your inbox that think about this. It's like, what percentage of people that land on your website become a lead? You know, maybe if you've got Ross's sites, more than most, right? But still a relatively less, you lose more leads than you get. This is a thing where it's like, hey, if they're in it, 90% of people go from step to step to step to step. And what happens is now you look like a rock star, you've got a negotiated price, and it's like there's nothing worse than actually getting a lead and then you can't get a hold of them, right? So they're more likely to communicate with you because they're already like, man, your bot, you got something to talk about. Your bot's hilarious. But this link right here where it says check it in live chat, if you click that, boom, you're talking with them one-on-one in Facebook with one click. And guess what? That everybody is going to respond to that. So this is, in a nutshell, I mean, this is not going to be for everybody for sure, because this is something that's different. This is something that's new. But I did want to, we don't have the time to cover it right now. I did want to let you guys know, upon request, and very few people have ever seen this. I don't even know if Ross has seen it. After building that motivated seller bot, I just got the request of, hey, you know, we want one for buyers as well. I think I can safely say that the one for buyers is even cooler than the one for sellers. So it collects buyers' leads. It finds out what it is that they want, what kind of properties they want. It segments them into different buyers groups. So you guys have heard the whole VIP buyers and all that kind of stuff. Imagine that isn't just some phrase, but it's a real thing, and we gamify the entire system so that the more they interact with the bot, the more properties they look at. When they buy properties, it increases their VIP status so that VIPs get the hot properties early. So therefore, everybody is then competing to get to your deals first. So the end result is the competition, and when there's competition, obviously people pay more. I can't say this is, I have no idea, what the whole typical thing is. John was the very first person to really reach out and say, hey, we need this, like we want it, make it for me. I let him have it first. This was within 2 days of me sending it to him. I had the deal locked with the seller at 50. The bot did the work engaging, had an open house and bidding war, came in at 72, nice wholesale deal. And obviously this stuff's even over my head. I just like, wow, you made $22,000 on the deal. Yep, nice payday. And that was within 2 days. And this, I don't want to say this is typical. I have no idea, but the thing is that nobody's doing this. That is what matters the most. And that this bot created this competition to sell this property. And this is something that nobody is using. Okay. So step one, I told you got to decide if you want this kind of automation in your business. If you look at this and you're like, man, I'm not interested in that, just wait for the next session in the SOFA Summit. Because from here on out, I'm going to tell you how you get this going in your business. So it's okay if that's not your thing. But if you decide that you want to get this automation going, then it's time. It's go time. We're going to talk about how to make that happen. I do want to be honest that 99% of bots out there are not good. I'll start by bragging. The CEO of ManyChat, the #1 bot platform that I showed you guys earlier, declared me the bot master. And I alluded to this. They actually hired us to build their bot using ManyChat. So I think, they have over 1 million users. That's about the highest compliment you can get. So I feel good about our ability, but I have to admit this is that we're still learning every single day. This is a brand new field. This is your opportunity to get in front of something new. So every day I'm still putting out new things, and we're still getting better. We're all getting better together. But I do want to just let you know, if you were to try to do this on your own, these are some of the things that I see that just don't work. And the first thing is people trying to act like their bot is real. And what we do at Bot Builders is we create bots with personality. I actually commissioned the best bot 3D artist in the world, and we created something called the Build a Bot Factory, where in one click, you can get one of 10 different bots in any color scheme that you want to be your bot character in a matter of seconds. So this is something that comes with our premium service. It's called the Executive Program. I'm going to tell you how you can try that for free in just a little bit here. So just know that rather than trying to commission an artist, we're going to help you do it with a click. The second problem that I see with bots is they're just horrible at conversation. And that's why we created this thing called CPU logic. And I'm not going to go into it. I'm just going to say this. Rather than your bot responding back the same way as every other bot in the world does, which sounds like, does not compute, does not compute, our bots respond back with up to between 27 and 35 different responses for every possible question that comes in. So just know that we've created this logic in there that's taken us thousands of hours to build that you don't have to do one bit of work for. That's the most important thing to understand here. The third thing, problem that I see with other bots is they just don't work with other systems. And to me, a bot doesn't do you any good if it's on its own. And that's why we build our bots to easily integrate with everything. And as you can see here, any program that you use, whether the picture is here, actually there's over 1,500 integrations at this point. I need to update the slide. You see PIN on here, which is obviously Ross's program. But any modern program that you use can integrate with your bot. So the question, if your question is, can I use it with blank? The answer is 99.9% yes. All right. The fourth problem is most bots are not designed to make sales, and that's why we built what we call the master flow. And again, I won't go into a lot of detail on this, but what you need to know is this. When somebody comes into your bot, they're automatically going to get all the right messages at all the right times without repeating itself. It's automatically designed to make sales out of the box. And the fifth problem that I see with most bots out there is they don't really do much. It's just kind of like, oh, cool, I saw it once. All right, I'm over it. That's why we build what we call Bot Builders Core. So when a client like a Grant Cardone or ManyChat comes to us and they want us to build a bot, we don't start from scratch. We built the best, most sophisticated bot on the planet, and I can say that with confidence because we won awards, and even the experts admit to it, that is ready to go out of the box, that has over 100 of those flows. So lead generation quizzes, it's got auto segmenting, viral automation, it's got engagement scores, so you know who's engaging with your bot and who's not. The master flow, I told you about it. They tell jokes, they give riddles, they collect reviews on Facebook, they can help you get your bot reviewed on Facebook, and they can even help your content be seen on Facebook. Long story short, there's over 100 of these flows already built. You've seen how much work goes into them, and these are all ready to rock out of the box and fully customizable just by clicking on some boxes and typing some stuff. So why do you need a bot right now? You don't need any technical skills. This is a completely untapped source of leads. It's ridiculous open and click-through rates. It works for any type of business. So it doesn't matter what kind of real estate you do. It doesn't matter if you have another type of business that you want to do this for. It can work for anything. It's a way to build your email and your phone list in the process. And ultimately, if you think about it, if you're doing business locally in your local market, this is your opportunity to dominate. This is the one thing, like Ross was talking about, when everybody else is over here trying to play catch up, this can be your unique thing that can allow you to dominate in your local market. And, I told you this is your chance to stop chasing technology and finally get ahead of it. The reality of it is, like, there might be maybe 2% of companies have bots. Most of those bots, as you know, aren't any good. So this is your chance to stop playing in the same pool, fishing in the same pond as everybody else, and finally come over and do something different. And, just to kind of let you know how this has gone, we've had several of our bots be ranked #1 by Facebook, and they stopped ranking the bots, unfortunately. But this is in the finance category. Within 2 weeks, we hit the #1 spot. So imagine just me and an intern, right, with zero technology, I don't know how to code a thing, beat American Express, every bank in the world, every financial company in the world within 2 weeks. And we stayed in that position for over a year. All right, so step one was you needed to decide if you wanted this kind of automation in your business. And if you're still watching this, then I'm assuming that you said yes to that. Otherwise, you would have already checked out. So second step is decide if you want me and my team to help you. And if you do, there's 3 ways that you can become a bot builder. You can do it yourself, you can have it done for you, or we can do it together. So the first option is, if you don't mind doing the work, you love this kind of stuff, and you're like, Matt, let me get my hands dirty. We have a do-it-yourself program, which is 3 online courses. The first one is a basics course that it teaches you everything you need to know, the nuts and bolts of how to get a basic bot up and running. The second course that comes with that is the advanced course, which is all the ninja stuff that we do that nobody else in the world is doing. And the third one, and most important one, is the growth course. All right, we have a saying that bot builders are business builders. I don't care that you have a bot. I care that you have a bot that's helping you do deals. And that's what this is all about. How do I generate more leads? How do I make more sales? How do I multiply this thing? So if you're somebody that doesn't mind doing the work, you get all these 3 courses, instant access. The bottom line is this is by far the best bot training on the market. You can get all 3 of them for $997. Roll up your sleeves, go to work, and make it happen. The second option, if you're somebody who, you're already making millions of dollars in real estate, you've got a big budget, you're like, Matt, you guys are the best, clearly, I want to hire you. The second option is the done for you option. So if you do that, I'm just going to be upfront. What I do is I use Bot Builder's Core, right? I just take this bot that's already ready to rock. I follow some simple step-by-step tutorials to customize it. I'm going to customize the flows for you, meaning that I go in the box and I type in the stuff. We do have a wait list currently, but if you're somebody who's interested in this, the price starts at $35,000. If you want to do fancy stuff, it goes up from there. You'll have the opportunity to make a deposit here in just a little bit. But just know that it's like, I'm going to be upfront with you guys. I'm going to start with the same core bot and the same bot that I showed you just a little bit ago. All right, third and final option is the Do It Together program. So I wanted to find something that doesn't require you to do all the work, where you can leverage all the thousands of hours that we put into this thing, but at the same time doesn't cost you $35,000. And I'm very proud of our flagship program that we call the Do It Together program. All right, so the Do It Together program, what we've done is in Bot Builder's Core, we've given you over 100 bot flows, over 10 growth tools, which are ways that you attract people into your bot, over 500 keywords, those are the things when somebody interacts with your bot. So it automatically has the language. And I told you guys that we have the most sophisticated language out there. Already done, no work needed whatsoever. There's sequences built in there. Here's the thing is you might look at this and go, Matt, I don't even know what that stuff means. Here's what matters is it's thousands of hours of work that we've put into this thing. And ultimately what you're doing is you're customizing. So we've done all the work. We've provided all the step-by-step tutorials. So basically what you need to do is, number one, get started with the program, which I'm going to tell you how to do that in just a second here. Number two is download our pre-built bot, which is literally like you click a button and you got it. And then three is you follow simple step-by-step tutorials, right? It's do this, do this, do this, make money, right? So beyond just giving you the bot, giving you the step-by-step, the thing is when we say do it together, you're never alone in this thing, never. We have what we like to call and what our customers also believe to be legendary support. And that's what we believe in. Every single step of the way, we'll be with you, answering questions, holding your hand, and jumping in whenever you need help. All right. So, of course, being the SOFA Summit, I had to bring the A game. Bonus number one, as you guys already saw, the pre-built real estate investing bot. All right. Build your sellers list, negotiate deals, build your buyers list, and ultimately get buyers competing for your deals. And I didn't have time to go through the buyer bot, but I'm telling you, it's even better than the seller bot. Bonus number two, I promised you at the beginning that you'd have a way to use this bot with zero marketing dollars, zero experience. You don't need deals. You don't need anything. What I've done is I've created a program, and nobody is using this, literally nobody, where you can take your bot, your pre-built bot, approach other real estate investors and co-wholesale. I didn't invent co-wholesaling. Happens every day all across the country. But what you have is something unique. It's like, hey, do you currently market your properties with a bot? All right, cool. I have a bot. If I bring you a buyer, will you pay me half? Of course. Happens every single day. Now what you've got is you've got the ability to build your buyers list for free because you have something creative and unique that nobody has. And because this bot lives online and it has no limit to where it does deals, you can do deals all across the country and not just in your backyard. And again, because everything is virtual, you have the ability to outsource this so that you don't even have to do the management of the process. So the Facebook Flip Factory is something that nobody's ever seen before. And ultimately, I wanted to come up with a solution to the problem of, hey, Matt, I'm starting from scratch. I don't have everything. How can I do a deal fast with no marketing budget whatsoever? All right. The third bonus, and this is like, hey, I want to just figure out how do I make my money back from this investment as fast as I possibly can. If you're looking at this and thinking to yourself, man, these bots are the future and every company will have a bot, which every company will have a bot, then what we're going to allow you to do is either sell bots as a business to other businesses, or you can sell our programs and we'll pay you a handsome referral fee for sending them our way. So the bottom line is this gives you the ability to sell bots to other companies literally by just saying, hey, check this out, right? If they buy from us, you get paid. You have the ability to make recurring income and ultimately make your investment back as fast as you possibly can. And I like to share, these are bot builders who are now, and I need to update this slide because they actually cracked $100,000 a month selling bots, and they sell bots to restaurants. Okay, so if restaurants buy bots, I think it's safe to say just about any kind of company will build bots. Results, not typical. And I want to say again that these guys were smart guys, were successful before I met them. But I just want to show you guys what is possible in this brand new industry because it's right for the picking and now is the time, okay? The fourth bonus I'm going to give you, this is 100% completely optional, but I mentioned the Build a Bot Factory earlier. So this is your chance to have your bot character built for you. Also, if you're interested in building and having bots for other kinds of businesses, in this executive program, you've got niche flows, you've got premium flows that work for anything. We give you additional integration support. This is a program that normally we sell this for $97 a month. When you get to the checkout, it's an option. You don't have to take it. but I just wanted to make sure to deliver on the promise and give you the ability to get a free bot character, free upgraded templates that you can use for, it doesn't matter, e-commerce or coaching, or just, literally anything that you can think about, any local business, any online business, SEO. We've got all these different niches. This is an option. You don't need to get it, but it's free for 30 days if you want it. And the fifth and final bonus for the SOFA Summit is Bot Builder's quick tips, time-saving shortcuts, advanced conversion, how to hack your competitors, how to minimize ad costs if you want to start advertising, and ultimately how to maximize revenue. So just to recap everything here really quick, you're getting the Bot Builder's Core Instant Bot, you're getting the Basics course, you're getting the Advanced course, you're getting the Growth course, you're getting the Real Estate Investing Bot that's ready to go out of the box, zero work needed. You're getting the Bot Business in a Box so you can make your investment back as fast as possible. You're getting the Facebook Flip Factory so that you can do deals anywhere in the country without ever touching a property or spending a dime in marketing. You're getting Bot Builders Executive as an optional bonus. You're getting the Quick Tips training. If you add this up, guys, and I know you've seen this before, but I'm telling you this is worth at least what is here. And I know this because people pay us large sums of money every single day. So I had to come up with a price, obviously somewhere between the $997. I told you I'd build a bot for you for $35,000. With all the bonuses and everything in there, the price that we landed at was $1,997, right? But like I told you guys, we're learning every day, and what we want is your feedback. So as long as you promise that in 30 days you're going to tell us how we can continue to get better, we're going to drop the price for you, $500 today. We love connected investors. So you're going to be able to get started right now for $1,497, one-time payment. That's it. You get all of the pre-built bots, you get all of the training, all of the bonuses, and this is something that whenever Ross ends this promotion, it's over. Right now, you want to go to connectedinvestors.com/bot. Go to connectedinvestors.com/bot. All right, and Ross, I don't know what you're limiting the quantity at or what that looks like. But for $1,497, guys, just imagine this, all right? I've put personally thousands of hours into this. So you're getting, if you had the opportunity to hire me for less than $1 an hour, would you do it, right? If all this did for you was give you a chance to finally build your buyer's list, if all it did was give you a chance to build your seller's list, if it helped you to build your email list and your phone list, if it allowed you to start investing part-time so that while you're at work or while you're with your family or while you're sleeping, you can still do deals, right? If it allowed you to scale without having to hire more people, would it be worth $1,497? Really, if you put this into perspective, for $1,500, you've probably spent that kind of money on your couch, right? And I'm a big believer, your couch obviously isn't making you any money. And while I think that investment in education is always a good investment, remember, this isn't just an investment in education. You're getting a pre-built, not only the best bot in the world, but you're getting the real estate investing bot for both buyers and sellers, ready to go out of the box with one click. Go to connectedinvestors.com/bot. Whenever Ross takes it off the screen, we're going to close this thing down. I'm not sure what the timetable is. All I know is I can't let that price and all those bonuses go all that long. So whenever Ross wants to close it down, we're going to close it down. Go to connectedinvestors.com/bot. And the thing is, just remember, you've already decided, right?
Yeah.
You decided that you want this automation working in your business.
Man,
You decided that you want me and my team to help you. Those are
I'm sorry to do this.
Ross,
I just got to jump in. We already hit our limit. We already sold out. People were buying right away.
Cool.
I'm just kidding, guys. No, I'm just kidding. I saw a bunch of people get really
cool, dude. I'm like, yes, right? We like to make sales over here. That's a good thing. No, but Ross, I'd love your thoughts on it, buddy.
Yeah, no, this is guys, this is fun. When he was showing you the funnel, people make it through that funnel because it's fun. They want to see the next question. If you were like me, you were just watching, like, what's next? What's the next image that's going to come up? And just like with PIN V5, this makes every strategy you're currently doing or thinking about better. Right, Matt? It doesn't matter if you're investing in apartment complexes, single
100%.
family, if you're wholesaling, if you're renting, if you're a landlord. This makes all of the strategies better. And when Matt came on here, I said, Matt, you got to really make sure you do something special for the Sofa Summit. Matt, I was blown. I didn't realize you were going to stack up the bonuses. I thought you were going to give just a little bit of a discount. And
no, this is that. I mean, this is everything I got. This is the kitchen sink. And you know, the thing about it is you know, I don't want to make light of it. $2,000, or in this case, we're getting it for $14.97 as long as they jump on it now. You know, obviously, it's like the value is there. I mean, I think if you're still watching this, you've already decided that you want automation working. You've already decided that you want help from me and my team. You know, the only thing it's like at this point, it's just like stopping it. Don't overanalyze it, right? Because if you're on here, it means you're an investor, right? You're a connected investor. You're a real estate investor. What do investors do? They make investments. Like if you're looking at this and there's that thought in your head, like, I should do this, and you're not doing it, then you got to have a reality talk with yourself that you're talking yourself out of something that could be an amazing investment for you. Because remember, automation always is a good investment. It's the only thing that can pay you back both time and money. So if you sit there and go, I should do this, and you don't do this, then you've got to examine whether you really want to be an investor. Because it's just, you know, it's like we look at this and we go, ultimately, what are we buying here? Don't worry about the technology or the details or whatever. All that is in the training. It's all step by step. You click download, you follow the instructions, you can do it, right? We've had some elderly people that admitted we've had to get on and give them some extra hand holding. Every single one of them has gotten through it, right? So don't worry about that stuff. Just worry about the fact that if you don't have right now a way to generate leads and to turn those leads into deals with predictability, if you don't have a deal machine, then you're going to be chasing deals for the rest of your life, right? And just think about real estate investing as another job, because until you have systems that work for you, you're just chasing paper, right? Stop worrying about the dollars, start worrying about the machine, and let the machine make you the dollars, right? Go to connectedinvestors.com/bot. And I will say this, Ross, this is kind of a last second addition. On that page, you will see a payment option. You'll have to maybe scroll down below the button or something. For those of you that are like, man, I really want to do this. Here's my upfront deal, Ross. First of all, I didn't want to charge any extra because I don't, you know, I'm not in the business of making, you know, small little extra amounts of money from people. But here's my deal to you. If you get the payment plan, I'm going to give you all the bot downloads, all the bot training. I'll give you the bot business in a box. I'll even give you the flip face factory, but I do want to hold back at least the quick tips until you pay in full. Okay. So I'm going to give you actually everything. I guess that's not a bad deal, right? So that you've got the ability to get your bot up and running, to make money referring people to us, to sell them bots, to be able to flip houses with no money down. You don't even need to have deals. Right, but I'm going to wait till you make your last payment to unlock the last bonus, just to try to be fair, right? But the bottom line is you just got to get to connectedinvestors.com/bot. Whenever Ross shuts it down, she's shut down. Ross, I'm going to make this last couple of comments if that's okay. We talked about the 2 steps, right? You want this in your business. You decided that, right? Number 2 is you want help from me and my team. I think you've decided that. And if you're still sitting there and you haven't pulled, maybe you even got your credit card in your hand right now, or your hand on your wallet, and you haven't done it, I'm going to add a 3rd step in here, and that's to remember why you're making this investment here today. The real reason, right? Not just, you know, I want a money machine, or I want to do more deals, or, you know, what's the real reason? Because I told you about my motivation. This is our son Noah, and this is when we found out that he has severe hearing loss. And when I heard that, the moment I heard that, I made the decision to shut down our office. Everybody go work from home. I'm going to work from home. You guys are looking at me here in my back room. And it was, you know, one of those just very sobering moments. And I thank God that I have automation working for me so that I could make that move. But I want to show you a second picture, which is here, Noah on the right-hand side, because thanks to technology, Noah can now, you know, it'll never be 100%, but he can now hear. This is Noah the very first time he watched, he's got his best buddy Buzz there from Toy Story. This is the first time he watched Toy Story and can actually hear the full movie. And I bring this up because when Noah first got fitted for the hearing aids, he hated it. He absolutely hated it. He kicked and he screamed, and it was heartbreaking because it was just such a new thing for him, and he was miserable. But once he finally learned and started to understand that, hey, this technology, it's different and it's weird, but you know what? It's making my life better. Now he absolutely loves his hearing aids, and the first thing he does when he wakes up in the morning is he wants his hearing aids. And I imagine that this might be very similar for you. This is new. This is weird. This is like something that you're probably, you should do, but you've been regretting. Just know you're never going to understand until you have that first experience. Noah didn't get it. I could have told Noah all day, hey, you're going to finally understand. You're finally going to be able to watch movies and hear life, and he would have never got it. But as soon as he was in there, as soon as you're in there, everything is going to click for you. Just know that we've got 7 layers of support. We do new orientations live, so you can ask me your questions. We've got private community groups, literally 7 different ways that we support you and help you. Go right now to connectedinvestors.com/bot. This is one of those things that, you're going to do it or you're not going to do it. And if you don't do it, you probably won't kick yourself in the ass until a couple years down the line, and you start to look around and you go, oh my gosh, I could have been the first in my market, and I let $499 or $1,497 get in my way. So, Ross, I know I talked a little long, but you've got a lot of amazing speakers coming up here. I really thank for the opportunity. I think that if there's anything we learned from this whole situation and just COVID and the scares is that, it's like we got to come up with new creative ways to let technology work for us instead of us working for technology. And I hope that this can be the way for you, and I hope that our team gets the opportunity to serve you. So, Ross, thank you so much.
This has been fantastic, and I know we're early on in the SOFA Summit here, but this is a phenomenal presentation here, and this is just kind of a peek behind the curtain of the type of people that we're able to attract into our network, into our mastermind, to help you get to your next level. And you're really smart for being here. You're smart for signing up to the summit. You're smart for being here for all of these different segments. But the reason you're doing all of those things is so you can find that one thing to give you the advantage, right? And this is definitely very unique. Nothing else we're going to show you throughout this summit is matches this in any way as far as the uniqueness of it and the ability to be the first in your market. This enhances all of the other strategies we're going to be covering, just like PIN V5. So it's really cool. That's why I wanted to bring him on early in the event here, because I want you to have all of the things that make everything work better. And Matt, one thing that you brought up that I didn't realize was coming is the ability to resell this. I'm sure that at least one other business that would think this is really cool, and it's a really great way to kind of recapture your investments. So if you make the investment in this, you start using it, you get 1 or 2 other people that are interested.
That's it.
There's your money back. There's your money back.
You refer 3 people and you're like super positive, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And not only am I going to pay you a large percentage of any sale that you bring to us, you're also going to get paid recurring revenue from anybody that stays on with our services. So
that's great.
But yeah, it's just, at the end of the day, I just try to think back when I was first getting started, Ross, and just like how every investment like this, and I made them, but it was tough. So I just wanted to do everything possible to help give you multiple ways to make your money back as fast. I would say fast as humanly possible, but fast as robotically possible maybe would be a better phrase. I just made that one up.
Well, you know what? On that, thank you so much, Matt, for being here. Visit connectedinvestors.com/bot. Make the investment, and you definitely won't be sorry for this one. So, Matt, thanks again for being here.
All right, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the summit, gang.
Or then you tell me if it's good or not. So, or it's what you're looking for. When I first got started, I was about a year. I was making 6 figures, working as an engineer. I was trying to juggle both. Fortunately or unfortunately, I started my career right after the crash. And if anyone remembers, there were foreclosures everywhere. So, they were not as abundant, but they were not as hard to pick up. Well, when I made the jump to full time, shortly after about 6 months to a year, that died off. So the access that we have now to pinpoint profits, to the vacancies, to pre-foreclosures, to taxes, all those key leads that we have access to now, we didn't have. So I literally would drive, knock on doors, because I started getting nervous. Where am I going to find my next deal? I don't have all this data. I'm sitting at the courthouse. I'm knocking on these people's doors and, afraid I'm going to get shot, or driving for dollars, or putting bandit signs in and, hoping that the police don't come and call me and tell me to get my signs up or something. So, access to this data has completely transformed the business of how investors work these days. The house we're sitting in right now, I got from Pinpoint Profits, from the data feed. I've got 2 houses on the other side of the town that we got those from vacant feeds within Pinpoint Profits. And we have 2 more in subdivisions that actually was from Pinpoint Profits in the data feed. So it's kind of a no-brainer that it brings you deals.
All right, hello everyone, we're back, and gosh, today has been amazing already. So many great people have shared so many great ideas, and there's still so many phenomenal speakers coming up. The next speaker is someone you definitely need to pay attention to. He's used data and marketing to make an absolute fortune and design an amazing lifestyle for himself. So he's going to give you some amazing tips on how to use PIN, on how to invest in real estate, and how to become a better version of yourself. And because he's such a marketing guy, I thought, who better to interview him than the head of marketing here at Connected Investors, Sean Keating. Sean is responsible for millions of dollars in ad spend and is the creative genius behind many of our advertising campaigns. But what Sean's known best for is helping you tell stories about your success. When we talked to 81-year-old Ray Ritchie about how he was using PIN to fund his retirement, we flew Sean out to his hometown and we shot a video, and we learned a little bit more about Ray and how he was using PIN and the impact it had on his life. When Thomas Hillgardner reached out to us and went from broke to multimillionaire, we sent Sean all the way out to Chicago to shoot Thomas's life for a little while. And we've shared that story with you. Maybe Sean will fly out to your hometown. So I'm going to go ahead and let him take away this next interview. Sean, go ahead and take it away.
Hey, awesome. Yeah, Ross, I'm really excited to be here. And it's definitely the best part of my job to meet and learn the stories of our community members. So there's been so many, and there's stories of transformation as much as they are success. Every story also reminds us that, despite everything we do at CI to help real estate investors reach their goals, we're never the hero in the story, ever. We're merely the guide. And everyone who joins our community and uses our tools, they're writing their own hero story. And the thing that makes it so, and you'll notice it in any Batman or hero movie, is that the hero always has to go through a transformation. If it was just easy and they could defeat the bad guy, it would be a lame movie. So it's the same thing with the investors that we speak to, and them reaching their next level of success. It's not us that's going to be a hero, or it turns out to be them. And that's what comes out in these stories. And it's really exciting to be a part of it and to watch how our guidance and support can facilitate those types of transformations. So you just saw the video, and Jerry, he went through an initial transformation of leaving a corporate job at a huge company where he was making really solid, good money, and he decided to do his own thing. And that's one transformation. But then Jerry had bigger and bigger goals. So he had to transform yet again to go from being a real estate investor to a business owner and everything that comes with that. So he's a member of our Connected Investors Inner Circle Mastermind. So he's really one of our first few members, and he's become a bit of a catchphrase around here because whenever we're looking at new parts of the product or working on back end, solutions to make PIN easier or marketplace easier to search. We think, how would Jerry use this? So it's been very, very helpful to watch him work through the business, and what he's shared with us and other members has been great. So at any rate, but with Jerry online here, Jerry has started, scaled, and stepped out of the day-to-day running of the real estate business. And Jerry, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing awesome, man. How are you doing today?
I am doing really good. I'm so excited to be talking to you again. How are you getting along with everything that's going on in the world right now?
Well, we have transitioned, I think, like everybody. We're business obviously has changed, and we're changing with it. And but other than that, thank you for the intro. I appreciate it. I love being part of being able to work with you guys every day when we're able to be in the office. But we're doing good, man. How are things on that end?
Everybody's doing good here. We're all staying safe, and continue to try to get stories out, and also work on the software to make it better for our members. So, well, Jerry, we'll jump in. Now you're fun to watch because, like we said, you've scaled out of business, and now you have a sellable business that's leveraged with specialists underneath you. So, we get to watch you kind of go on vacation while your business continues to run. Does that sound about right?
Yes, my after a few years, my family, we've been very fortunate enough to build this business to the point where we don't own a job. We actually own a business, and that's a big difference that a lot of people, even myself, to be able to separate that. And once we got to that level, you're right. I enjoy my vacations. I enjoy my time away, and still able to make money when I'm with my wife enjoying a vacation.
So give us a little bit of a time scale here. How long from the time you flipped your first house to where you're at now? How many years is it?
Going about 10 years. I started in 2009, kind of part-time a little bit. Went on into 2010. I started out flipping. Fortunately, when I started, it was right after the market crash. And I was able to basically, at that time, you could pick and choose at the courthouse nonstop your deals. That started to dry up. Of course, started getting really worried, where are we going to find our next deals? I walked away from a huge corporate job for a few years, and, what am I going to do now? And we were able to start implementing systems and start implementing ways to find the leads. And the best way is through data and through the marketing systems like PIN. That's exactly where you can get that data. That used to, I would sit at the courthouse for days and manually write down in spreadsheets. Since then, we've been able to build our business. We're in 3 markets now, so we've able to scale multiple employees, and we've got a flipping business, we got a wholesale business, and I also have some other side commercial projects that we do. So in the past 10 years, I've been really blessed, and it's been a fun roller coaster ride.
Yeah, you touched on some really good points there. Marketing, data, and processes, and people, which are obviously really the dashboard for any business, particularly that data part. And Jerry, you were an early adopter. What was it like using data, say a couple years ago compared to, some of the solutions that are out there now?
Data a few years ago, we were still, if we want to go back about 5 or 6 years, data was very hard to find, and it made the way to scale your business almost unknown sometimes. To be able to track your business, to track your KPIs, and the ability to get that data really helps our marketing funnels. So, you take that data and you start your direct mail, you make sure you have your website, you do your Facebook marketing, and you incorporate and you tie all that in. All of our data that I get from PIN, I use for all of our marketing funnels. Instead of just knocking on doors and putting bandit signs out, we have the ability to contact that seller or that homeowner directly And, you know, it's key. It's key to your market to find motivated sellers, your non-owner occupants. All that information is invaluable. You can get your, you know, that's how you find your cash buyers as well, you know, within the PIN system. So, you know, like I said, I used to be at the courthouse, and a funny story I like to tell people is how I got some of my buyers who are some of my best buyers now, which had I had the system and all this data a few years ago, I used to go to the courthouse when I would get all the leads, but then I would go out on the days that they had bids. And you got to remember, this was during the crash and during all that. And everybody, all the investors were at the courthouse. I would sit there and get their names and their phone numbers. And I'm like, hey, if I get a deal, can I call you? So, you know, a lot has changed in the past few years as far as the manual, the very tedious, the time consuming tasks. It has evolved to the point where you log in, you get the data, you get the individual, and you go. And that has transformed my business to the point where my team can come in and do what they need to do with that data, make sure that our marketing funnels are bringing in what we need to bring in, and this gives us the ability to just scale continuously.
You hear the terms good data, bad data all the time. Does that exist? Is there good data versus bad data? How do you view the quality of your data?
I've heard that. When I first started, I thought that I had good data and bad data. Now sometimes there can be old data, but the old data can still be valuable. I find it valuable. A lot of people, you know, you call or you get responses. I don't own that house anymore. I don't live there anymore. You're always going to have that. The systems, you know, a person moves, you know, the UPS, the United States Postal Service, they have nothing to do with, you know, it takes 30, 60 days sometimes for that to get updated. So when I hear bad data, I try to tell people you're always going to have the outliers. Focus on your core marketing, focus on your numbers, focus on your KPIs. Your KPIs are going to tell you, which key point indicator, they're going to tell you your numbers. Your numbers are going to tell you if you go through every week and you keep track of what you're mailing out, what all your marketing funnels are doing versus what you're spending versus your leads coming in, you're going to know if that data is bad or not. Without that, I don't think you can accurately hone in and say it's bad data.
Yeah, and that's, you know, actually one of the new features that you helped inspire inside of PIN 5 as far as past motivation, because, you know, I believe you had noticed that correspondence where, or the correlation there, I'm sorry, where if it's second or third time, they may be highly likely on that third time to need to sell.
Absolutely. It's very funny. My one of the acquisitions managers told me we had mailed a guy 16 times postcards. He finally called us on the 16th one and said, I'm so tired of you guys sending this to me. Fine, I'll sell it. I have nothing better to do. So, you know, what may seem like bad data was actually good data. It just took nurturing and follow-up and consistency.
Gotcha. And you mentioned the follow-up, you know, in the marketing side of it. You're turning this data hopefully into conversations with motivated sellers. What else do you do to try to facilitate those conversations on the marketing and sort of branding side so that people know who they're talking to?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We like I said, we've got multiple marketing channels. And if you think about it, one of the first things that I do if I get a letter in the mail or I see a website or I see something on Facebook, one of the first things I do, and I think most people do, is I'm gonna look this company up. So I think that, you know, people starting out is they forget these things. You know, you've got to create your brand. You've got to be out there. You've got to be on Google. You've got to be out there. You've got to have your website. You've got to have credibility. You've got to have testimonials. So you have to make yourself known in your market. And what I mean by that is, you know, don't try to hide underneath anything. Be open. You know, this is what we do. We buy houses, you know, Because I tell you, when people get something, they're going to call or they're going to look at your postcard. They're going to look at your Facebook ad, and they're going to try to see if you're legit, because people these days are skeptical. And as most people are, so I think that all that together is what needs to happen.
Yeah, I've seen your page. You know, the stellar testimonials are, you know, you really don't see them that often. Even some investors with some really nice sites don't do a good job of highlighting the stories of the sellers that they've helped out of a bad situation. And, you know, right now we're seeing 30 to 40% delinquency coming up on mortgages this month. And a recent study showed 50% of homeowners are considering selling because of possible foreclosures or problem with their mortgage. So how much more important does that become, and what changes are you making kind of as we're heading into this next shift?
For us, you're right. There's a lot going on in this world right now, and the ability to shift is very crucial these days. For us, you know, it's speed and accuracy, flexibility. The shift is with access today, the ability to gather our leads immediately and follow up with them immediately makes us relevant still, keeps us in front of them. And another thing is you have to adapt to what's going on in the environment. So let's think about it right now. We're all going through a pandemic. So we had to completely switch because our goal was to get site visits. You know, we get leads coming in and we say, all right, let's go check, let's meet you at your house. Well, you can't do that right now. There's a lot of people that, you know, I want to sell, but you can't really, I don't want you to get near my house. So just like everybody, we went virtual, we had to go virtual. So we're incorporating just like everybody else, we're keeping our advertising and our marketing consistent. We also are marketing to people, hey, if you were considering it, now might be the time. But to me, it's consistency. You just got to have the ability to quickly shift, and virtual and all this technology that's coming down the way now is, in my opinion, where we're going. You know, you're still going to have your site visits. You're still going to have, your one-on-ones with your people. But I think a lot of the work is going to be done. Matter of fact, for the past 4 or 5 months, we're in virtual markets or in other markets virtually, and we don't have boots on the ground. And we're selling properties, we're buying and we're selling properties. So we had a slight advantage that we had already started that process. So we just took that to a whole different level. And, we're offering sellers, we'll give you a Zoom, we'll sit here and we'll talk to you. You have FaceTime? Hey, we'll walk through your house with you on FaceTime. And we'll look at like, okay, cool. This is what you said. We shoot contracts over, we get them, we close. We've never set a foot in the house. So I think that's where the business is slowly going to be transforming, because it's the new normal. Things have definitely changed in 2020. And I think this is where we're at these days. And my team and I are quickly scaling and quickly transitioning into that mode.
Is there an additional opportunity there, specifically because we're in a pandemic, that homeowners don't want to go the route of letting a bunch of people in their house for showings or bringing contractors in to get the house done? Are you seeing an actual shift there with sellers?
Yes and no. It's starting to get more and more. It's I would say 50-50. Some people are getting a little bit okay with it, but they still do not want people just, rambling through their house, crawling underneath it. So we're doing our best to, worst case scenario is to say, can we have a 2-hour window, that we can go to the property. We have, all the sanitation protocols in place, but we have found that, that's not always necessary. And it goes back to what I was saying earlier. I truly believe that this business is getting to where it's almost virtual in the sense that you almost never have to step foot into the property. And as long as you scale and transition your business to be able to take that on, I think that's what's going to take people to the next level as we go forward.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that advice. And you certainly see businesses right now that are able to adjust quickly with the right messaging You know, a lot of people are up in the air right now, and safety can become a huge differentiator. So now, Jerry, tell us about your team a little bit.
Okay.
Kind of who's underneath you, and a little bit about what their roles, and you know how that sums up to a sellable business that you know you can go on vacation and makes you money.
Well, I want to say I do have a really good team, and I'll get to that, but I want to preface it with one of the things that I feel makes the company sellable, you know, is the years of leads that we have that we keep nurturing. You know, you're not going to always get somebody to sell on that first time. That's going, you know, we've closed on properties from sellers that we worked with 3 years ago. My point is, I think that all the marketing funnels, all the website, the SEO, you know, it takes years to get the SEO, to get your website up there, the pay-per-clicks, to get that branding, to get your name out there. I think that is one of the biggest things as far as being able to sell. But as far as my team, I've got a great team. You've met some of them. They're very awesome. The way I have it laid out is kind of similar to some investors and a little different than others. But for me, it all starts with a leads manager, and she handles all the calls, you know, from all the marketing, all of our marketing funnels. They come in, whether it's digitally or by phone. She's the first line. So she's the person that takes all that information, talks to the seller, finds out, you know, why are you wanting to sell? You know, what's the situation? And then that lead then transfers into another position that I have, which is our home buying specialist. And what they do is, what it means is, they're the guys that when the lead manager, when she books the appointments, we have the calendar, and all the lead managers, all the home buying specialists know their appointments. So they go, we say go still. They go to their appointment virtually, however it is, talk to the homeowners, you know, and I do want to say this. One of the things that I think that the home buying specialist is that we found is they're problem solvers. So we go to a homeowner and say, how can I help you? You obviously called us. So there's a need there. You know, are you going to have the people that I just wanted to see what it was worth? Yes. But 99% of the time, you're going to have those people that they need something. So our home buying specialist says, how can I help you? How can I help you with this property? So that's the home buying specialist, or acquisitions manager, as some people refer to. So their whole job is to get these properties under contracts. We also have underneath.
That was your first hire, was the leads manager.
Yes, my first hire was leads manager / assistant / help me keep my sanity.
Keep your sanity. So the business is growing. When did you realize, like, hey, I'm going to need to make this first hire? Sort of, you know, what did the business look like at that point?
The business looked like I was running 2 to 3 flips at a time. I was marketing. I was answering the calls. I was booking my appointments. So, like I said, my first hire was my assistant leads manager. She came in. She's helped me with some, you know, the simple bookkeeping, not my accountant, but she did the simple data, you know, weekly bills and all that stuff. She handled all the leads that came in and answered all the calls. And basically, she just kept me out of her way so that she could keep her end going and help me focus on what I needed to focus on. And for me, that was probably one of the best hires I ever made, because I was working at least from 9 o'clock in the morning until 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night every day. So, but I will admit, and a lot of people, you know, when you're starting out, it's a scary thing to do, to hire someone. And I'll be the first to admit that. Some people it's not, but for me it was, because to me, I just committed, you know, so much. I just committed to a person that I would pay them every week. So it's so the first hire for me obviously was my leads manager, and we just started building the team after that.
So the first hire comes in. Now you're doing less of, I guess, some of the things that maybe you weren't great at, you know, or was that person better at some of those core functions of the role?
That's a very good question. So I like to say I fire myself as quick as possible. And that's the advice I give to other people. I know I didn't coin it. I heard it from someone, and I love it. There's things in this business. I want to start back. I want to go back a minute. I think a lot of people just try to fill roles and say, hey, you're going to sell these properties. Hey, you're going to answer these calls. And they really don't know all that it entails. So, as soon as I got, my leads manager in there, I fired myself from that role after a few weeks of fighting it. Then the next, I realized, okay, I am not a good salesman. I know this, even as a business owner, and this business is sales. So it was hard for me to swallow. I was going on appointments, and I realized real quickly my sales was, do you want it or not? And that does not go well for a business in this industry.
Sometimes, but usually
Oh, if I'm selling the property to another investor, sometimes that tactic comes in play. But I realized real quickly that I needed to fire myself. So my second firing that I received was definitely my home buying specialist acquisitions manager, because my leads manager, that was my first hire, I realized she was a lot more inviting, a lot more, she could relate to the sellers just immediately, a lot quicker than I could, where I was in a rush. I'm at a house with, I'm working, managing a crew at one of the properties, taking a phone call, trying to book an appointment. So, I realized quickly that I was bad at a lot of those things. But I realized I was good at the vision and where I wanted the company to go, and the processes and the systems that I needed to do to get that in place, and then that became the journey.
Sorry, I got lost in your eyes there for a second. All right, so yeah, and actually that, Jerry, that was, I believe it was Gary Keller, who's got a pretty famous story of back in the 80s, was having trouble growing the business and spent a ton of money with one of the big corporate consultants, I forget the name, and he came back and said, you're going to need to fire yourself and hire these 5 people. And that's when your business would grow. And he did exactly that. And he made some really good hires. And then that group of people successfully, really scaled out Keller Williams over the next 10 to 15 years. So it's something that comes over from that, it's very popular in the brokerage world now, the team or the super team and the specialization and the leverage, but also, they sell that vision of going from someone who's doing it all, to making the first hire, to growing, scaling, hiring more people, growing yourself, and then ending up with an actual business that allows you to do whatever you want in life. So that's it's the vision for real estate investors, doesn't seem like it's there as prevalent as with brokerage side.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's, I would almost equate it to the Wild Wild West. I mean, it's, there's no cookie cutter. There's no, this is how you need to build your business. And I think a lot of that is you have different markets, you have different segments, you've got all these different things. And I don't think that there's one magic pill that is going to work for every investment business. We've developed what works for us, but I know other investors who do crazy in bigger markets, and they're completely structured different, and some of them are structured the same as I. So yes, absolutely, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's definitely sort of high level business when you start talking about org charts and those types of flows, human resources, all those types of things. How much have you had to change, or how much have you learned as you've made this journey from hustler to business owner and leader?
It's a lot. It's made me think different. I will say that we have our meetings. I find now that I don't focus on the nitty gritty. I focus on what are our numbers, who's performing, who's not performing, why do we need to put them on, some other, type of position. But it's also allowed me to step back and And like I say, I like to, if anybody's familiar with the book Traction, I'm the visionary of the company, so I like to envision the direction the company's going, where we want to be. So it's allowed me to get out of the weeds and stay up here and look at the business, like I like to say, from a 40,000 level view. And then that way I see everything because I'm not lost in the weeds. So it has made me become very in tune with what we're doing and how we can grow that. If that makes sense. I know I'm very, I love how it's transitioning, I will say that, going from, doing all the roles to having an actual business has afforded me, a very fun life now. That work has highly paid off for me and my family.
Yeah, that's actually kind of coming to my next question, which is, as you get to where you're at now, what exactly has that allowed you to do? What's been the change in your lifestyle day to day?
Well, for the one thing I will say is I am not a morning person. So if anybody knows me, even in the Army 4 years, not an Army person. So it's afforded me like these little simple things that you don't really think about when you're in the day-to-day, monotony or whatever of corporate America. I do want to tell a very quick story. This was almost one of my pushes to do my own business. My family wanted to do a surprise birthday party for me one year, and I requested time off from my boss. He said no, and all I was trying to do was to get off early on a Friday, because my wife told me some other reason, but it was actually a surprise birthday party. I found out after the fact, and it really upset me that my wife had actually called my boss, and he said no. So it is the reason I bring that up. It has afforded me not to have that scenario again. It's afforded me and my family the ability to say, you know what, we want to go somewhere for 2 weeks. The company's doing great. They handle it. They've got it covered. If it's an emergency, they know how to handle it. Because besides just my team of people, I like to think of, in every one of the markets we work in, we've got attorneys that we have great relationships with, that we work with. So if something comes up in a closing or anything in our business that somebody in one of my positions don't fully understand, they know they can go to that attorney. They know they can go to that real estate agent that we consider them part of our teams in each one of our markets. So with that gives me so much, calm to know that my team knows if I can't figure it out, I have an attorney, I have a real estate agent that we can reach out to. The boss man is doing what he needs to do. I've got this covered. So that seems, it doesn't seem huge, but that to me has been the biggest change for me, is that I can lay my head down at night and not have a million things in my head going on.
So outside of, just the activities of booking appointments or making calls or putting paperwork in, now you're starting to see the results of, you have less decisions to make. And these people are now stepping up into a role where they can take on some of that decision making for the business.
Oh, absolutely. One of the hardest, but one of the best things I did as well was to empower my employees. If you try to put your employees in a box, in my opinion, you're never going to grow. And when I first started and I had a couple employees, in my mind, I'm like, I know the real estate business. You don't. I got to help you through this all the time. And if you don't trust your employees, if you don't encourage them to think outside the box, if you don't encourage them to contribute and feel like they're a part of it, then, you're doing yourself a disservice. And I found that I empower my employees. I'm like, don't come to me with a question, you can figure out, they know, because I joke, with them, all right, you're asking me a question. What's going to be my first response? I know, what would Jerry say, which is look up, find the answer. The resources are there, figure it out. And I've just ingrained that in my team.
Jerry, I appreciate it. So what do you think your life would be like, or how different? I know you told the story about your former boss, not giving you time off, but how much truly different do you think your life would be if you weren't a real estate investor, if you hadn't chosen this path?
I would be stuck somewhere corporate America, doing the daily grind and unhappy. I will admit it. When I was an engineer, I loved when I first started, but it become a job instead of fun. So I would definitely see myself just in that corporate grind and unhappy, because in my opinion, that was the only skills I had. I went to school for 6 years, undergrad and grad school, to become an engineer. And, I guess I would just be, in that just vicious cycle. And I'm just very, like I said, I will repeat, I'm very fortunate and glad that this was the decision that I made for me and my family.
Wow. Okay. So, we've got to see it, firsthand. So it's been a pleasure to meet you over the years, Jerry. And I appreciate everything that you just shared there about, what you've went through and building the business and what's going on right now. And a little while back, you'd actually been on our Exactly How podcast and kind of became the subject to guy. We had so many great responses and, comments about that. And we're getting ready to have a Q&A session in a little bit about subject to, but just kind of high level for those who aren't familiar. What is a subject to? What does it allow you to do?
Subject to is, in the simplest form, the situation can be varying, but it's usually when a person owes, you can't do a traditional wholesale. They don't have enough equity in property. They owe close to what their property value is, or ARV. So in those situations, where they really need to get out, let's say they need to move and their job is moving, but they can't sell their house, because if they sell a house, they'll come to closing with, they have to pay to even sell their house. So that's where a subject to comes in, and you have the discussion with the seller and say, listen, we can help you out. We have a program. It's where you sign basically the title over to us. The mortgage would stay in your name. We pay those payments, and we handle everything from here on out. And what that affords you is, in simplest terms, if somebody's mortgage is $600, $700 a month, and the rents in that area are $1,200, that's where that comes into play. You can have that house, you pay that mortgage, and you earn the income in that spread. And then over time, you're building equity in that property. So essentially, you are getting a property financed for you, and it's yours to do whatever you want. We've done them, we fixed them up and we rent them. We fixed them up and lease to own. We have fixed them up and owner financed them with a subject to in place. So a subject to, you're going to hear, you'll never hear me not say to a subject to. I love them. They are one of the quickest ways to build wealth in this industry if you can't get a wholesale, if the person doesn't have enough equity.
Awesome. So they're quick, creative, and lucrative, would you say?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, Jerry, thank you so much for taking the time today to share with our community and everything that you do through, being a member of the Connected Investors Inner Circle Mastermind. And really, really happy to have your insight anytime we can. So,
thanks, man. I'm glad to be here and excited for this whole 3-day event.
Sounds good. We'll see you up next, I guess, a little bit. You'll be hanging around for the Q&A. So, in the meantime, I will toss the mic back over to Ross. Ross, how are we doing?
We're doing great, Sean. That was very, very insightful. I'm really excited that so many new investors got to kind of peel behind the curtain of a real estate investing business, what it looks like once you get the thing kind of up and running. Jerry, are you still able to hear me okay as we transitioned over to the Q&A?
I have got you still.
Great, great. Yeah, no, I got a lot of value out of that, and I saw a lot of great comments there. So, thanks again for sharing all the information with us. And I have a few questions here. Do you mind if I peel back the curtain a little more?
Sure, not. Why, go right ahead, man.
Yeah. Well, what was really enlightening to a lot of people is how you transitioned out from the doer to the manager, right? That is really the light at the end of the tunnel for all of this. There's no industry that will put more cash in your pocket faster than real estate, just as a general rule of thumb. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, 100%.
It's
Absolutely. It's always been true, and will continue to be true.
Yeah. It's the millionaire maker. You don't need any special licensing. You don't need any degrees. Doesn't matter where you came from, race, age, gender. You just have to do it. But what happens is you start making that money. You start getting some of those assignment fees, or you do some big fix and flips, and it becomes pretty addicting, right? You're like, oh, this is great. This side hustle, I'm making more in this side hustle than I'm making in my job. But now I want to make more than all the doctors and lawyers I know, because it doesn't take long before you're able to do that, starting from scratch, starting with nothing. But then you find yourself just constantly grinding and grinding and grinding, and that's when it's really important to start scaling and hiring those people. And just to reiterate something, Jerry's part of my inner circle, the mastermind here of real estate professionals that are kind of always on the cutting edge, looking for new techniques, new ways to streamline things. And it's been really great. Jerry and I learn a whole lot from each other, in the inner circle that we're a part of. But Jerry, I mean, it was great. You hired a leads manager, right?
Absolutely. Yep. That was my first hire.
And I remember my first hire, I read the book, The 4-Hour Workweek. Remember when that was like the most popular book in the world?
Oh, yes. That was huge.
they told you to sell French sailor shirts online, I think was like there.
Yep.
Anyway, it was in the early days, but there was something in there that I'll never forget. He said, just make your first hire. I guarantee after you do, you'll always have people working for you, for the rest of your life. And I was scared, just like you were, to make that first hire. I was so scared because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it. Yet I am having this person who has a family leave their job to come work for me. And that was scary for me. Did you kind of feel that way as well? Because you're disrupting someone else's life if you fail now.
Just like I always tell Sean, it was, a lot of people are like, you just hired somebody, but whatever. And I'm like, no, I am taking someone's life and they're depending on me to help keep their family, able to live and make ends meet. And for me, I took it very personal. A lot of people, I don't think that it should be taken lightly, but for me, it was very scary. And he's totally right in the book. Once you make that first hire, you won't.
Well, dude, think about this.
Again.
Once you made that first hire, you are now on the other side of the equation. You are now someone else's boss, and for those of you who have read my book, and actually it's one of the free gifts I give away when you text SOFA to the number 910. Anyway, I'll share it with you again. But I had that same kind of moment as well. I didn't want to have to decide if I wanted Christmas or Thanksgiving off, right? I wanted to be in control of my destiny. So that was one of the reasons that I was able to kind of take that leap of faith there. But so the thing is, to hire a leads manager, you have to have leads, don't you?
Oh, absolutely.
So let's take it a step back, right?
Okay.
You're excited to get into real estate. You're on the SOFA Summit. The timing's perfect. Real estate's the millionaire maker. So you want to go ahead and jump into real estate. You don't necessarily need to hire a leads manager if you don't have any leads. So now you could, but a lot of people want to do step 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
So the fastest way really to get leads right now, kind of in your business, is you're a data guy. You like to use softwares like PIN to get those leads.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So I guess to kind of reiterate, the data has transformed my business like no other. like I said earlier, I was going to the courthouse and spending days and days and days and trying to get this data. And when I first started out, I was no different. I was handwriting letters. My poor wife, I would buy cases of yellow letters at Staples and write them every night and I was going to the courthouse and pre-foreclosures. I think that a lot of people, when you're pulling your data, one of the key things that I learned a long time ago is stack your data. And what I mean by that is take your list, just like in Penn, you've got vacants, you've got non-owner occupants, you've got pre-foreclosures, you have all these lists that you pull together. But once, one list is not always indicative of motivation. There is some there. So let's say you have a vacant property and also you pull another list that's non-owner occupant and that same property is still in there. Well, that gives you 2 motivation levels right there. Okay, they don't live in the property and it's vacant. So that to me is 2 pain points. And to really hone in on your marketing, if you're just starting out in Penn, you make sure that you can try to hit as many pain points as we like to call them in my company, make pain points as possible to dive deeper and narrower to get your leads. Because the most pain points, the higher propensity that they're going to sell or want to sell quickly.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, imagine if imagine if Pepsi knew right before someone was going to become thirsty and they could put a Pepsi in front of them. I mean, they'd put Coke out of business pretty quick, right?
Absolutely. I like that analogy. That's a pretty good analogy.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm about to pull a new image up on the screen here because we've been talking about Penn a bunch, but I didn't intend for this. But if you look at the screen now, you're able to see the motivation layers that we have in the new Penn 5, which some of the people will get access to early, in the next handful of days here. But you see these different motivations, Jerry. You can say it's vacant, end, pre-foreclosure, or probate. So we've made the layering, very comprehensive, but very easy. And this is an easy user interface that anyone can use to say, hey, I'm looking for this county, someone that's a single family house, right? Maybe you want vacant land. Maybe you want a mobile home park that's owned by, check this out, Jerry, an investor. So there's a lot of investors that have motivation right now that have empty houses. Hey man, absolutely. That could be a deal. That's owned by a person. That's the average everyday, individual that needs to sell, right? That's owned by a company. You approach companies slightly different, but then again, that's also a different type of lead you can work. It's owned by a bank, or that's actually owned by a vet. This is something that we actually added because you asked for it. Because you said, hey Ross, I'm having a lot of success marketing people that were in the service, because you were in the service, right?
Yes, sir. 4 years in the Army.
They were in the service. They bought a house in Jacksonville, North Carolina, and then they moved to California. They got out of the service. They decided to live in California, and now they got this house back in Jacksonville. They don't want that house anymore. And now it's kind of a new little way you can kind of slice and dice the data. But then you can also say if it's vacant, pre-foreclosure, probate, and all the different lead sources, you can kind of stack that and really narrow in on the right type of opportunity with the most motivation.
I'm so glad you showed this, Ross, because this is exactly, and people using the software here in a few days as you guys start transitioning out with these people to our onboard people, don't be scared of this feature. This feature is amazingly powerful. I mean, it's like the most powerful thing that you can do with your data, in my opinion, and I love it. This is amazing.
Yeah, well, Jerry, because you're part of the inner circle here, we work with investors that are active, that are out there really doing it, and we sit down with them and say, how can we make your life easier? How can we make your leads manager's life easier, right? Because that's really what this is. This is what you need. This is what you either need to be working if it's just you, or you need to hire someone to work this. And actually, the cool thing is with the SOFA Summit, we have the ability to add users to your accounts now. So you and your leads manager can both start using start using PIN at the same time. And yeah, you can slice and dice this data absolutely any way. And I wish I could show you more on the screen here, but if you just text PIN 5 to the number above, you can search your area and kind of start seeing what's going on there. I didn't intend to bring this up this early in the SOFA Summit, but I thought it tied right into what you were talking about. So, so Jerry, someone's using PIN, or they're driving around trying to figure things out themselves, driving for dollars. You hire a leads manager. How'd you find this person? And roundabout, what type of salary do you offer this person? Do you give them bonuses? Do you give them a small base and bonus? Like, how do you structure a good win-win for for a lead manager?
For a leads manager, it's fairly straightforward. What we do is we pay them a base salary, which is I want to say $36,000 a year, and then they have the opportunity to just keep going from there. We pay our leads managers every property we close a $250 bonus. So, and they can get bonuses depending on how many qualified appointments they book per week. Our goal is 20 appointments per acquisitions manager a week. So she gets certain bonuses if she meets those, and they've been fully qualified, and when I say fully qualified, I mean people who don't want $1 million for a $100,000 house. So she can go and qualify these people to make sure that they're really good, motivated sellers. And so she gets a bonus on top of that of a few percent. So she makes really well.
Yeah.
So, and just for everybody listening, the people on your team, if they're successful, you're going to be successful. So I put everything into every hire to make sure that they can be the most successful person they can be, and that they can and that they can realize that there is a lot of money for them if they just take what I've given them and what the company's given them and the team members have given them to grow.
That's really well said, Jerry. And there's this fact that people don't realize. You can be a successful real estate investor and know absolutely nothing about real estate investing at all. Andrew Carnegie knew nothing about steel, built the largest steel company in the world, but he was really good at building a team. So you can bring the right people together, give them the PIN software, follow the plan kind of laid out, and then you can just step in where you feel like stepping in. Like, you don't have to actually do it if you don't want to do it. There's a lot of different ways to solve the same problem. It just depends on, where you are and the resources that you have at your disposal. Now, a few people were chatting, asking about my book. I know I'm giving you guys like 2 different numbers here. But again, anyone who texts that number to get the agenda, the updates, and everything going on with this event, we'll make sure right when the event's over, I'm sending all the freebies over to you guys, so you'll have access to my book, some other funding books, some calculators, and and some other things that we're throwing in there as the event goes on. So that's really really good stuff there, Jerry. So you got your leads manager, you got PIN, so you got your leads, you got your leads manager who's going through all the leads, then they're passing the information over to the gentleman or the teammate that handles all of your appointments.
Correct. That would be some people call it acquisitions manager. I call it home buying specialist. Mm-hmm. So if they, I assume you're still talking about the compensation for.
Yeah, and then how did you find that person, and roundabout, how do you compensate them?
To find my leads manager real quickly, oddly enough, a friend of my commercial banker for some of my projects outside of residential real estate. So it just was a great fit there. My acquisitions manager, you have to find a good salesman, but you have to have a good salesman who can listen. This type of sales is not, I want to sell you a widget, is I want to sell you on our company helping you get rid of your property that you need to get rid of. So for the acquisitions manager, you have to have a good person who can sell, but also listen and take that in and ask the questions of how can we help you? What is, just to find that motivation. So from acquisitions managers, they are 100% commission based. So that breaks down to, let's say we close on a couple properties and they bring in $40,000 to the company. They get 15% of that. Now I know I'm higher than some other companies, but I'm a total believer in, you're only successful as your team. And I want to reward those guys that are out there every day and working hard to get these deals. And these guys, they can make six figures. They do make six figures. So,
so they're making 15% and they're making six figures.
Yes.
So everyone on the line there, you guys can do some math there to see how that all rolls up. To Jerry, once you have a good team that's out there that has the lead flow, because the lead flow shuts off, then the whole business pipeline stops. I want
to add, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ross.
No, just one quick thing. When I first started, again, there was no data. I had to actually manually go to courthouse and pull records. I never would have thought I'd ever develop something like PIN, but it was such a problem that I was trying to solve. But I would find a deal and then I would stop marketing because I'd try to work that deal. And then the deal would either fall through and I'd have to start all the way over again, or it would go through and I'd have to start all over again. But my pipeline, I would let it run dry. And it was just so time consuming to go to the courthouse and do all that hard work. But I figured it out and I got over it. But I just want to say, don't let the pipeline run dry. Right? The second you get someone who's on the hook, you need to make sure you have 10 more hooks in the water, because most deals fall through. Right?
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We have a huge spreadsheet of maybes. They're going through, the normal cycle of finding heirs and liens. So yeah.
And that's why it's good to have a real estate agent as someone you can kind of lean on, because the deals that fall through for you, you can pass it over to your agent and they can maybe make some money out of that and help you out in different ways. And they'll go above and beyond for you if you need information from them, if you've been throwing them deals over. So, there's way more deals that fall through than close. But when one deal puts $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 in your pocket, you don't need many of those to go through a year to do better than you're probably doing at your job. Here's a good question I'm going to pull up. What were your revenue sales prior to your first hire? Great question.
That is a really good question. I will say that I know this is where I was at. I was making, like I said, I was making a little over $100,000 in my engineering career. A good amount for me at that time. When I started, I was doing both, flipping and working as an engineer. And I told myself when I surpassed that within a 6-month period, I was going to cut it loose. And I did. And I had a long conversation with my wife and we agreed to give it 12 months. Well, after about 3, we were way past that 6-figure. So that's probably the easiest way for me to answer it. Yeah. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but when it exceeded what I was going to be able to make as an engineer, like I said, within 6 months, I said, let's give it a year. And then within a few months, we had surpassed it once I was able to dedicate my full time. And so that was my gauge, and everybody's not the same. Obviously, some people don't have family, but for me, it was when I could get close to what I was making.
Yeah. Yeah. And I had a good question here on your acquisitions manager. Was it 15% of gross or net?
It is 15% of gross.
Okay.
So I know some that do it both ways. So I leave it as gross.
All right.
I mean, I do have some really good friends in other markets who they will sit back and they will do the net. And I don't see any issue with that. I just started out as doing it as a gross sell, and I've just left it that way for all my guys.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm seeing the chat board light up the second I showed that advanced search feature. Everyone's like, what's going on? So I'm just going to clarify a few things. If you have PIN 4 already, then right around July 20, 27th-ish, I'm sorry, around July 20th, you'll log in, you'll see pin 5. Okay, and there won't be any additional charge for that. You're on the SOFA Summit, you don't have pin yet. You need to go ahead and get it now because you get the free extra account and a lot of discounts. And pin 5 will come alive on or before July 20th. So you'll see a little more about that in the next few presentations here. But again, I wasn't planning on showing that, but Jerry's like, listen, I like to stack my motivation, and I just couldn't resist myself from pulling up the advanced search, which I'm going to pull up one more time here, because
sorry to pop that out quicker than you had planned.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. All right, guys. Jerry, anything else you want to share with people while you have everyone online? We have tons of people on YouTube, a lot of people watching on Connected Investors, thousands on Connected Investors, Facebook as well. Anything you want to let the real estate investing world know? Are you feeling good about what's happening in the economy? You full force ahead, buying as much as you can?
Absolutely. We are doubling down on everything. Really hard right now. There's a lot of uncertainty with what's going to happen with a lot of the residential property owners. And that has made it very prime right now. And I only see it getting better. But I do want to follow up with one last thing. I kind of want to follow up and surmise what you said about the marketing. I've made the mistakes, just like you said, of, oh, wow, I have 10 leads this week. I'm going to save some money, cut off my marketing. And it was the worst mistake I've ever made. Horrible. You always keep your marketing funnels open during the holidays, when you're on vacation, because this is your lifeline. This data, pin 5 right here, this is your lifeline. Live in it, and always be marketing to your people, to your sellers, excuse me.
It's, you mentioned the holidays, and it's funny because around Christmas time, I would always get the best deals because people shut off their marketing. They
Absolutely.
go on vacation. They don't have systems in place. So the holidays is when I would always kind of score the best deals there. And yeah,
the best deal, the highest grossing deal I ever got was on December the 27th.
Hey man, it's a good way to end the year.
It was.
Good way
it was a really good deal. So,
and for those of you, we talked a lot about marketing here, and Jerry is a ninja when it comes to that marketing, because he understands he needs the leads to come in. So some of the stuff that you can do with PIN is when you can do an advanced search. You can do a search here there's 3 more tabs here of layers that you can add. By the way, I can't show you on this image, but you'll see in the next few sessions. But after you do that search, you can save it. And you can make it so if there's a perfect property, someone inherits a property, they live out of town, there's high equity, you can make it so that person automatically gets a text message, automatically gets a postcard, automatically gets a ringless voicemail for you. We even have the ability to tie it into your Google Calendar if you want to. So we work with the best marketers ever to where our data can flow anywhere else. Now, most people will never have to won't use those advanced features because you'll just log right into the PIN dashboard and you'll just start doing your business right from there. But for the power users out there, the people that are actively, sending direct mail, texts, and stuff like that, all of that is possible with PIN 5, and we are the only platform that allows the data to flow out in that way, because we have contact data with so many of our records. And Jerry, that was a big thing for you with PIN. When I remember when I showed you the skip trace feature inside PIN, you were like, oh my God, I don't have to take the data out of PIN, put it in another system, try to match it up, put it back into PIN. That was a big thing for you, wasn't it?
Oh, it's huge. It's huge. It goes back to, like I was saying, when I first started out, all the manual processes. It was getting the data. And even though I was a systems engineer in the computer IT world, spreadsheets are not my forte. I don't like messing around in them. So I would download them, try to clean them up, upload them back. It was.
Hold on, clean them. What does clean them up even mean? For someone who's never had to download a list, what does clean them up even mean?
Oh gosh, duplicates, not duplicates. Sometimes you'll get a person who owns multiple properties. So I don't want to send 20,
messages,
postcards, messages, to the same person, because then you're just gonna kill your legitimacy right there. So we try to clean the data up and do all, well, we did, and re-upload it, then skip it, download it, upload it again. It was a whole, almost a 4-day process.
If you ever export data and then try to import it, the addresses and the names aren't going to match up. It could be Robert Hamilton somewhere and Bob Hamilton somewhere else, and 123 Main Street spelled out here, and 123 Main ST over here. So those are some of the challenges that we've had to pour a lot of resources at to kind of solve, to make it so it all just happens in one spot. You press a button. And people who've never done real estate the old way, when they get into PIN, I feel like they're so spoiled. They just like click a button, and they're like, I clicked the button and the phone number came up, and it wasn't even the property owner, it was his brother. Gosh. And I'm like, I know, because we go deeper for you. They get upset because they never had to do things the hard way. When, Jerry, you and I were just grinding all around town. I had to walk uphill both ways to school.
Back in the day, yeah. Wow, I'm old enough to say back in the day. That's pretty sad.
Oh man, yeah. Well, Jerry, thanks so much for jumping on the line here.
Absolutely.
We have a really great, not actually, but we have a few great presentations coming. One of which is going to have a lot to do with subject to investing, because back in you'll hear me talk about it, but back in 2008, 2009, that was the strategy that I used to really expand my business. And Jerry, you do a lot of subject to investing, as well. So
love it.
I'm excited to have this gentleman come on who is a real expert in this and can really help you out with that. So Jerry, thanks again for being here.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I'll continue watching the summit. This is awesome. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and play a quick message, and then I'll be back with the next speaker for the SOFA Summit. Bye-bye.
We've got a couple ideas for band signs. Was that one you had, Cliff?
I was thinking a sign that looks like a child made it for a yard sale, and it would say like, hey, I buy really crappy houses. I want your crappy house.
That's genius.
Yeah.
See, these are the things, if you're doing it the new way, you're just never going to come across.
That's right.
Why is that great? A child sign? Well, the person will probably think you get a great deal from the child. I would love to negotiate with a child, right? So we do it in crayons.
That's right.
This is perfect, Cliff.
It's really all about PIN. You're going to be able to see all of these opportunities. It's referred to as the pre-MLS. It's like the MLS is big, big brother, right? The MLS has all listed properties. This has all the properties with potential motivation. So there are way more properties in the pre-MLS than there are in the MLS. At any time, there are about 2 million properties listed in the MLS. There's 137 million properties total. We go through all 137 million every day to find the ones that might want to sell at deep discounts, and we deliver those to you based on your locations every single day. It's one login for everything, and we've just developed what's called easy mode. We've made it even easier than it has been in the past. And if you already have PIN, hang on here, because you're going to see the new version of PIN shortly, which I was not planning on releasing for several months, but I had to do it I didn't even announce in any email copy or any webinar pages. So if you don't have PIN, get excited. But if you do have PIN, hang in there because you're going to see 4.1. So before I show you this amazing software, I have to let you see what Ray did because he's 81 years old. I'm going to show you some awesome software, and I don't want you to think you have to be technologically savvy to use anything I'm going to show you. Let's listen to what Ray had to say.
Done about 50 rehabs of just regular site-built houses, and then I sort of got older and I couldn't do what I wanted to do. But I bought the pen when it first came out, and every year you're getting better at the way to get information that I need to do hunt properties. It ain't a whole lot to put the contract together on a property and then flip it to an investor. You know, that's fairly simple. Without this, it would take 2 or 3 times as much time to do it. Just one day a week, do this research and then just do the calling and all that kind of stuff. If I did 10 a year, that's $50,000.
Great job, Ray. I mean, I absolutely love this, right? He can't get around anymore. So he can sit at home and micro flip properties and make money and help people at the same time. You know, what this really shows is real estate doesn't care how old you are. It doesn't care where you were born, your race, your gender. It just cares that you do it. And because you're doing it right now in this climate, you're going to have that wind to your back. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up a demo of the software that shows you how to pinpoint all of these fantastic deals. And then after that, I'm going to let you use the software so you can search your market. This was previously recorded. Let's go ahead and pull it up. Okay, here it is, guys. You've been waiting for it. I'm going to give it to you. And remember, really soon, I'm going to let you search your market right after I do this demo. Because I know not everyone lives in Orlando, Florida. But if you do, you're in luck. Because look at all of these deals. I mean, look at the O in Orlando, right? Like really lean into your screen. You see that number right there? 627. That's how many potential opportunities exist right here. If you're in Orlando, it's right under your nose, but you can't see them until you're using PIN V4. 627 opportunities. How many of those deals need to sell for you to get to your next step in life? For you to get your $60,000 check? Just 1 out of 627 people. It only takes 1. And you have so many opportunities right here. You can keep spinning the wheel until you find the right deal for you. Now, I know there's a lot of opportunities here, and you might be saying, Ross, this is a bit overwhelming. Which deal do I focus on? That's what PIN does best. Let me go ahead and show you this real quick. So you can go right into your filters, and let's take a look at these. You can say, hey, listen, I only want properties between a certain value, right? If you're looking for, bread and butter houses, you can say, I only want people that have a house of a certain size. So you also have property types. You have residential properties. These are your bread and butter homes, right? You have multifamily. So if you're interested in buying properties that cash flow 1 to 4 units, you hit this button right here and you'll see all of the multifamily deals. Now, we just recently added apartment complexes. For those of you who want to get into commercial real estate investing, you want to go real big, you can jump in and see all of the apartment complexes with motivation or without motivation in any city across the United States. And there's some really cool searches and sorts you can do to find the best apartment complexes. Now, here are all the different deal types that you're getting access to with PIN V4. You're going to get the vacant properties. These are all the properties that are just sitting there on the side of the road, waiting to be flipped either by you or someone else. You also have the pre-foreclosures. These are individuals who are in some sort of financial distress. They need to do something now. And there's always great opportunities with pre-foreclosures. All of the courthouse deals. Individuals who lost their house to foreclosure because you didn't contact them and buy it ahead of time. Now the courthouse is auctioning them off. You can get in the know. So you know exactly when all of the deals are being auctioned off. And because you have this data, you can go to the pre-foreclosures and say, listen, I know your court date is in 2 or 3 weeks. We got to do something now. It's great data to have. You also have your bank-owned properties. You have your shadow inventory. Remember, these are the properties that nobody knows about. They are bank-owned properties that are vacant and not listed. A tremendous opportunity. We have zombie properties. These are the ones our members refer to as hotcakes. They're in pre-foreclosure and they're also vacant. So the owner is packed up and left. They're in financial trouble. The only thing between you and a check with a zombie property is contacting the individual. And I'm going to show you exactly how to contact the individuals. Probate properties. These are a fantastic lead source. When someone inherits a property, as long as it's not necessarily the other spouse, the next order of business is always to sell the property. You have for sale by owners. These are people who raised their hand and said, yes, I want to sell. But what we do inside PIN, so you're not wasting your time, is we're only showing you for sale by owners that have some sort of financial motivation. That's really nice. We also have CI marketplace deals. These are the wholesale deals that other wholesalers and or micro flippers are trying to sell. Sometimes there's enough meat on the bone for you to make some money as well. And we have online auctions. All the online auction sites, the ones that you know about and the ones that you don't know about, are all consolidated right here. This is one view of the entire industry, so you can pinpoint the exact properties you want. We have property grades, so you can find those slam dunk deals. You want properties that just have 50% equity or 40% equity? Great. You can sort by equity, so you can see just the best deals first and work your way backwards. Listing status. You have listed properties. You can, every now and then, find a good deal that is listed, but it's usually a waste of time, but not with PIN, because we pinpoint the best listed properties. And a lot of people, they just check this box and they'll go through and they'll look for all the listed properties that have equity, and they'll just make lowball offers, right? They can say, hey, I'm looking for listed properties that have been listed for a long time that have a lot of equity. And they'll just rapid fire make offers and they'll scoop up deals. But the only reason it's worth their time is because they know the seller could sell at a lowball price. You can't lowball people. If I owe $150,000 on my house and you offer me $100,000, I can't sell it for that price unless the bank agrees on it, which is a short sale. But with PIN, you can find just the people who could sell for a low price. I hope that's making sense to you, right? Because it's a game changer. Also, off-market properties. Remember, this is where 99% of the deals will happen. Off-market, before it hits the MLS markup machine, before the seller has to pay all of these huge fees. If you're selling through an agent, there's a fee for this, a fee for that. There's all these rules and regulations. That's why off-market is always best. And like we talked about, like the big hedge funds, like the big micro flippers do, is they look for properties that are in need of minor repairs. That's really important. All right. So you can just check this box and say, I only want to see the deals with minor repairs. Out-of-town owners. This is just a fantastic indication of motivation, right? Because if they don't live in the town and they inherited a property, then it's a good opportunity to sell. Well, maybe we'll do that search in a second. We also have age leads. These are pre-foreclosures that have been sitting there for a long time. There's some financial motivation there, but they're just kind of in limbo. Great people to reach out to and contact. You never know kind of where they are in their head and their cycle. So we also have deals that are not in foreclosure. So you can basically say, hey, I just want to see deals that are not in foreclosure in these areas. Anyway, we give you all the different ways to slice and dice the data. So let me just go ahead and give you an example, because I know when I showed you this list right here, right? I mean, look at this, thousands of properties, and it only takes one. You might be saying, all right, Ross, this is great, right? Because we're sifting through the 137 million off-market properties to find just the best ones. But what do I do today, right? Where do I focus my time, energy, and effort? Well, there's a lot of automation behind that you can do, especially with our integrations. But let me go ahead and show you what you might want to do tomorrow morning when you start using this. So I'm going to go ahead and look for probate properties that are grade A and B. Sure, I already have that marked. And are off market and have a out of town owner. So translation, these are deals that someone has inherited that are not yet for sale, and the person who inherited the property lives out of town. What do they have to do with that property? At some point, after they get done through the grieving process, they have to sell that property. And it's either going to be to you or to someone else. So let me show me the deals. All right, here we go. We have some great opportunities. Let's take a look at this property right here. So here you go. It's a probate property with about $33,000 in potential opportunity there. And let's say you saw this deal and wanted to buy it. All you have to do is hit the get funding button and we match you directly up with a private lender. You don't have to send direct mail out to a private lender or beg, borrow from anyone else. You just hit this get funded button and bam, you're talking with a private lender for this specific deal in seconds. Let's go ahead and zoom in here and find some other properties to look at. Here we go. And let's see what this one is. So here we go. Let's take a look at this one. Now this one right here, you might be saying, Ross, how much do they owe on this property? This person owns this property free and clear. So there is a potential $188,000 in potential equity. It's not listed. This person inherited the property 268 days ago. Sitting here for 268 days, you don't know what this person is thinking until you reach out to them. And because we're giving you the contact data, you can go ahead and reach right out to them. So this is just one of the many types of searches you can do inside PIN to pinpoint the best deals. So you can take those 6, 7, 800 potential opportunities and say, which 5 or 10 opportunities am I going to work on today? And bam, you're working on deals. And remember, how many does it take? It takes just one. And let's say this is a search that you really like. All you have to do is hit the save search button. And remember, that type of search will go right into your notifications. This way, anytime a property hits that exact filter, which is an out-of-town owner, probate, and a lot of equity, bam, you get a notification right to your email inbox saying, hey, there's a great deal here. You might want to reach out to the individual. Is that starting to make sense on how easy it is? It's almost like after you set this up, you just check your email inbox and you have opportunities coming to you each and every day. And for the power users, for the big guys out there, you can hit this integrations button and have this data flow into any other system that you use. So here we go. Let me go ahead and just search another market. Let me search Phoenix, Arizona. So I see a lot of you guys are asking for Phoenix. So great. Here we are in Phoenix, Arizona. And again, lean into the screen right there. 1,038 potential deals right there that you can start working. And remember, every single day when you look at these numbers, the numbers will be different because new deals are added every single day. Actually, it's Monday through Friday is when all of our data updates. Okay. So every Monday through Friday, when you log in, you'll see new deals. And remember, you can hit list view. You can pull up the list and sort right through all of the information. And you'll see, again, lots of contact info here as well. And what I want to point out here is you can go right into Phoenix and again, hit the filters. And let's go and take a look at the landlords and flippers. Let's see some of the flips that have happened in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm just going to zoom in. Gosh, people are making a lot of money in Phoenix, Arizona. I mean, 36 flips just in this one little block right here. Let's go ahead and take a look at how much money people are making. Catherine made $25,000. We have Joseph. He made $43,000 in gross profit. Let's click on this flip right here. This person made $25,000. So these are potential buyers that you could reach out to when you're micro flipping. Really cool information there. Now, I want to show you one thing that's really important for anyone who doesn't have massive systems in place for their business already. You can go right into your workroom, right? You can add properties right into a workroom. And when you click this little icon on the top of the screen, this is the next step tech. It walks you through each and every step from a lead to an inspection, to an offer, to a closing, to a listing. And when you look at these, each of these have all of the next steps that you need to do directly within this deal. So you can go right into the inspection tab and you can say, yep. I got all that set up. Next steps, boom, move it to the next step, right? You're making offers. You have closings. There are different types of closings. And you can hit closing and you can say, hey, it's a fix and flip, a buy and hold, a dual closing, an assignment fee. All of your information is organized and stored for you right here. So this is the next step tech that walks you through absolutely everything from sorting and finding the deal all the way to closing the deal, either micro flipping it, fix and flipping it, or if you want to do a buy and hold. This is your full deal flow management. Look, you can see right where you are on each of the steps, where there's one login to find all the deals, to fund all the deals, and to work all your deals from a lead to the inspection, to the offer, to the closing, to listing, to resell it. Look how easy that is. You can have your own tags. When you open up each of these steps, you can see all the information about the deals and it tells you exactly what to do next. And it's all customizable. So this is your dashboard, or as we like to call it, your cash board that walks you all the way through deals. You can also upload your own files. There's integration, and you can create all of your own rules and logic right in here, and even collaborate with your team. This is the next step tech that we're going to give you for free for the life of your PIN account. This is still in the early phases. The initial feedback was fantastic, but you're never going to have to pay a cent for this. And this is how you stay organized through all of your deals. Could you see yourself using something like this? Would something like this help you do 1 more deal, 2 more deals, 10 more deals? Let me ask you a question. Can you imagine competing against someone that has access to this type of data on demand, 24/7, 365? I mean, folks, I'm looking at the comments here, and I can tell you guys are absolutely blown away. If you've been in real estate before and you've been trying and failing, feeling like you're pushing a boulder up a hill, it's because you were trying to do all of this manually. You were trying to find information manually. You were trying to find the sellers manually. You were trying to find their contact information manually. And with each of those manual steps, it cost so much money that it was costing you more money than it was going to be worth. But now with this, it's all fast and fluid and easy. And you're in the game the second you have this. You can literally just set a few hours a week aside, jump into this, and over the course of a year, your whole life transforms because you have access to information that nobody else has. Very few people have access. How many of you on the line right now? Is this your first time seeing a demo like that? Maybe you've seen maybe you've been a member of Connected Investors for a while. You've been on the Exactly How podcast. A good friend told you about Connected Investors, a guru, an educator. Maybe you saw someone using it. But if this is your first time seeing that, go ahead and put it in the webinar box, because when I sit down and show this to people side by side, sometimes their jaw literally falls on the table because they didn't think stuff like that was possible. Real estate investing has been so fragmented because people profit off the inefficiencies. Real estate agents do not want you to have this software. We had to fight really, really hard and pay millions of dollars. For those of you who have been with us for a while, maybe you already have PIN, maybe you had it in the past, right? For a little while, you don't have it anymore. Let me go ahead and show you some of the stuff that we're doing with advanced mode. This is really going to play a huge role in what's happening in the economy right now. You'll see in advanced mode, there are all sorts of new ways to slice and dice the data that have never been available before. So you can now say, hey, I'm looking for a house that's between 50 to 75,000, 2 bed, 1 bath, built this year with a carport, has 50% equity. The owner put 10% down. The interest rate's 7%. They've owned it for 5 years, and it is a 2-story new construction house with light repairs. Oh my gosh. That's like filtering through so much just to find the types of deals that you or your buyers want, right? And you can say, you know what? I want the property to be owned by a vet. We get that detailed. An investor, a person, a company, a bank, a vet. There are a lot of people, they're in the service, and then they get deployed somewhere else and they buy a property there and they have another property they want to sell. So you can literally look for all the properties that are owned by a vet that are out of state. Now, this means they're out of the service. They're not in the service anymore. So they've retired from the service. They have a property that they own out of state. There's a chance they want to get rid of that. Interesting things you can do here. If you're an advanced investor, you're like, I never thought of that. That's just one of the things you can do. All right. People that had a previous hardship, people that were in foreclosure, people that just because they've pulled their house out of foreclosure today doesn't mean they don't have financial issues. Those are people worth reaching out to. Right. Investor type. Okay, maybe you say, hey, I'm looking for a company that's out of town, that's a landlord that bought a house with cash. There you go. You can find those individuals. You can click this button and only find properties that are owned by senior citizens. You can see credit, income, and if it has contact data available. So you can really slice and dice this information in ways that have never been available before. So what you just witnessed here from the demo I gave you and some of the advanced features there, and that's just a portion of what's coming live, is how to find off-market deals, houses, multifamily, apartment complexes, and land. So we have you covered. No matter what your strategy is, no matter what you want to buy and hold, you can do it here. On-market deals. You can easily find and make offers on on-market deals. Usually a waste of time to go through the MLS. But what you can do is say, show me all of the deals that are listed that have 50% equity. And then you can just see exactly how much they're owed. And you can just make a bunch of offers on those properties to find the motivation right there. You have inside information now. You know they're listed. You know they have equity. You can see if they have motivation, and you can just make lowball offers. And it's an easy way to get deals. You don't have to talk to anyone. Nothing special, right? Property values. You can see what the value is and how much to offer. You can see all the active flippers and landlords. These are your buyers, right? And we have something really cool coming up. We're going to show you that we've taken that to a whole new level. Free skip tracing. Nobody else does this for obvious reasons, because it's really, really expensive. But you can easily just press the button and get property owners' contact info. Integrations and exporting. You can have the data flow out of our system directly into your CRM, directly into a text system, directly into an email system, right? This data can go anywhere. You can say when there's a new probate house with an out-of-town owner in Phoenix, Arizona, send it to my ringless voicemail system. And we automatically dial those people, and there you go. And you also get next step technology. So whether you're a new investor, if you're a new investor, this is a godsend here, right? But a lot of experienced investors are very unorganized. They can't collaborate with their teams. So now every single step of the way, you know exactly what to do and know exactly where you are. So what I want you to do now is I want you to search and enroll, because this is when the real money is made. You're going to be able to profit faster than any time in history by riding the 3 wealth waves created by the current economic conditions. Before you do, I want to remind you what our bigger reason is here. We want to deliver you everything you need to find deals. So when you want to either fix and flip or buy and hold the deals, you come through our funding portal, our funding resource, and give us a shot at your loan. Because we're going to give you such a huge discount on all of this stuff, bundle it all together, make it so affordable that anyone that wants to do it can do it, that we're literally banking on you coming to us when you need funding. We've completely and totally disrupted that industry. We want to keep disrupting that industry. So as long as you're okay with that, again, just a virtual handshake, then we'll move forward here. My CFO and I had a long, heated conversation about this free bonus that we're going to throw in here today. It's free skip tracing. This means that you can find the email and the phone number, the cell phone number of many, many property owners. So you can do this all through text and email, right? He wanted to charge, $1 or $2 every time you wanted to skip trace. I said, no, we want to fuel the funding side of our business. If people can't contact people, they can't get the deal done. So for a small test group, the people that are on this line, we're giving free skip tracing. I had to put a box around it, $20,000 a month. Okay. I hope that's a big enough box. You can skip trace 20,000 people a month for free because you're here on this special webinar. What that means to you is there's no direct mail cost. But listen, here's how I use skip tracing. I skip trace inside the software. I press a button. It's instant, right? Yes, either yes or no. If there's no phone number, because not every property is going to have a phone number and email address, or if the phone number and email address is incorrect, right? Doesn't matter who you use, you're always going to run into that. Then I add that to my direct mail list and I direct mail those people, right? So I use the software to find the best deals. I go through, I try to call first. If I can't, I drop them into direct mail. That's the way to do it. You don't have to do it that way, but that's how we teach it. There's also no waiting. It's instant skip tracing. Direct mail, you have to send and wait and wait and wait and wait. And if you just Google how much does skip tracing cost, you'll see this right here. $10 a pop, right? Here you go. $10 per search. No guarantee the phone number is right. That adds up very quick. This is why wholesaling the old way doesn't work. Because if you have to pay that money, it's going to eat up all your profits before you even get a deal. If you have to spend $5,000 on direct mail to get one deal you make $5,000 on, that's not getting you anywhere. That's why micro flipping is so much better than wholesaling, right? And then if you can get it cheap. I have had people on webinars say, Ross, I can get skip traces for 3 cents. Okay, I get that. But you got to pay $499 per month upfront, right? $1,000 a month upfront to get that done. So you're more than welcome to spend $1,000 a month, get your skip traces down to 2 cents. But let me just explain this. Even if you go with another service, you have to find the deals in our system or another system, export them, then import them into a different system, and it never lines up correctly. There's always an issue. And then it will prepend the ones that are matches. Then you have to re-import them back into another system. You're stepping over dollars to pick up pennies here, right? I just wanted to let people know just how frustrating it is to go out and buy a list and try to do something with the list. You can't see the property. The list gets outdated the second you have it. It's a complete waste of time. We do it all for you right here in one package. So again, just a little disclosure, not all properties inside our software or any software will have contact data, and not all contact data is accurate. Okay. So if you hit one that's not accurate, you know what you do? You call the next one. That's it. You move on. All right. You guys ready to use the software to search it? I'm going to let you search your market, and I'm going to let you go ahead and enroll and purchase the software that's going to literally just get you to the 5-yard line on all of the deals, to where all you have to do is just pick up the ball, take a few steps, and make money in this market or any market. A way to recession-proof your income for you to profit while everyone else is going to perish. So visit the website address on the screen. On that page, you can search your market, see how many potential deals there are, and you get a complete breakdown of everything we're giving you. So if you're interested, make sure to go there right now and make the investment. You're also going to get a virtual mentor. This is your next step tech that walks you through each and every deal. You're going to get a hotline. The second you enroll in this program, you're going to get a phone call from Kaylee, Megan, Brittany, Doug, Devin, Junior. These are people that work at the Connected Investors headquarters that are going to walk you through all of this and make sure you're all set up so you know how to do all the things we've showed you. Now, this is really important. I want to go ahead and share this video with you. This is a really special investor who found PIN, started using it, hasn't even been to the US, and is on her way to financial freedom. I'll let her tell you the story.
I'm a mother. I have 4 kids. And other than that, outside of, running them to sports and all their kind of stuff that they do, I do investing. So that's pretty much my life. I think we cleared just over 40,000. And I think that same week, we actually got like 3 others under contract that are being rehabbed right now and should be on the market here shortly. I researched, every tool pretty much that was out there. And what we really liked with PIN is that it does multifamily, which is huge. And just all the data that you get with that tool, if you know how to siphon through that data and understand what you're reading, then it's so powerful. That's what we've been using and continue to find deals, all the time on it. That's how we've gotten our last couple deals that we have.
Is that something or what? A mother of 4 who flips houses from Canada in the US in her spare time and is doing phenomenally well. So this is just a testament to where you don't have to be at the property to do it, right? You can go where the data says go here, and that's what you have inside of PIN. You can just search for the best deals, and you might find yourself in Atlanta. Great, here you go. Bam, here are the buyers, here are the sellers, here's the contact data, here's everything you need. There's no research necessary. It's point and click easy. This is easier than anything else you've ever done. You just have to do it, okay? And I didn't touch on this when I first mentioned enrolling, but here's everything you're getting. You're getting every deal type, 2 logins, the entire country, daily updates. So those deals will hit your inbox every single day, right? The notifications, premium support. Right. Every day when we sit down with our support, first thing I ask them is, what was our answer rate today? And we usually answer a little over 85% of the calls that come in. Like, we answer the phone. This is not going to a call center somewhere. We spend a tremendous amount of money in training our people and making sure we have the best people there to help you, which says a lot about the company, right? We want to make sure that you get all your questions answered, because a lot of things, the thing between you and getting started is just a few questions. The thing between you and doing a deal is just a few little questions, and we're here for you, okay? You're going to get access to private funding. We'll talk about all the integrations. Now, this is for the big guys out there, right, that already have systems and stuff set up, but I want you to know that this system will be there and grow with you. If you want the data to come out of PIN and go into, Zoho, a CRM, Investor Fuse, any of the other things you guys might use, texting system, email system, deal flow system, you can do it. There's no other software that I've ever seen that does that. So we have over 1,000 plugins. It's the 20,000 free skip traces. That's like $100,000 a year in value there, by the way. The next step tech, that's something that will be sold for $97 a month that you're going to get access to for free. So that's $1,000 value. The landlords and flippers, other people sell access to cash buyer lists, which are crap, $97 a month. The landlords and flippers are verified people that are buying investment properties. Cash buyers could be someone who inherited some money and bought a property cash. That's not what you're looking for, right? We'll talk about that in the next few slides. The contract software, that's about a $500 value. The scripts and letters, the courses and the boot camps, the direct mail software. Now, here is Adam, and I love this guy. I have a full case study on Adam, but when I was interviewing Adam, he pulled up this binder and was all of the deals that he had done using PIN. Take a look at this. He did his first deal within 48 hours.
It was like the second day that I had PIN. When I went through it, I went ahead and did a vacant. It was a vacant home search, and sure enough, I had about 10 or 12 pages. I was really amazed because you had contact information. That's always the hardest thing, finding the contact. Quite a few of those, so I went ahead and filtered those, and then when I exported them, I got just a list. It was about 10 pages long. So I printed it. An associate friend of mine and I started calling, and midway down, I meet this gentleman answers, and that same day he signed the contract. Well, actually, no, I take it back. He took the contract home, and he signed it the next day, and then after that, I sold 4 or 5 more properties. It was pretty incredible. I put that on my closing. Oh, I don't even see that. Deals that I sold on Connected Investors through PIN. There they are in the back.
That could be you. There's no reason that couldn't be you. Just visit the website address on the screen, make the investment, chat with us, give us a call. My phone's been vibrating like crazy. I'm sure that we're getting close to hitting our limit on all the bonuses. Now, if you put your name and email address in on that site, it will tell you if there's no more bonuses available, but you can still get the software. However, the bonuses will be gone 100%, and it will cost a lot more to have access to the software. We've been through this. This is great. This is fantastic. You know how you're going to find the property. You know exactly how you're going to fund the property. You know how you're going to flip the property. And you have all of the data pointing you in the right direction. You know exactly who's going to buy your property. You can see exactly how much to offer. You can do all sorts of crazy searches just to find the exact types of properties that you're looking for, right? You have the help you need. You have the software that will get you there, and you have the perfect market conditions to make it happen right now to become a recession millionaire. It's all laid out for you right here. There's the website address on the screen, and you'll be up and running before you know it. So again, this is when the real money is made. You have the ability to help a lot of people out there and profit faster than any time in history by riding these 3 waves created by the current economic anomalies. Remember, more millionaires are made in real estate than any other industry. More millionaires are made during times of uncertainty. And technology and real estate have collided to finally make this a reality. Real estate has been so broken and fragmented for so long. Not anymore. PIN's brought it all together, and you've seen that firsthand. So for everyone who's already a member, congratulations. I'll see you on the inside. And for everyone else, I hope you learned something here, and I really hope that you make the investment right now. Our team might be calling you to follow up with you to help you get involved, a payment plan, break it up, answer any of your questions, and make sure that you have all the information you need to make an informed decision. Again, we have a money back guarantee. You can get in there, give it a shot, give it a ride. If it's not for you, it's fine. If it is for you, we're gonna stand by you all the way through this. Okay. I look forward to seeing you guys on the inside.
All right. I hope you guys enjoyed the demo there, and a very, very small kind of peek at PIN 5 and the breakthroughs that we've made from a data perspective. I wanted to open up just a little bit of Q&A here because I saw so many great questions. And for anyone who has PIN 4, yes, you will get PIN 5. All right. The second that it's available right now, our insiders, people that are part of our inner circle, are in there just beating it up, just using it. That's what we do. Our inner circle gets access to everything a little early to work out any confusion, right? Hey, what does that mean? What does that mean? So we go through and really refine everything that we have for you guys. And we have a Sofa Summit special that you can get access to when you visit connectedinvestors.com/5. You also get a second user account because, real estate investing is a team sport. So you and another person can go in there and just dominate your local market using this data. So those are some of the general questions here. Let's see some of the comments we had here. All right. Seeing a lot of people ask about the data. All right. Where do you guys get the data? Wouldn't you like to know, Megan Cooper? No, that's a great question. So we are purchasing as much data as we possibly can. Plus we are going out and we are creating our own data. I'll talk about that in just a second, but we're buying all of the public record data. We're getting MLS data. We're getting post office data. You might be saying, why do you need post office data? Well, it's just an extra way to figure out if a property is vacant or not. We have an amazing segment, day 3, the opening of day 3. You don't want to miss it, where we actually bring our data scientists online and we dive really deep into the data, and it'll be very enlightening to so many of you on the line here. So we take all that data and we put it in that beautiful user interface that you saw that allows you to find deal types like vacant properties, probates, pre-foreclosures, bank-owned foreclosures, properties that are being bid on at the courthouse steps. We go all the way back. Our data goes all the way back to 1901 because we want to have a history of everything that's happened with that property, so we can really dive really deep into all of the data. So we're buying all of those different data sorts, probably all the same data plus some that Zillow is buying, right? If you were a part of the earlier segment of the Sofa session, right after I talked with Dave Steck, I revealed some different software that we launched, some different portions of the site to where we now have a page for every single property that's out there. Zillow shows every property how a retail buyer would look at it. We show every property how a real estate investor will look at it. And we've started to roll that out in cities all around the United States. So now when you Google an address, you'll see the Zillow page and the Connected Investors page over time, once Google has consumed the 137 million pages that we're putting out there. So, buying data and getting all that data into one user interface was one challenge. The other challenge, outside of making it easy for you guys, so you don't have to be a data scientist to use data, right? We also build strategic relationships with different companies out there. So I know some of you guys were asking about, here we go. Do you have people that wait at the courthouse for you? Soon. In some states, for instance, like Texas, data, the way they operate is much different than other areas. So we're building relationships with people on the ground in all of these different areas to pull that courthouse data out anywhere that the public record data just isn't fast enough to be sufficient. So I hope that kind of answers your question there. But what I wanted to touch base on, and yes, there is a payment plan. You can just go ahead and visit that page. Can we find commercial properties or empty land lots with this? Yes, you can. With PIN 5, you can search for infill lots, so you can look for vacant land in any area around the United States, and commercial properties as well. But to get back to where we get the data, because it's a really it's what we've been working on so hard over the last several years. This is our 5th iteration of PIN. One of the key things we've done is after we went out and we bought all the data that could be bought, building the strategic relationships with different companies and different asset managers. You'll hear from day 2. We brought people on the team just to go out there and build relationships with asset managers and banks to get deals in PIN that can't be available. Data that can't be purchased is what we're in the process now of infusing PIN with. So we're really excited about getting all that in there for you. So Megan, that was a big question. Where do you get the data? And that's I hope I touched on it there. So scrolling through the board here. Yeah, a handful of you guys are looking for payment plans. We have one. Megan asking another question. What is next step tech? That's where you can kind of walk a deal from a lead, right? Because when you log into PIN, you'll be able to see all of the deals, right? And like I showed you in the demo, now you want to narrow down, right? Now you want to zoom in. So once you've zoomed in and you found a handful of deals you liked, you can kind of pull them out of the main UI, the main user interface, into a new user interface where you can just work on those deals, right? And we walk you through each step. So it's like a little mini CRM to where it goes from a lead to a prospect to a contact, taking you all the way through each step of the process. So Stephen asked, do we have auctions? Yes, that's some of the strategic relationships we've built with companies like auction.com. I mean, we talk with auction.com on the phone, Hudzu. We worked with all of the big auction companies. So you have like one user interface to where you can see all of the deals. That's been our mission since day one. Let's pull it all together in one spot. We didn't realize how challenging that was going to be. Not only is it challenging from a data perspective, but all of the business development, all the relationships that you have to get in place for that to happen was very challenging as well. But yes, that's all in there with Pin 5. All right. Does Pin 5 do comps? So yes-ish. That's a great question. When we started we had a lot of people ask for comps in Pin 1, 2, and 3. And Zillow and Trulia, they just did such a good job with comps that I couldn't be the best at it, so I didn't really want to do it. But as we kept evolving and getting more and more data into our platform, and Pin 5 has, 5 times the data almost exactly as Pin 4 does. So it really comes to life in a lot of interesting ways. We decided to do something a little bit different with comps and show you all of the investment properties that were being purchased and how much investors are paying for properties. Right? Because you can go to Zillow and look for sold properties. That data is now available to everyone. But what's not available to everyone is to be able to see, what are investors paying for properties? What are landlords paying for properties? So you have Kelley Blue Book, right, for cars that shows you the value of a car. But a lot of you might not realize there's also Kelley Black Book. That's what wholesalers are paying for cars. So in the new Pin 5, you can see what investors are paying for properties. And that also helps you build your buyers list as well, because you can you can zoom right into an area and say, okay, these investors are buying these properties. They're paying around this much for it. So it helps you also figure out, how much can I sell this property to an investor for? If they just paid, $150,000 for, a 3-2, that's 2,000 square feet, a block over, it kind of gives you an idea on what they'd be willing to pay for your property. How comparable is your property to that property? And it helps you figure out how much you can mark that up. Because if you were on the call with Sean Young and Doug, they were talking about, how much do you charge for an assignment fee? I mean, you want to get as much as you can. So the data gives you some insights on exactly how much you can charge, because you can see what these people are already paying. So that's a really cool new advancement that we're having in Pin 5. And then, does Pin 5 have more properties than Pin 4? Yes, Pin 5 does have more properties than Pin 4 in a lot of different ways, because we've added new types of leads. We now have, like we said, the vacant land. We have mobile homes, mobile home parks. Working with people like Jerry, if you were on the line earlier with Jerry, we have dozens of people like Jerry in our inner circle, and we just constantly make the software better so they can implement their strategy. Pin 4 works perfectly for everything I do, but there's people that want to use it in different ways, people that are different parts in their real estate investing career that want to do different things with it. So that's what we have coming around the bend here with Pin 5, and you guys can get early access to it through the SOFA Summit only by visiting connectedinvestors.com/5. There's a payment plan available, and advanced mode, like I said, will be available July 20th. And for anyone who is using Pin 4 already, please mark it on your calendar to be there for the opening of day 3, because that's when I dive deep into some of the data questions on skip tracing and everything that we have there, and you can get all of those questions answered in a much more intuitive way. So great. We have a few more fantastic presentations for you here today. I want to congratulate everyone who jumped in and got pin 5 at the SOFA Summit special. That's going to be great. So I'm going to be right back after this short break, and we're going to bring on our next speaker for the SOFA Summit. All right, the next speaker is about to get started, but I got to tell you a little something about this guy and why it's so important for you to pay attention. I met this gentleman at my mastermind several years ago, and the reason I begged him to come on the SOFA Summit and teach you this specific technique is because it's the exact technique that I used back in 2007, 2008, in the last crash, to go from a broke kid to a multimillionaire. This strategy doesn't work all that well in a hot market, but it works amazing in a market like we're in right now. This guy and I get along really well because he's all about systems and automation, and he's kind of known as the king of systems. So I'd like to introduce you to the one, the only John Cochran. John, go ahead and take it away.
Ross, dude, thank you again for having me on to the SOFA Summit, and great job, phenomenal job on PIN. Obviously, we use it into our business, and I see exactly what you've done, with it. And man, nobody has done it better. You got so many leads in there, and it's just, there's so many different things that you could do with those leads. And I'm going to talk an awful lot about that, now. And the new version that you guys have is just in a league of its own with PIN, and we're going to talk all about that, on this training right now. So it was a little bit about a year ago where, our real estate business started to not see some, hiccups into the market, but we all know that, sellers are out there and sellers are, wanting retail, they're demanding retail and everything else. And a really, really good friend of mine, his name's Jeff Watson. I actually have him on the line right now. He's also my attorney. He started looking at all of our deals that we had. He said, John, you're bringing in an awful lot of leads, over 500 leads every single month into our business. So our phone rings over 500 times. And he says, John, you've got to start looking at deals from another set of eyes. You're looking at a deal from a traditional real estate investor's eyes where, you have to buy it at 50% of ARV and you got to go out there and put the repairs in, etc. You're looking at your deals like that. And he convinced me to go out there and start looking at a deal from a different set of eyes. And that set of eyes, he showed me how I could go out there and buy properties. And I could buy properties at almost retail as long as they fit into this box and do a subject to on these deals. And it completely changed the way that I did absolutely everything. As a matter of fact, we're doing a deal right now to where we're not buying on sub 2 terms, but we're selling kind of the way that we sell all of our sub 2s. And we took a deal that's not even a deal, and we ended up $4 million in profit on it just because of the way that we structured it. So what I'm going to talk about and what Jeff is going to talk about right now is going to really hit home with you guys, because this is really key. You can't always look at deals from a traditional real estate investor's eyes. If you want to scale, which you do, if you want to scale and you want to grow to that next level, you have to go out there and start looking at deals from a different set of eyes. And that's what we're going to go through and cover right now. So Jeff, you there, my friend?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
So Jeff, it was about a year ago. You finally beat it through my head. John, you've got to start looking at deals from another set of eyes. You have to go out there and start, looking at deals. Stop looking at them from a traditional real estate investor's eyes. And a year ago, you finally beat it through my head that I had a lot of deals, leads that were, that I was passing on, that you said, hey, let me show you how you can structure these things a little bit different and make those into deals. And that's what I want you to dive into right now. So I'm going to sit back and I'm going to be taking notes, and I want you to show everybody what you showed me a year ago to convince me and to show me how to go out there and start buying deals on subject to financing and creating a deal out of thin air.
I'll be happy to do that. Feel free to chime in as we go along, and I will show you what I showed you then. I'll share it with everyone else, but I've brought it up to date with what's currently going on in the market. So folks, this webinar can change your life in your real estate investing business by solving a couple of problems that you're facing right now. The first big problem that a lot of real estate investors are having across the entire United States is that when sellers call you, they have properties in great areas, but you can't buy them because those sellers want retail. That was John's problem over and over again. How many of you else do you have that same problem? You're getting calls, but the sellers want retail. That's a big problem. Then there's a second big problem. I don't know if you've been aware of this or not. Maybe you felt it recently because you've been paying attention to the news, but there's growing government regulation impacting what real estate investors can and can't do. And it's starting to get pretty heavy in certain places. So that's why we're doing this webinar, because as real estate investors, we're in a unique situation in this real estate market. The market is spiked. It's been going up and up. 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, up, 20. Yeah. Problem is, sellers know this is happening, and they're not wanting or willing to take a discount because they think all they have to do is list with a realtor and just wait, and the offers will flow in. Let's be honest, for a while, that's all they really had to do. But the problem is that depending upon when they bought that property and how long they've been making payments on it, and if they've been paying on time or not, they may have little to no equity in that property, and the values may not support them being able to sell. Many of the sellers that were calling John, many of the sellers that are calling other clients of mine don't have that much equity, and I'm going to get into why that's a problem for when they want to sell retail. So most of the time, John was passing on every single one of those leads that came in. And folks, you're not going to pass on those leads any longer. Those are valuable, valuable leads. That's money making your phone ring if you know what to do with it, okay? So let's dig into this thing, okay? We're in a housing crisis. I don't know if everybody else knows this or not, but we're in a housing crisis. The news media is not going to tell you about it. Real estate agents aren't sure what's going on. The market is hyper focused and local. What's going on in one neighborhood is completely different than what's going on in a neighborhood a mile or two away, and you've got to know your market. And employment is the big issue out there right now, and no one can predict what employment's going to be, so I can't tell you for sure, but I can tell you this, that anytime there's a change in someone's employment status, anytime that they make a lateral move, slightly different position, change employers, whatever, that resets the clock for at least 6 to 9 months before they can qualify for a bank loan. But right now, I got to take care of the big boy and big girl slide, okay? So remember this, folks. This presentation is designed to provide accurate and authoritative information with regard to the subject matter being covered. It's provided with the understanding that the presenter is not engaged in rendering legal, accounting, or other professional advice. If legal or other professional assistance is required, the services of a competent professional person must be acquired. So a lot of you are like, who is this guy? Who is Jeff Watson? Many of you don't know who I am. That's fine. I've been a member of the Ohio Bar now for 29 years. I'm in my 30th year of practicing law. Can you believe that? 30 years practicing law in Ohio, and I plan to get licensed in both Texas and the District of Columbia later this year, and I'll tell you why a little bit later on. I bet I've been practicing law longer than some of the people on this call have been alive. So I've also been privileged to be general counsel to Real Flow in Cleveland, Ohio, National RIA out of Cincinnati, Ohio, Note School out of Dallas, Texas, and National Wealth Builders out of Dayton, Ohio. I've been a real estate investor for 27 years. I'm a full-time practicing attorney and a part-time real estate investor. In fact, I still own the very first property that I bought as an investment property. You see, folks, I'm not a transaction junkie. I'm a cash flow wealth building aficionado. What I love, cash flow and wealth building. So to get to know me a little bit better, here's some of the things I've been able to do. I've been really super blessed in my career. I've been able to change the law in the state of Ohio 5 times, 4 times through litigation, 2 times I've taken cases all the way up to the highest courts in the state of Ohio, Ohio Supreme Court, Ohio Court of Claims, and once I've changed the law through legislation to make life easier for landlords in the state of Ohio. I have also helped change national housing policy twice. I've co-authored a bill currently pending in Congress called H.R. 5614 that would make changes to Dodd-Frank, SAFE, and TILA, an enhanced seller of financing. It's called the Affordable Home Ownership Act. I've been working with Congressman Vicente Gonzalez out of Texas, Congressman Andy Barr, Republican Kentucky, Congressman Henry Cuellar, Democrat Texas, and Congressman Lance Gooden, Republican Texas, are all big supporters of this bill. But something else you need to know about me. Back in 2008, I revolutionized the way investors did short sale transactions. Recently, I've been privileged to become a member of the board of directors of Quest Trust Company. That's a huge honor. And I have 2 clients whose real estate businesses have made the Inc. 500 list as fastest growing privately held entities. So what does this mean? Well, it means I've been around the block, got the t-shirt, paid the bill, stitched up the scars, and now I wear them proudly instead of tattoos. Folks, my experience has enabled me to influence how people invest, and I represent companies that have made huge impacts and changes in the real estate market. So here's what you need to understand. This is important. You have got to make sure that in every crisis lies opportunity. You, an investor, have a tremendous opportunity right now. Can we say that America's in a crisis? Absolutely. COVID-19, social unrest, political uncertainty are all crises that are facing us. And this is not the time to run for the hills. It's in times like these that 3 different types of people are going to be created: billionaires, millionaires, and witnesses. Now, John, I know you don't plan on being a witness, so which of the other 2 do you plan on becoming, man?
I'm not going to be on the sidelines. I do not look good onto the sidelines. I'm right there onto the field, millionaire, billionaire status. That's the only thing I like.
That's where we're headed, man. All right, in the middle of every difficulty lies opportunity. This is our opportunity right now to rise up, do good things to help good people while making good money and doing all this. There's nothing wrong and everything right about helping people when you're making money at the same time. So I want to just set the stage here. Back in 2008, I co-created a short sale transaction system that became wildly popular. It allowed real estate investors to make quick profits buying houses in foreclosure and flipping them at a time when housing prices were falling, banks were closing, Wall Street was liquidating, unemployment was skyrocketing, Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae were needing bailouts as well as AIG. It was a dire and scary time for homeowners, real estate investors, and almost everybody. I created this new transaction system, creating the documents and the pathway to do it. It allowed investors to buy properties with uniquely drafted paperwork. This was the short sale option contract method that I created in 2007, 2008. It took off like wildfire. Now, that was both good and bad. As a result of that, please listen carefully. Many other gurus copied my systems and documents. I really didn't care for that, but thousands of investors were able to help hundreds of thousands of other homeowners. Even to this day, 12, 13 years later, I still get thank you emails from people who were able to do deals, put food on their table, and help their friends and other people out of problem properties. As a result of doing so many things and helping so many investors, the banks changed the short sale rules multiple times in order to cram down investor profits. You remember those days, John?
Very well.
Yep. The MLS rules changed across America in response to my option contract methodology. So let me ask you this, folks. How many of you know somebody who's changed the way real estate is bought and sold in this country to such an extent that they changed the underwriting rules from Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae? That they changed the MLS rules and banks start putting deed restrictions when they're selling properties on short sales. That's when a friend of mine challenged me and he said, come on, Watson, bust a move. Thought about it, tried a couple of tricks, came up with some strategies to help work around these problems. And we did pretty well, but then I realized that some big, heavy work had to be done. Folks, I put on some really big boy boots, buckled them up tightly, walked to Washington, D.C., and lobbied my heart out with 5 or 6 other key guys. And here's what we did. We secured change by getting Congress to tell the Federal Home Finance Agency what to tell Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae about the type of resale restrictions they would permit. We got rid of this 90 to 120 day resale restriction, got it cut down to 30 days. Was it everything I wanted? No, but it was a lot better than that 90 to 120 days when you couldn't do anything with a house because just sitting there was killing investors. But folks, this was a huge eye-opening experience for me. I need you to understand the perspective that I brought to this now. I created a system that changed the way people bought and sold real estate. Then I had to go to Washington, D.C. and lobby in order to fight back against how banks were fighting on investors. I don't know of any other real estate investor, speaker, lawyer who has done that. If you know of somebody else who's created a whole new system of buying and selling and then had to go to Washington, D.C. to lobby for it to make sure it can keep working and to make sure it works smoothly, you let me know. All right, so let me stop talking about the things that I've done in the past and let's talk about what's going on right now. Let's talk about what's happening right now. Lenders are tightening criteria for all borrowers. Credit score requirements are going up, income requirements are going up, debt to income ratios are getting harder to comply with. But here's the important thing. Mortgage warehouse lines are getting fragile. At first they were frozen, now they're just delicate and fragile. If you don't have a mortgage warehouse line that's working, then all these lenders that originate loans have no place to sell the loans on the secondary market so that if they can't resell it, they're not making more loans. But at the same time that banks are making it harder for people to borrow money to buy houses, lending programs pushing cash are massively ramped up here in the United States. PPP money washed all over the place. EIDL money was everywhere. Main Street lending facilities are out. There's 3 different kinds of them. So while lenders are tightening things up, more money's hitting the streets in other ways. And so we got to figure out why that is. Okay? So now here's what we know. Right now, we are in troubled waters. Let me explain. At the middle of the Great Recession, mortgage delinquencies were 10%. 1 out of every 10 houses was in foreclosure. Unemployment was at 9.6%. That got brought down. Mortgage delinquencies got brought down at the end of the Obama administration to 4.7%, starting to get back to close to normal. In 2019, when unemployment was down to 3.7%, historic low numbers, the national average for mortgage delinquencies was 2.35%. Very, very low. A little bit lower than normal. But here's the current numbers right now, folks. Unemployment is over 14%. We're not sure about the real numbers because of how difficult some of the state systems are in getting all the gig workers registered for unemployment, so we have no clue. But we do know this, that the current national average on mortgage delinquencies is at 7.54% and climbing. And climbing. Many experts predict that we're going to see mortgage delinquencies greater than what we saw at the last time the market crashed. We're headed into some really scary times. Unemployment, we've lost over 38 million jobs since the beginning of March of this year. Yes, many of those jobs will come back, but not all of them will. Many individuals are not going to try and go back to work. I was at a social event over the weekend. I had 2 different people tell me they're taking their early retirement. They're done. That changes their buying power. That changes their ability to do things. So that has shifted. Here's another chart to tell you what's going on in the marketplace right now. We have seen credit get incredibly tight, okay? When credit gets incredibly tight, what happens? It's harder for people to borrow. When it's harder for people to borrow, they're not able to buy houses nearly as well. And so I don't know about anybody else. John, I don't know about you. Do you want to ski down that slope that you see over on the far right edge of your screen there for March 2020?
No. In fact, all of this stuff that's happened with me and my real estate business, it's really, really changed the way that I'm exiting on properties. And I hope that nobody on the line is in a ton of rehabs right now, because what's going to happen is you're going to have a lot of problems exiting those rehabs. I just sold one a couple of days ago, and the lender on the buyer side literally said, if this deal does not close on this date, they're not funding it. And so everything is just getting crazy, crazy tight, you know, with all this stuff. So you just got to be smart about how you're buying and then exiting the properties that you're getting into.
Well, John, it wasn't you that was selling that. It was a trust, right, John?
It was a trust, yes.
Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit more, folks, so that you understand. John and I are only talking about the stuff we're really doing, okay? But anyhow, I want to show you another slide. This is another harsh reality, but the opportunity is there if you'll just take a moment and seize this. I want you to look at this and see how this is. This is the national house price appreciation for weekly data. January of 2019 on the left-hand side of your screen, May of 2020 on the right-hand side of your screen. Y'all see that wicked, wicked decline in March and April? We've not caught back up to where we were. It's going to be a while, people. It's going to be a while. So this is where you need to understand. When the herd zigs, you need to zag. John, how many times have you and I talked about this? You and I have heard people over and over going, rehab, rehab, rehab. And you and I are like, nope, get in, get out quickly, right? You cannot afford in these kind of times to have your capital tied up in long-term projects. You do not know what the market is going to do. So you've got to figure out how to be different than everybody else.
Not only be different, but you have to be willing and you have to have the courage to change your systems of how you're buying and to change your systems of how you're selling as the market changes. I mean, I'm not going to really get into my story because we don't have enough time to do it. But, you know, I almost went bankrupt because I would not change my systems back in 2008. And I just thought the next deal would come. Well, the market changed and I should have changed my systems with it. And now's a time where you as a real estate investor need to change and adapt your systems to work with this changing real estate market. And when you do, you're going to get rewarded, and you're going to get rewarded big time. But if you don't, it's going to be rough.
It's going to be very rough, but I'm going to tell you this. If you'll change, then at the end of the webinar, when you're ready to change, you will be buying better houses in better neighborhoods because you're buying above the median price in your neighborhood markets. That's where we want you to be buying this time. I'll show you how we're going to do it. Because folks, if you think as an investor, you should only be buying war zone or below the median price houses, forget it. I'm going to show you why you need to start targeting houses that are as nice or nicer than where you're currently living. You're going to start going after better houses. I realize this is an upscale movement, but I need you to do it. I want you to keep thinking that you're going to be buying better and better houses. So let's do this. This is what we see over and over again. Client after mine, just like John, they come to me and they go, Jeff, we've got all these leads pouring in where people are saying, will you please buy our house? But we need close to retail to break even. We need retail to break even. And then we get into a problem. So let's walk through this. This is where homeowners are. And folks, I don't care if you're in Cleveland, Ohio, Wilmington, North Carolina, Dallas, Texas, San Jose, California, or Seattle, Washington. This is what's going on, okay? Until debt tear us apart. National home prices historically have trended up, except for one big time called the Great Recession. Now we've hit this thing called COVID-19. The number of homeowners who are in forbearance or who are delinquent is 7.54% and climbing quickly. The homeowners who didn't get the forbearance handled right are going to be in a horrible position in about 30 days or less. Okay? There's been a significant decline in the number of home sales. What I suspect that we're going to see in the near future, when we fully understand the devastating effect that COVID-19 shutdown has had on our economy, we're going to see 1 out of 10 houses delinquent in their payments. 1 out of 10 mortgages delinquent. And it's going to take a while. Once these people realize that they have to sell, there was a recent National Association of Realtors study that came out and said that 81% of the people who are afraid of making their house payments in the next month or two are thinking about selling. If they all go on the market, it's going to hit the market with a lot of houses. Prices are not going to sustain. It's going to come down. So what we're looking at is a tidal wave of delinquency coming. Is it going to happen today? No. Is it going to happen in July? No. Is it going to happen in August or September? It's going to start to show. But I predict that after the November election is when we'll really start to see it. And here's your opportunity to convert this crisis into an opportunity where you can do good things, helping good people, and make good money while doing it. Let's dig into this. Do not be afraid to fall forward. How do you know what success is if you have never failed or fallen? I don't know about you, John, but I have learned my best lessons when I have failed.
You have to. You have to learn from your failures. You can't always succeed. Look at Michael Jordan. You think he succeeded all the way? No.
Well, he missed more last game-winning shots than he made, but you know what? We always remember him for the ones that he made. Yep. So, all right, let's talk about subject to mastery, because here's what's going to be different. This is where I want you to start getting out your notes and digging into this stuff, folks. Subject to means that you can buy a property subject to the existing debt on the property, which means you're not paying it off. You're taking over the responsibility of making the payments. Now, what I'm showing you here is with subject to. I want you to just kind of in your mind's eye, I want you to picture this because I couldn't graph this out. If you go in the bottom of this image, over in the bottom left, where you see that corner just above 2009, that blue corner, I want you to see a little arrow going to the top of the red over 2019. I want you to visualize a red arrow going there, a black arrow, something there. That's the increase in government regulation on buying and selling real estate. There are more states with more laws protecting people who are selling houses than ever before. There are certain states, particularly like Florida, like Illinois, like Washington, like Oregon, like Colorado, like California, like Massachusetts, that have laws that protect people who are a payment or two behind on their home mortgages when they sell. So we have to be careful about that. So we have to be careful how we do a subject to deal with that. We ought to avoid the three biggest issues that we see with traditional subject to transactions. We want to make sure that we don't trigger the clause in the underlying mortgage or deed of trust that says, hey, if you transfer title, you've got to pay us off. That's what the due on sale clause says in a heartbeat. Then there's always the issue about property and casualty insurance. And then there's always the concern about, well, what if somebody defaults? What if somebody that I put into the property defaults? What if I'm not able to make the payments? What do I do then? So I'm going to show you how we have handled this, where we've created a system, where I've created and papered up, crafted all the documents, where it's a system whereby you can buy these properties subject to with maximum flexibility to either rent those properties out, which is one of my favorite things to do, or resell them with wrap terms. Now, when we're going to talk about reselling them, I want you to do this right now. I want you to put 3 fingers out, because right now I only want you to think about reselling 3 of them a year until I get the Affordable Home Ownership Act rammed through Congress. And I've been on the phone every week trying to make that thing happen. All right, so let's dig into this. The guru math, the traditional real estate transaction. Homeowner has a house that they think they can sell, so they put it on the market. They ask $405. They get an offer at 97% of the asking price, $39,000 or $322,850. They have to pay an 8% realtor commission. Yes, that is growing, a commonplace number now. Some of you might, oh, Jeff, it's only 6. Yeah, some of the markets I'm working in, it's 8%, folks. Then you're going to have closing costs on top of that. Plus, you also have to make sure that you've got the house all nicely fixed up to make your HD TV buyer warm, happy, fuzzy, and comfortable, so they don't back out at the last minute because they just don't like how this inspection report read. And then they're also going to come to you because they're broke and they're going to want seller concessions. So by the time you get done with real estate commissions, closing costs, repair costs, concessions, paying off your mortgage, and this is a real life example of one of the people that I work with. Mortgage balance right now on their property is $367. They could put it on the market right now for $405, probably get it under contract for $393, $392. But by the time they paid the closing costs, the realtor commissions, and the mortgage payoff, they'd have to show up at closing with a check for about $30,000. Now, John, how many sellers have you worked with that have showed up at a closing and brought in $30,000?
Almost none. I mean, almost none. They just don't typically have it. You know, and this is an example of a perfect lead that we bring in routinely. And that perfect lead is somebody that has a property. And me as a real estate investor, I shy away from a deal like this. And this is 90% of the leads that come into our system. I shy away from this because I can't buy the property for $405,000. I can't buy the property at retail until we do the subject to, like we're talking about.
Let me show what that looks like, what we're talking about here.
So this seller, so go back, Jeff. This seller right here, they can't sell this property. They can't sell this property. They can't sell it in general because they list it for $405, and by paying the commissions, the closing cost, and all of this stuff, they can't sell it to bring and they won't sell it to bring $30,000 to the table. That's where you come in. That's where you come in. And there's more of these. Trust me, there's more of these than what there is of people selling their properties at 50% or 60% of the after repair value. There's way more of these.
Now, one of the other points I want to make about this is, John, while they're trying to see if they can get someone to pay $405 instead of $392, and while they're maybe trying to cut a deal with their real estate agent and lower the commission, guess what they have to do? They have to keep making more house payments. So they got to be able to find another $7,500 to make 4 more payments. That's a problem. So even if they manage to whack this down, John, how many people have you ever bought a house from where they came in, they only brought $10,000 to closing.
Still rare.
Okay. So let's now look at how we can reposition this, where you as the investor can reposition this and why our offers work when others don't, where it's subject to for the win. They've got the house back out on the market for $405. They would love to put this thing and get it sold, but I make them an offer. Listen, here's what would happen if you put it with a typical real estate agent. But if you let me buy it, there's no closing, there's no commission. I'm going to pay the closing costs. I'm going to buy it as is. I don't need any seller concessions. So what I'll do is I'll take over your mortgage balance of $367. I'll start making those payments because I'll buy it subject to that. And I'm going to give you $8,000 to head on out the door and move. So my transaction price is really $375. So I'm ahead, but they're ahead as well. Do you see the double win here?
Yeah, they can actually sell an asset. They can actually sell a property and make money, get money, rather than going out there and have to take $30,000 to the closing table and take a haircut on it.
Now, by the way, how many more house payments are they making while they're thinking about this?
None.
None.
And oh, by the way, you know, from an investor's eyes, just like when I first started this, I said, you got to have the courage to start looking at properties from another set of eyes. What you're doing right here is you're buying a property for $375,000 that has that is worth $405. 99.99% of investors are going to throw that deal out because it doesn't fit their 70% rule or it doesn't fit anything like that. Watch how much money you can make on a property by doing a subject to onto this thing that you bought for $375. That's worth $405. Watch this.
Yep, this gets good. Somebody's gonna be like, "But Jeff, I'm getting a little overwhelmed here." I got you. Hang with me a little bit longer. I put this slide up just so that you could kind of catch your breath, maybe get a different pen or pencil to take faster notes, get a new clean sheet in front of you, because here's what we're going to do. I'm going to show you the solution, and then I'm going to show you how it works. Your solution through subject to mastery is to make an offer to the homeowner to purchase their property subject to the existing debt via a land installment contract. When you understand the land installment contract, that means that the homeowner is free to move. They don't have to stress about who's making the house payment because you're going to start making the house payments, because your payment on that land contract is going to be a mirror image of what they owe on their house payment. PITI is the same thing. They're going to be better protected. Why? Because the house is still in their name. Remind me about how important that is in a minute, John. The house is still in their name, but we've got something on record, on title, on record, recorded with the county there where the house is located, making sure that everybody knows that we've got a deal on this house and we're buying it. And there's less expense to the seller, there's less expense to you, the buyer, and everybody wins on that deal. So let's move a little bit more. Somebody's gonna say, well, how are we gonna do this? Well, I'm gonna add you the second twist. I'm gonna get out my Swiss Army real estate knife, and I'm gonna show you that we use a specially crafted acquisition and title holding trust to be the buyer in the land installment contract agreement. I use a trust to be the trust and trustee to be the buyer in this deal. There's a special reason why I do that. I'll get to that in a minute, but I want to go over a couple of basics. I want to make sure people's eyes don't glaze over. The buyer is the trustee of a specially drafted acquisition and title holding trust. Who establishes the trust? Who controls that trust? You, the investor. You are both the grantor and the trustee that forms and controls each trust, because you're going to use a new trust for every house that you buy. The beneficiary can be whoever you want it to be, and I'll explain all the legalities of that when we get into the course. But here's what's important. We create the trust. The trust buys via land installment contract, giving the homeowner, the seller, great protection, great way out the door. You're in control of the property. You now have the right to do what you want to with that property. You can turn it into a rental, or it may be one of the three that you choose to sell that year. So let's talk about that.
Well, Jeff, hold on a second.
Go ahead.
So why a trust? Why would we go out there and buy in a land installment contract, put the property into a trust? Why would we do that rather than me just going out there and taking title in my LLC?
Because of two reasons. In many of the states that I named earlier, for someone who is behind or feels like they're behind on their mortgage payments, it's illegal to take the title to the real estate, take the deed, without paying off all of the underlying debt. Paying it off. Not just agreeing to pay it, but paying it off. So I want to go where I'm putting people doing deals where it's compliant in the most restrictive, most regulated states in America right now. Because that's where I project every state will end up going. Did I answer your question, my friend?
Nope, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Good. All right, so let's do this now, okay? Because the squirrel's up. Everybody's hopefully catching their breath, scratching your heads on this one, folks. I designed this system, subject to mastery, to put you in where I think regulations, where I believe regulations are going. If you think about what my credentials are, if you think about the experiences I've had, if you think about the time I've been lobbying on Capitol Hill since 2010. I've been working with multiple state regulatory bodies since 2016. I have an idea where trends are going. I am skating to where the puck is going to be. I am crafting deals to where the puck is going to be. I'm putting you to where the opportunity is going to be, not where it was, but where it's going to be. So let's move on. This is the slide that will blow your mind. When I walk,
this is the slide that got me hooked.
This is it. Okay. So we're going back and we're buying a house where the debt on it is $367,000. They're 3 years in, 4 years in on their mortgage payment. They have an interest rate of 3.25%. Their underlying payment of principal and interest, just P&I, is $1,880 a month. I'm going to take that same house and I'm going to resell it for the same price. But I'm going to resell it on an interest rate of 6.5%. The new payment is $2,263, just principal and interest, $2,263. That creates a monthly spread of $383 every month. $383 every month for a year is $4,596. Now, John, I can do 3 of those deals a year right now under the current Dodd-Frank rules. Under current Dodd-Frank safe until regs, I can do 3 of those. HR 5614 that I have helped co-write, that I've been lobbying for, will take that 3 and turn it up to 20. But I'm just going to show you the slide at 3. That's an arbitrage profit per year of $18,384. That's just on the interest rate arbitrage. When you understand how the interest rate changes the monthly payment and the spread that is captured on that, that can go into your pocket, you will see why you can buy these houses at retail with these low locked-in interest rates and make money.
So Jeff, back in 2008, you know, the government, they started lowering interest rates, and the interest rates have basically since 2009 to right now have just been at record lows. I mean, record lows. Is it safe to say that if they bought a property since 2009, we can probably say that they got an interest rate of below at least 2012, they got an interest rate below a 5 for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I'd say even probably got a chance of being below a 4 on some deals.
Okay, so basically, if somebody has bought a property since 2009, they probably have a fixed rate onto the home for below a 4%, 4.5% on there. And what you're saying on this is that anybody that has bought a property in the United States since 2009, because of their mortgage that they got and how good of a mortgage that is and how low that is, even if they want retail onto that property, you can make money because they've probably been paying on that thing for over 5 years. So they've got a lot of the extra interest out of the way, so that now most of the money that is being paid onto the payment is actually going straight to the principal on this. So almost anybody that has bought a property since 2009 fits into a perfect box of doing a subject to on.
Yes. And so I want to show you in the other part of this slide here that if you originated a mortgage in July of 2020 and your first payment of principal and interest is $1,432, 1,000 of that is interest. Only 432 is principal. So it reduces your loan balance down from 300,000 to 299,568. And it just grinds. And so you've got to get through the first 5 to 7 years to knock off the heavy front end interest on these things. So that's why the sweet subject to deals are houses where people have been making the payments for 5 or more years. If they've been making those payments for 5 or more years, then that is a really good subject to deal for a lot of reasons. But
so you got a seller.
They haven't built up enough equity yet to sell either. So we're good. Go ahead.
So you've got a seller. The seller, wants $300,000 for the property. They have a 3.5% interest rate. What you're saying is that you could go out there and buy, and the home needs no work. They owe $300,000 on it, 3.5% interest rate. It has no work that needs done to it. It's a pretty house. You could go and buy that house for $300,000, and then go and sell it for a 6.5% interest rate. So you're playing the interest rate arbitrage game right there. Your payments, you're paying 3.5% interest rate. You're selling it at 6.5% interest rate, but you bought the property at retail. Jeff, could you make 6 figures on that property, or over $1,000 or over $100,000 on that property over the course of selling that on terms over the next 20 years?
Absolutely. You can make money 3 different ways when you want to do 3 of these deals a year right now under Dodd-Frank. Folks, I would love for you to keep a lot of these as rentals, because there's even more ways to make money then. But just this way on 3 exits a year under Dodd-Frank, you can make money from the down payment you collect. You can make money on the monthly interest rate arbitrage spread, and then you can make money on when the first loan pays off and you get when you're still collecting on the back end. There's huge paydays. You can easily make 6 figures on a $300,000 house. Easily.
That you paid retail for.
That you bought for retail. That everybody that's also mailing out saying, I buy houses, I pay cash, they turned their nose up and they walked away from it. They didn't realize what they could do with it. And you can crush it. So yeah, it's powerful. All right, so let's move into this thing. I want to talk about subject to mastery, so how you can start doing this. I want to introduce it and walk you through it, okay? With subject to mastery, you will master deal structuring. You will learn how to talk to sellers about subject to deal structuring. You're going to buy homes with no equity, low equity, and occasionally you'll get a good one with high equity. You'll be able to buy homes at retail price. You'll be accessing to buy homes that other investors can't and won't touch because you're willing to pay retail. Other investors won't. Can you imagine when you can buy stuff nobody else can? You're going to dominate your market, and you're going to do it in a way without being a target, because when you do the transaction the way I will show you to paper it up and do it, when you do the transaction that way, your name is not on public record.
You're hidden completely.
You're hidden. So you're dominating and you're hidden at the same time. So here's what you will be doing. You will be first in line for the best deals, because they're going to call you and you're going to be able to do something for them when no one else can. You're going to be able to buy homes and have cash flow for 10, 20, possibly even 30 years. You can have a marketing message right now saying, I can buy your home for close to retail or at retail and save you the agent's commission and fees. Not trying to put agents out of business. I'm just saying you can save them the fees. And you can have access to consistent deal flow right now. There's more people who want to sell at retail than any other price point out there. And finally, these are easy deals. Once you understand how to structure them, once you get the access to the paperwork, it's easy to structure these deals for cash flow that happens every month automatically. I don't know about anybody else, but I like automatic monthly cash flow. So here's access to the secret weapons. 9 weeks of training. We're going to train you on how to get these sub-2 seller deals and contracts and sellers under contract. We're going to train you how to do it. We're going to give you all the documents, the contracts, the cheat sheets that you're going to need to legally buy, whether you're going to do one of these a month, whether you're going to do 10 of these a month, whatever it is, whether you're going to do 1 a year or 100 a year. 100 a year, you're going to be busting hard. You're going to have a big machine. But folks, if you just do one a month, keep 9 as rentals, sell 3. Keep 9 as rentals and sell 3, and you do that for 3-4 years, you will be financially set. You will be. And there's so much more that's included in here that I just don't have time to talk about. I don't have time to cover. Just trust me, it's an overwhelming abundance of information. All right, folks, I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. You need to be a warrior and not a worrier. You need to step up at this time and seize this unprecedented opportunity and be a warrior. Do not be a witness. Do not be on the sidelines. It is not time to be a worrier. It's time to get into the game. It's time to start doing these deals.
Guys, you have to look at where the market is at, right now. And, obviously we all experience COVID and things change, and it changed very, very quickly. And there's so many people that were so worried, and they're so worried about what's moving forward and whatnot. And now what Jeff's saying is that you have to be a warrior. You have to be a warrior right now. Guys, a real estate investor, by definition, is somebody that goes out there and helps somebody and solves their problems. That's what we do as investors, and that's how we get paid. We get paid by going out there and solving somebody's problems. Now, with COVID, that happened. Guys, people are not able to pay their bills. People have lost their job. It's forcing people into pre-foreclosure. But what we have to understand is that, interest rates have been low for quite some time. The market is really, really high, and it has went up and up and up. So that what that does is it's got a lot of people that don't have equity that have very, very low interest rates that are perfect for this. Don't be scared. Don't be scared about this market. This is not a time to go out there and be scared. This is the time to go out there and step up, get onto the field. This is the time to go out there and really help these owners that can't go out there and sell with a realtor. They can't. But what they can do is they can go out there and sell with you on different terms, just like what Jeff just said. It's very, very powerful. Don't worry about this stuff. Be a warrior. Go ahead, man.
All right. So the limited availability that we've got for the Sofa Summit only, limited availability, just $19.88 for this. And as speaking with Ross before we got started on this, Ross shared with me that because of doing subject to deals, that's why he is not a carpet installer. That's why he is an amazing guy running Connected Investor, because of doing deals just like this. But the market has changed, so we change our paperwork. We improve what we're doing. These are good transactions he did back then. These are going to be great transactions for you to do now. And you can take action right now during the SOFA Summit by going to www.connectedinvestors.com/subject2. Subject to, SUBJECT, 2. All right, moving on. There's going to be a bonus for the first 10 of you who take action. I've got a secret I want to share with you. There's a bonus, 150 premium sub-2 seller leads. These are the perfect seller leads that are primed to do a subject to deal with you. Why? Because these leads are sifted and sorted, not only based upon whether or not they have a motivation to sell, but also based upon how long they've been in the property and what their interest rate is. Yes. But also, here's the real sweet thing. Because I am an owner and founder of followup.com, I get to give the first 10 action takers a user account to use all of these sub-2 leads that we're going to give you. I'm going to give you that account because I happen to have a relationship with the company because I co-own the company. We're going to give you all of the stuff that you see here. You're going to be able to follow up on direct mail, voicemail, SMS, emails. It's going to be free for 1 year. Automated follow-up on the leads that we give you. Everybody else, you're going to have to pay for that. So there's an incentive for you to go right now to www.connectedinvestors.com/subject2. We provide the leads, we provide the technology, we give you the script, we give you the paperwork. Folks, you've just got to do your own little part of this. Now, finally, there's a money-back guarantee. We want you to take action. And when you do your first subject to deal with this paperwork, send me all the information. Send it into Connected Investors with a picture of you and the deal and a copy of your net profit check, and we'll give you back 100% of your money that you spent, that $1988 that you've invested in yourself and in your future and your family's financial future. You do all of this by going to www.connectedinvestors.com/subject2. Subject to, once again, is SUBJECT2. That's how we're going to do this. Now, let me wrap this up. There's 9 weeks of training in the Subject to Mastery site on how to do this. It's all inside our membership site. We're going to give you scripts. We're going to give you contracts. We're going to give you documents. We're going to give you checklists. We're going to give you videos on how to do these deals on repeat, on how to do it over and over and over again. We're going to give you everything you need to succeed doing this. But you'll get everything you need to succeed by going to connectedinvestors.com/subject2. Lifetime access to the 9+ weeks of training and coaching. You're going to get 9 weeks of training. You're going to get the software that will work your sub-2 leads that are designed and customized to your zip code for you. You're going to get our copy and paste scripts to follow. You're going to get a system that works the leads for you. Direct mail, voicemail, SMS, email, and so on. And we do not violate the TCPA. We cover that as well. We're going to give you training and complete systems on how to get these sub-2 deals under contract. We're going to give you the documents, the contracts, the cheat sheets that you'll need to legally buy, whether you're going to do one of these a month, whether you're going to do one of these at all, or whether you're going to go massive, big scale and do 100 of these things. Whatever it is, we're going to give you training on how to find quality buyers that will pay you thousands, both upfront, and you'll make that money monthly as well. The first 10 action takers get all of these extra premium bonuses. So you want to be in that first 10 action takers. Go after it right now. If it's not already all filled up, go after it by going to connectedinvestors.com/subject2. The time is now. The time is to take your opportunity, become a warrior, step on the field, start creating deals that are going to pay you month after month after month for year after year after year with very little capital out of your pocket. Now is the time to become a warrior and step off the sidelines and get involved and take action by going to connectedinvestors.com/subject2. And I want to thank you for the time. Yes.
Yeah, I want to tell everybody on the line, right now is, we've done almost 90 deals so far in 2020 so far. So we've actually done 89 deals so far in 2020. And I'll tell you, when you start looking at deals from another set of eyes, and all of the leads that you would normally pass on, you now have another tool into your belt. It's a very powerful thing. So the thing of it is guys, this is a truly amazing package. And it really is. It's a 9-week private training where not only are you going to learn this, but this is a learn and do at the same exact time. So we are providing all of the software. We're providing the leads, number one, to go out there and do this with. And those leads are going to fit into the sub-2 box. So it's not like we're just going to go out there and get absentee owners or vacant properties or anything like that. They have to fit into the sub-2 box. So maybe a vacant property or an absentee owner that has an X amount of interest rate that's got this type of loan. That's the type of lead that we go out there and do with this. So we're giving you guys the leads. We're also going to give you guys the software to work all those leads. Now, the way this software and technology works is you're going to take those leads and we're going to give you a template, an already proven template of direct mail and direct to voicemail and text message and email, etc. And what you're going to do is you're going to take those leads and you're going to dump them into what we call a pipeline at followup.com. So you're going to dump those leads into that pipeline, and then the system, followup.com, is going to start working those leads for you. Well, clearly what's going to happen is your phone's going to ring with people that want to sell their property at retail, that have perfect, loans, and they're perfect for the sub 2. So it's going to be ringing with those perfect sub 2 seller leads that we're looking for. And then the training is going to help you talk to all of those sellers. It's going to help you go out there and negotiate with those sellers. It's going to show you how to fill out the paperwork, how to go out there and do absolutely everything, how to structure the deal, etc., so that you can go out there and do all of these deals. Again, whether you want to do one of these deals or 100 of these deals, it doesn't matter. But the training goes out there and shows you how to do all of that. We're giving you all documents. We're giving you all contracts. We're giving you all the cheat sheets so that you can do a ton of these deals. Okay, so, and again, like Jeff said, is, for the first 10 action takers, we are giving the leads, but for everybody else, you're not going to be getting the leads or whatever. So we're going to go through and pull them, and you get all the done for you follow-up right there. So guys, this, it's truly amazing. And you got a money back guarantee. Is, just do a deal and we'll give you your money back. All we want to see is the check, and we'll ask you questions on exactly how it happened, because we want success stories, out of this. We want you to be the next one. So again, you guys can go to connectedinvestors.com/subject2. And I highly recommend it. Me being a real estate investor, you need this tool. You need this tool. And oh, by the way, with the way that these things get structured, is most people are doing subject twos wrong, completely wrong. By changing the name, and all this other stuff and keeping the debt into their name, that's a big no-no. You got to do this the right way, and you got to do this the legal way out of this. And that's exactly what Jeff does, on all the deals that we do. And then plus, you're hidden in the entire thing. You can't find me in any of these things. And we do them. And we do a lot of them. And we get paid up front, and we get paid monthly onto these things. So I would highly recommend you guys to go to connectedinvestors.com/subject2. Jeff, that's all I got. Dude, I appreciate you. You've changed my life.
You and Ross.
You have changed my life more than you will ever know out of this. And just like Ross said, at the beginning of this, subject 2 is one of those things that's changed his life as well. There would be no Connect Investors. We wouldn't be sitting here on the line right now, because this is the same exact strategy that has made him a millionaire. It's made a lot of people millionaires. The biggest question is, are you going to be the next one? And guys, enjoy the rest of the SOPA Summit, and I'll see you guys on the rest of the training.
I'm going to second that. Enjoy every moment of the SOPA Summit. Soak up all that knowledge, apply it, take advantage of it, and we'll see you at the training. Peace. I'm out.
All right, everyone, that's a wrap for day 1 of the SOPA Summit. Make sure to clear your schedule for tomorrow, because day 2 builds on everything that we learned today. Based on the comments and the feedback and the personal messages I've got from a lot of our members, I know you guys found a lot of value in this. So make sure to go ahead and share this, engage with us in any way you can on social, help us spread the message, because there's a lot of people right now that need this type of information. If you were on the very first session with The Economist, you got some of the best information on the market that is available today. And that's what we bring you here at Connected Investors. So make sure to go ahead and clear your schedule out tomorrow, because tomorrow is just as good as today. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.